Well, good morning, everyone. I declare open this meeting of the Senate Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2022-23 and related documents for the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade portfolios. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. The committee has set the 3rd of March of this year as the date by which senators are to submit written questions or notice, and the 31st of March of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session, and this includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also contempt to give false or misleading evidence to a committee. The Senate, by resolution in 1999, endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in the estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I further remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked to a superior officer or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinions on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. I draw attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate on the 13th of May of 2009, specifying the process by which a claim of public immunity should be raised and which I now incorporate into the Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document that is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and the position for purposes of Hansard, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. And please just ensure that all mobile phones are either switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example, suspension or at adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your mic or unmute your mic when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and instructions of the committee secretariat as set out in the guidelines. Senators and witnesses, laptops, mobile phones and other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. And I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings with the witnesses at any point during the hearing. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during the committee's hearings are requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents to the Secretariat so the documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need any assistance. And on that note, today's committee proceedings will commence with representatives from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. I now welcome the Minister, Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Ms Jane Adams, PSM, Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Welcome to you and to your officers. Minister, do you have an opening statement?
I just briefly wanted to acknowledge Richard Woolcott, if I may, Chair. I know yesterday we obviously started proceedings with recognising the contribution of Senator Molan. At the Foreign Affairs hearings, I did want to acknowledge the contribution of Richard Woolcott. He was a giant of Australian diplomacy, held many roles, former ambassador in some of our most senior posts, including Jakarta and at the UN, and he was a secretary of this department. He was an early champion of Australia taking our place in the region. And I know there have been many fine tributes to him, including at the service yesterday. but one recollection by Graham Dobell has stuck with me. Mr. Woolcott said that in Asia we must strive to be the odd man in, not the odd man out. We inherit his considerable legacy, and we are both better and better off for it. And I wanted to, in this forum, express my gratitude for his service to the country, and again extend my deepest sympathies to his family and his friends, some of whom are sitting with me and behind me.
Thank you, Minister. Secretary, did you have an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'll hand the call over now to the Coalition Senators. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair, and on behalf of the Coalition, can I also place on the public record our condolences to Richard Woolcott's family and recognition of his immense service to Australia, serving both Coalition and Labor governments, doing so with the utmost of integrity, with drive, with energy, with vision, with a willingness to stand up to ministers and governments where necessary, but also to deliver for the country and the priorities of the day. And we thank him for his service in recognising his life. Can I start, Secretary, by receiving an update in relation to Australian citizens impacted by the earthquake in Turkey and Syria, and understanding the status of wellbeing and those where there are any uncertainties remaining?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Jan Adams, Secretary. The Australian Government extends our deepest condolences to all those affected by the devastating earthquakes and aftershocks in Turkey and neighbouring countries. Clearly, this has been a natural disaster of horrendous proportions, with the death toll still climbing daily. We are deeply saddened that 3 Australians have died in the earthquakes, and of course, again, extend our condolences to the families. DFAT has been providing consular assistance to around 80 Australians and their families, and I'm going to ask Head of Consular, Kate Logan, to give further details. Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary. Senator Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. The Secretary has covered off the key points about the number of Australians who sadly died and the consular assistance that we're continuing to provide to families in Turkey. The nature of that assistance is really around travel documents, assistance with travel out of the affected area, welfare checks and so on, and that support is ongoing.
Any particular support to those families of Australians who have been killed?
Yes, we are in touch with all 3 families and offering support services. We're staying in touch with them, but obviously we've also referred them to Services Australia for that support and some other agencies.
Are there Australians who remain unaccounted for?
No, Senator.
Thank you. There has been some frustration expressed in the media internationally about the speed of recovery efforts, including in some cases with international agencies. Has Australia been engaged in any dialogue with international agencies or relevant governments about the speed of recovery efforts?
We have, Senator, and it's for my colleague in Humanitarian Policy Division or Deputy Secretary Brazier to address that.
Good morning, Senator. Rod Brazier, Acting Deputy Secretary of Development and Multilateral Group. The scale of this disaster is immense. As of this morning, the death toll had passed 41,000 across Turkey and Syria. We're aware of the news reports, of course, about it's not unusual in any situation like this for desperate people to want their governments to provide all possible support as fast as possible. The Australian government is focused on the support that we can provide, of course, through consular efforts to support those Australians affected, but also to provide the humanitarian assistance that we have. That humanitarian assistance has been in two parts, Senator. There was an announcement by the Prime Minister at lunchtime the following day, with which articulated the $10 million package of support that Australia was providing immediately to NGO and multilateral partners with the ability to reach victims of the earthquake on the ground in both countries. And you'd be aware, Senator, that Australia has also dispatched a search and rescue team which is active in Hatay province of Turkey.
Thanks, Mr. President. And I think the Prime Minister announced a further $8 million yesterday.
That's right, Senator. I should have mentioned that the Prime Minister announced a further $8 million of humanitarian assistance, $4.5 million for Turkey, and that the balance for efforts in Syria. In the case of Turkey, working principally through international NGOs. In the case of Syria, through United Nations partners.
Thank you. When did Australia offer the search and rescue team?
The Turkish government put out a request for assistance globally very soon after the quake. A decision was made, I believe, between 24 hours to 36 hours later to mobilise that team, which is a team that's on standby. One of the two teams that's always on standby, this one based in Sydney and consisting of Australian Emergency Service workers. Is there anything to add to that, Beth?
Senator Beth Delaney, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian Division. That's correct. The decision was activated by the Foreign Minister on Wednesday morning on the 8th of February.
Could that team have mobilised and been operational on the ground faster than ended up being the case?
Senator, as Mr Brazier has outlined, we did respond very quickly with humanitarian funding in the first instance to enable organisations that were in the affected areas to provide immediate life-saving support. As Mr Brazier has outlined, on Tuesday the 7th of February, the Prime Minister announced what was an initial package of $10 million in humanitarian assistance, and that early action actually enabled the Turkish Red Crescent on the ground to be distributing hot meals, to be providing blankets and tents and so on immediately. Our early assessment, which was informed by by best humanitarian practice, was that the teams from Europe were better placed at the time to respond to that immediate call. And that was consistent with Turkey's national disaster plan, which seeks European assistance in the first instance. We were aware of within 6 to 12 hours of a significant number of teams that had been committed and were deploying to the region with search and rescue teams.
And I understand the logic there. Mr. Lane was seeking to make sure that some of the public questions and concerns that have been raised are fleshed out appropriately in this regard. From decision to dispatch the search and rescue team, how long was it until they left Australia?
From the decision which was taken Wednesday morning by the Foreign Minister, they dispatched early on Friday morning.
And began their operations in Turkey?
They landed in Turkey on Sunday, the 12th of February. As far as we're aware, we travelled the longest distance, and then
to travel the whole way.
Yeah, so they arrived. They arrived on Sunday morning, Turkey time, and and then were transported to Hatay province, where they set up their base operations on the same day.
Thank you. Has Australia made representations in relation to concerns about access to affected areas of Syria?
Senator, as you'd be aware, the situation in Syria is extremely complex. We continue to call on on all actors to provide humanitarian access to those in need. We've made general representations through our advocacy in the United Nations, but I'd ask my colleague who leads this policy space to provide a bit more detail. But I think what I would say is that we're very aware of the access issues. We have called on all parties to improve access for those needing humanitarian support in Syria. And what I would say is that the early actions that we actually took on Tuesday meant that our contribution through UNICEF, they were actually able to provide supplies immediately. So we have an existing arrangement with UNICEF. They have pre-positioned funding, which meant that they were able to purchase supplies immediately. They had staff on the ground in northwest Syria, and so that meant that they were able to purchase and deliver those supplies immediately.
It's fair to say we have long-standing, alongside the international community, concerns about the access of humanitarian agencies in parts of Syria, given the conflict and circumstances there. A natural disaster like this has heightened that impact on people in those regions. Decisions have been taken more recently, as in the last few days at least, that have improved some of that access, haven't they?
Senator, yes, that's correct. So there is one access point through the UN Security Council resolution, but they've opened up an additional 2 access points, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Senator, may I just add one point? In selecting the partners for that immediate humanitarian assistance through the Australian Humanitarian Emergency Fund, you will have noticed that in the case of Turkey, it's been a combination of multilateral agencies and international NGOs. In Syria, the range of options is much smaller because of the combination of conflict and the humanitarian disaster, which meant that the best option for immediate response was through the UN.
Thanks, Mr. Brazier. Just very quickly, how does the scale of Australia's response compare with other commensurate nations?
Mr. Laney will have more details, but a very large number of countries have assisted by now, Senator. I think it's in the scores of countries. Of course, many countries across Europe, the Middle East, the Gulf countries in particular, countries of Northeast Asia as well. I haven't seen a table, if you like, of where Australia sits, but I'm sure there are many countries that are providing more than Australia, given the proximity and particular relations with closeness of relations with Turkey, but there are also countries that are further away that are probably more comparable to the Australian contribution.
Thank you. And perhaps on notice, and I know this will evolve over time, but on notice perhaps you can provide more detail there. Minister, just on one other area of natural disaster or zone, do your family across the ditch in New Zealand have faced floods, cyclone and earthquake in recent times? Have you discussed this with your counterpart in New Zealand, and have there been any requests for assistance from New Zealand, or is Australia providing any assistance?
I have had exchanges with my counterpart, as I think the Prime Minister has with Prime Minister Hipkins. We have made it clear that we stand ready to assist. I understand Ms Peake and Mr McDonald may be able to give you a bit more detail about where that is at and the preference of the New Zealand Government.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning, Senator Birmingham. Ewan McDonald, Head of the Office of the Pacific. So, Senator, as you rightly said, we have a special relationship with New Zealand and obviously are very concerned about the impact of the cyclone and earthquake over the last couple of days. We have been in contact with New Zealand about offering our assistance, and I think recently we've received a request for assistance. This morning, Ms Peake was involved in an IDETF yesterday and can provide a bit more detail for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Elizabeth Peake, Deputy Head of the Office of the Pacific. Yes, I can confirm we have received a formal request from New Zealand less than an hour ago. Our National Emergency Management teams from Australia and New Zealand have been working hand in hand over the last few days to scope the support that could best assist New Zealand. We set up yesterday a National Management Coordination function to be able to respond very quickly when the request came through, and we will certainly do that.
Yeah. Thanks, Ms Peake. If the request was received only in the last hour, we'll await details there in terms of the government's response. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Birmingham. I'll hand over the call now to Senator White.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions about Australia's relationship with China. Thank you. Can the department outline the ministerial engagements that have taken place between the Australian government ministers and their PRC counterparts since May 2022?
Since May 2022.
There's so many of them, I understand that.
Yeah.
Takes
Senator
a while.
Ellie Lawson, Acting Deputy Secretary, Geostrategic Group.
Yep.
Since May
2022.
2022, under the previous government, there was no ministerial interaction.
Since the current government.
So since the current government?
Yep.
So on the 11th of June 2022, there was a meeting between the Deputy Prime Minister and China's Defence Minister, Wei Fenghe, in the margins of the Shangri-La Defence Summit in Singapore. On the 8th of July, Foreign Minister Wong met State Councillor Wang Yi in the sidelines of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting. On the 23rd of September, there was a meeting between Foreign Minister Wong and Councillor Wang Yi in the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York. On the 8th of November, the Foreign Minister had a phone call with State Councillor Wang Yi. On the 15th of November, the Prime Minister met President Xi in the sidelines of the G20 Leader Summit in Bali. On the 18th of November, there was a meeting between the Minister for Climate Change and Energy with the counterpart Xie Zhenhua. On the 22nd of November, the Deputy Prime Minister and Defence Minister had a second meeting at the 9th ASEAN Defence Ministers meeting in Cambodia. On the 17th of December, there was a meeting between the Minister for the Environment and Water with China's Environment Minister. On the 22nd of December, the Foreign Minister met State Councillor Wang Yi. That was the visit to China for the 6th Foreign and Strategic Dialogue in Beijing. On the 19th of January, Assistant Minister Ayers met China's Vice Commerce Minister Wang Shouwen in Davos. And on the 6th of February, there was a virtual meeting between Minister Farrell and the Commerce Minister Wang Wentao. That's the most recent engagement.
Thank you very much. Minister, can you outline the steps that the government has taken to stabilise the relationship with China?
Well, I think, thank you, Senator. We came to government with a very clear view about seeking to stabilise the relationship. The approach, as you will see from that chronology, was to seek to engage, but to do so in the context of our national interests. And the way I've tried to summarise that is cooperate where we can, disagree where we must, and engage in our national interest. I think we've sought to take a much more calm and consistent tone and approach in our relationship with China. Obviously, that became quite a heated topic of domestic political debate under the previous government, which we didn't regard as being in our national interest. So the approach has been to ensure we advance Australia's national interests, that we maintain the policy positions that we regard as necessary, but to seek to engage. As I've said on other occasions, we recognise there will be matters on which we disagree, but we can continue to strengthen a bilateral relationship if both countries manage those differences wisely.
So if I could take you up on some of those serious issues of disagreement, can you explain to the committee how you've handled those differences? You've sort of touched on it, and prosecuted Australia's interest in your engagements?
Well, as I said, I mean, the sort of overarching approach is to not shift from those things which are about Australia's interests and about who we are. But at the same time, seek to manage those differences wisely and not seek to prosecute a domestic political agenda with them. So, for example, Australia's not shifted its view nor how we articulate our view in relation to international law and the South China Sea. Australia has, on human rights, continued to articulate in our engagements, including at my level, on matters of human rights and consular matters. We obviously have put our views at the Prime Minister's level and at my level and at other levels, including at the department and at post level, about, in particular, Dr Young and Ms Cheng Lei.
Can I just ask you also about your visit to Beijing in December, where the 6th Australian-China Foreign and Strategic Dialogue was held. When was the last time this dialogue was held?
I'm sorry?
When was the last time before this last? Do you want me to get all that?
They're just checking.
Senator, let it. Senator.
I'm sure
It's
some...
Senator, I think it was February 17. 17 2017 in February. But we will double check that to make sure that we've got it right.
Thank you. What positions did you put
Actually, no,
forward on
sorry,
issues?
Senator, can I just correct the record there?
Yeah,
The last foreign and strategic dialogue was in November 2018.
thank you. What position did you put forward on issues that matter to Australia at that dialogue?
Well, I mean, obviously the overarching context was that was the first ministerial visit to Beijing or to China in some time, which was important, not just for the visit itself, but the way I think about it and the government looks at it is, we want a relationship with China where we can manage our differences wisely. We think it's in both countries' interests for trade impediments to be removed. We recognise the importance of the bilateral relationship, but also, China in the region, and we also recognise the importance of engaging with one of the great powers and encouraging continued dialogue between the great powers as well, and encouraging the existence of guardrails or mechanisms to ensure there is no escalation from competition, and that we avert we avoid miscalculation, which is always a risky thing. We discussed a range of issues, bilateral, regional, international, strategic issues on Russia. My consistent position has been to encourage, and I've done this publicly, China to use its particular status as a member of the P5 and its relationship with Russia to seek to facilitate the end of that conflict. We also went to the consular issues I've discussed earlier.
And what are the next steps in
Yeah,
terms of stabilising the relationship?
Well, obviously, Ms Lawson might want, she's looking at me, which means it always worries me because they know more than I do. So I think we will always, Australia, whoever's in this seat, or whoever's in government, will always have to manage differences in our relationship with China, and we will always also, in my view, have to seek to continue to engage given China's place in the world and place in our region. So in part, I think that this next phase in the relationship, what I've described as stabilising, because I don't think it was useful to Australia to have the relationship where it was, nor have this as a domestic political issue the way it was. It's a challenging, at times challenging relationship to manage. It's not assisted by the heat of election campaigns and the relationship being used in that context. One of the key things, obviously, is the trade impediments. We have consistently said we think it's in both countries' interests for those trade impediments to be removed, and I know Senator Farrell and Mr Ayres and others have engaged in relation to that. I think one of the things that we agreed, State Councillor Wang Yi and I, at the dialogue was that there was a series of, or a number of things at officials level where officials would continue to work. And to my way of thinking, in part it was trying to, and I think this was the approach that State Councillor and the Chinese authorities were taking is to re-establish a working architecture in the relationship, because of course the relationship is more than what happens at the leaders level or at the foreign ministers or trade ministers equivalent or defence ministers level. It's also what happens at the secretary's level and Ms Lawson's level and the ambassador and in the area of trade, but also more broadly in strategic and diplomatic engagement. So I think in part we need to try and get in the structures and dialogues which previously existed working again. We're not going to agree on everything. In fact, there may be many things we don't agree on, but it is better for us to have a capacity to engage about those issues.
Thank you, Minister. I'll hand the call over now to Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I have some questions for official development assistance.
Sorry, Marie, Senator Faruqi, I missed that.
Official development assistance. I just said I have some questions
So,
on
Mr.
that.
Brazier.
Minister, I might start with you. The Labour Party committed in its 2021 policy platform to achieving an ODA to GNI ratio of 0.5%. As you know very well, that ODA has been declining in the last 10 years under the coalition and now sits around 0.2% of GNI. In November, when I asked you this question, you said that you did not have a precise date for when that 0.5% will happen. Has that changed at all?
No, Senator.
Okay, so if there is at the moment no plan or timeline to increase ODA to 0.5%, will the government think about raising ODA to the OECD average of 0.32% of GNI in the May budget?
First, is this question to me or?
Yes, sure.
I would obviously like a world where we had, as we used to have, a bipartisan agreement about the budget allocation for ODA, which obviously makes everything much easier. We don't have that, and we are seeking to rebuild the ODA contribution in a context where the fiscal situation is pretty difficult, and where there are a lot of other calls on the budget. Your colleagues rightly point to some of those areas where, whether it's in the area of health or social security, where there is genuine need. So the government, I always make the point when I was Finance Minister that I rarely got spending requests which were completely unmeritorious. You have to choose between meritorious spending requests. So obviously we'll make decisions in the budget process. We have increased the ODA budget since we came to government. I think it was 1.4 billion. 1.4 billion, which Rod or Mr. Brazier or Ms. Cohen can add to. But we're seeking to steadily grow it. But there is no government policy in relation to the objective that the Labor Party platform stands. There's no formal government position that sets a date in relation to achievement of what is in the Labor Party's platform at this stage.
So will there be any increase at all in ODA in the May budget?
Well, that'll be dealt with in the budget process, Senator Faruqi.
Could someone tell me what exactly is the GNI ratio at the moment, ODI to GNI ratio? You can take that on notice if you don't have the figure right now.
Senator, if I may add to the Minister's remarks about the growth to the program from the October budget. As the Minister said, that budget added 1.4 billion to the ODA program over the forward estimates. Broken down, that's allowed us to add $900 million in assistance for the Pacific, $470 million to our assistance in Southeast Asia, and 30 million in added assistance for our NGO partners to provide their support in our region and beyond.
Okay, thank you. It's now been almost 3 months since the Loss and Damage Fund was agreed to by countries including Australia at COP27. Will Australia be making a contribution to the Loss and Damage Fund?
Good morning, Senators. Kristen Tilley, Ambassador for Climate Change. As you note, the Loss and Damage Fund was a key outcome from COP27 in Egypt in November. What that decision actually enabled was commitment to establish loss and damage funding arrangements and a process, certainly over the course of 2023, to work on the design, the sources of funding, what that fund or funding arrangements would look like. There hasn't actually been a decision yet to establish the final funds.
Sure, I do understand that. So has anyone at DFAT been tasked with assessing how much Australia should contribute to the Loss and Damage Fund?
No, Senator, until an actual final design of that fund, an agreement to that fund or funding arrangements with a lot of parameters around where sources would come from, the sorts of things that would be included, a decision on what a future Australian contribution would look like can't be taken.
But you do know that other countries have taken that decision to contribute amounts of money to that fund?
Senator, I'm not aware that other countries have taken a decision to contribute funding to a fund that doesn't exist yet. I am aware that countries have announced loss and damage funding contributions of their own accord.
Yes, so
not to a fund.
So Australia hasn't even
established.
decided that whether Australia will be making a contribution to that fund like those other countries.
Senator, I'm not aware, but I'm happy to receive the information that other countries have made commitments to
contributing to the fund.
There isn't a fund that exists yet, so there are a range of
It has
funding
been
measures.
agreed to, right? Like you were talking about semantics there.
Senator
A
Faruqi,
fund
please
has been agreed
Senator
to.
Faruqi, please allow the official to answer your question.
They're not really answering my question.
Well,
I
please
think
allow.
if I could say, Senator,
please allow the
Australia
excuse me,
supported...
order.
Sorry, Chair.
Senator, please allow the official to answer the question.
I would add Australia strongly supported the outcome and the decision at COP27 to establish a loss and damage fund or funding arrangements. But the process to design and establish that hasn't yet concluded. Indeed, it hasn't commenced. The first meeting of what's called the Transitional Committee, which will be doing a lot of work this year on those design issues. The first meeting hasn't happened yet. Australia has confirmed it will be one of the 10 developed countries that are represented in that Transitional Committee to design the fund. So we're playing a very active role, but we certainly haven't yet committed an amount of money to a fund that hasn't yet been established. And I am happy to find out further information, but I'm not aware of which countries have made such a commitment.
New Zealand, Scotland and Belgium, as far as I know, have already committed to paying loss and damage.
Correct, Senator. They have announced funding amounts under the banner of loss and damage, but to my knowledge, that's not necessarily channeled through a fund that hasn't yet been established.
So has Australia made any commitments to loss and damage outside the banner of the fund?
I think, and I'd defer to colleagues in the department who provide funding through a range of humanitarian, adaptation support, etc. for other countries. I think the work of the Transitional Committee this year will look at the issue of what is the definition of loss and damage funding, and is it incorporating the sorts of funding that a lot of countries, including Australia, already provide through our development and humanitarian assistance, or is it something that would be defined differently such that it would call for new and different sources of funding?
May I add something as well? And this is obviously Ambassador Tilley leads our at officials level our engagement in the multilateral system. If I may make a regional point, there is not unanimity of a view amongst our Pacific Island neighbours about how they want these matters dealt with, or how they would like this sort of aspect of development assistance provided. So there is, it's a and we obviously want to engage frankly, as a first priority with the Pacific on this. Views have been put to me that there would be a preference for regional or bilateral mechanisms rather than a multilateral fund, because their experience of some of the multilateral funds which have been established previously is that they have been difficult to access and are less flexible and less responsive than bilateral arrangements, for example, with Australia, where we have very well established architecture and on the ground knowledge. So there is a fair bit to do, I think, both at the overarching multilateral level, but also us thinking through as given where we are situated in the world and our particular responsibilities to our region, how we might do this.
Senator, if I may add, on the question of loss and damage, of course, the formal definition will be the subject of international negotiations and decisions by the government. In addition to the humanitarian assistance that we provide to the region when disasters occur, which can be attributed to climate change, there is a considerable part of the Australian ODA program by now is targeted at climate resilient infrastructure. For example, the Prime Minister in June last year announced a package of support in partnership with Indonesia for climate resilient infrastructure. And across the Pacific, as part of many of the programs we do, adaptation is a key part. So, for example, when we are providing support to Pacific governments for infrastructure, climate resilience is always an element of in the design of those programs.
Minister, I was really pleased with your recent comments encouraging the UK to confront its colonial past and noting that understanding the past enables us to better share the present and the future. But what about Australia's colonial past and present? Your government continues to export emissions and climate damage to the global south. So colonialism is still harming people, and a very recent example that was exposed was in PNG in the form of really dodgy carbon offsets. Shouldn't the first step in confronting our own colonial past be to actually stop new coal and gas projects, which are harming nations that are still recovering from colonialism?
Well, first, I'm not sure I agree with how you've construed my speech, Senator Faruqi. I think consistently since I took this role, I've made the point that one of the ways in which we make Australia stronger and more influential in the world is to emphasise the common ground we share with the people of our region. And, our character, our national character, who we are, is part of that. I'd also note that one of the impediments to making us stronger in the region is disinformation about who we are, and that's why projecting the diversity that is represented in the Parliament and the people behind me and in, broadly in the community. And obviously we want to do more in all of those contexts in the institutions of power. That enhances Australia's influence and power. It's about common ground. And as I said, I think it's a way of pushing back against some of the disinformation that is used against countries like Australia. But turning now to the issue of carbon farming, wasn't it?
Carbon credits, you mentioned,
credits.
Senator, and projects in PNG.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's an example of how colonialism continues. And I know that people from PNG and Pacific Islanders have actually raised concerns about this issue of Australia providing climate adaptation funds on the one hand, and then opening new coal and gas mines on the other hand, which actually worsen the problem, because they are already facing legacy of colonialism in many ways. So I guess that was my question to the Minister. It does seem to be like we are worsening the problem while, trying to help global South countries as well, and it does seem to me like a bit of greenwashing happening there here.
I'm not sure there was a question there, but I do need to hand the call around. Senator Roberts, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here this morning. My questions are regarding the Gender Equity Ambassador. Can you please advise the total remuneration package for the Gender Equity Ambassador per year?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice.
What is it roughly?
It's based on a standard SES Band 2 salary, Senator.
So what's the salary?
I'll have to get the precise
We'll get that,
details
Senator.
for you.
These are arrangements which are been in place for ambassadors, different levels of.
Thank you.
We don't just make this stuff. The various positions, ambassadors, the thematic ambassadors, and heads of mission will be paid at a particular level in a pre-existing remuneration structure.
Thanks, Minister. I'd like the total remuneration package. And could you confirm if it's a full-time position, please?
Yes, Senator, it's a full-time
position. Thank you. What's the purpose?
The purpose of the Ambassador for Gender Equality is to advance the interests of all people in our region, to ensure that all people, regardless of their gender, have an equal opportunity to contribute to the societies they live in.
Thank you. Can you please advise if the Ambassador plans to visit these countries? And if she does, when will she be visiting? Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Afghanistan and Pakistan?
Senator, the Ambassador's Forward Travel Program is not final yet. I'm aware of an important multilateral visit that she's planning for next month. The focus for her work will predominantly be in our region, and that's the focus of our international assistance more broadly is in the Indo-Pacific, and that's where we have partners who want to work closely with us to ensure that all people in their societies do have an equal opportunity to contribute.
Can I just make a few comments here, Senator Roberts? First, this is a position that has been in place for I don't know how many years, but a long time.
Since 2011.
Since 2011. Senator Payne appointed Ambassador for Gender Equality. The name was subsequently changed, but it's a role that has existed for over a decade under both Labor and Liberal governments. I would make this point. I think it is well established that gender inequality inhibits economic development.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah, and I think,
Without
you know,
a doubt.
you and I come from different political places, Senator Roberts, but you would agree, if girls can't go to school, women can't participate in paid work, if women are more economically insecure, that is going to affect a country's economic
My
development.
belief has long been, Minister, my party leader is a female, and my belief has long been that if we exclude any group of people, we're missing out on their views. Ms Copus Campbell has worked in Papua New Guinea, has worked in development previously. We live in a region where development outcomes for women and girls are a long way from where we want them to be. And, you know, we argue about women's representation, or we argue about a whole range of ways in which, you know, women are still not equal to men, but the reality in many countries in our region is, you know, basic propositions around access to education, around we have a family violence. The scourge of family violence exists in all countries, but you know there are countries in the world where this is at levels which you know are unimaginable. So the idea of this thematic ambassador is to work with other countries and civil society to try and lessen this, and it matters. To try and
lessen the inequalities.
So it's. I've seen some of the criticisms. I understand, there's, domestic, some of the political reasons why. But as I travel in the region, we want a world where young girls can aspire to do what women can do in this country, and we don't have such a world. So it is the ways in which we try and work with others to achieve that include through this ambassador.
Well, there's a battle going on. I can tell you a story of meeting with an executive in West Virginia, northern West Virginia, back in 1981. I was fairly young. And she was, I'm still young, she was telling me that she was appointed to her position. You look young.
I wish.
She was appointed to her position because she was a female to meet affirmative action quota, and she said it's highly embarrassing to be that way. Whereas my mother took the opposite position. You treat women as women, meaning two things. They are different, and they bring a raft of characteristics that men don't have. And that's wonderful for diversity. And what my belief has been is that we should be employing women because that increase, and other minorities because, well, women are not minorities, they're a majority, actually. But you know what I'm getting at. Other groups that have been, the other groups that are minorities, because they bring a diversity of views, not because of their gender. And my office currently has exactly 50-50 female-male, not because we want to comply with the ratio, but because those women are damn good, and we want their views. And I'm thinking that wouldn't it be better to just show by our actions that we value women? I mean, you're the Foreign Affairs Minister. When you go visiting a country, you're showing that Australia values women.
And yes, but you need lots of ways in which you try and tackle a problem which, inequality, development, these are sort of multifaceted problems. So we also have thematic ambassadors who, as I said, they do things that I wouldn't be able to do. We don't have ministers engaging at some of the levels at which ambassadors can work, or being able to spend the time on one particular issue. I mean, there are extraordinary women through our region, in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, who are doing extraordinary things and are, courageous and, sometimes don't get as much support as they would seek. And we can, at officials level, can work with civil society, for example, or with particular parts of government departments which are seeking to do good things. These are things we can do, and it's just another way in which Australia seeks to engage in the region in order to try and support the aspirations and development objectives of the people who live in the Indo-Pacific, but particularly in the Pacific Islands and ASEAN regions.
Well, Minister, with respect, and I sincerely mean that because I have enormous respect for
one
your...
thing, you always are respectful in how you deal with me, Senator Roberts.
And I sincerely respect your abilities. However, I think that some of these positions, and going back to 2011 doesn't justify having the position. So I hear your arguments, I acknowledge them. Sure. So often these days, positions like this and other ambassadors are created to tick box, and they're not meaningful. I'm just making sure that part of my role is to make sure that...
Sure, and you're entitled to ask me the questions, and I appreciate
properly.
how you've asked them. What I would say is if Ambassador Copus Campbell is absolutely not a ticker box kind of person.
And Australia was the second country...
And if you'd like to meet her, I'm sure she'd be very happy
Sure.
to engage with members of Parliament and senators.
Thank you very much.
Australia was the second country in the world to give women the vote.
Indeed.
And we were better off for it.
Thank you,
South
Senator Roberts.
South Australia was the first place in the world where women could stand up.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I'll hand the call over now to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair, and Senator Roberts' line of questioning just reminds me, can I just place on record appreciation for the bipartisan Tri-Nation visit through the Pacific that we undertook late last year, Minister, and in doing that I was prompted by recalling the very impressive Julia King, who we met in Vanuatu, the first woman elected to Vanuatu's parliament, I think, in close to 25 years, and with her election, the first time ever, I believe, that every Pacific Island nation has a female parliamentarian in place, which, whilst there's a long way to go there, is indeed a great leap forward. Now,
Do you want
I'll
me
move on.
No, I was going to wait, but I thought that was a really important visit, and I really appreciated, Senator Birmingham, that how you and your colleagues approached that visit. I think the strength of the message to the region about bipartisanship, continuity, is really profoundly important. So I appreciated you spending time just before Christmas. Obviously, we had a few challenges on that trip, but I thought it was really, really useful. So thank you for making time.
Thanks, Minister. Now, niceties aside.
There we go.
That's right.
Minister, only took him an
do you, on your first visit to the United Kingdom as Foreign Minister, you gave a speech on the 31st of January to King's College. Do you believe that speech was well received in the UK?
Look, I think certainly the event was very well received. I think I've answered, I think I know where you're going, and I've answered in response to Senator Faruqi. I think some of the issues that some media reported, but it was a very, it was a speech very consistent with the way I've actually spoken since I was elected to this job. Consistent with my speech, for example, to the UN, I think my speech in Washington. So I just would make the point that in many ways it's unremarkable, some of the points I was making.
There are certainly elements of the speech quite consistent with other remarks you've made. There was some new content as well, and at least new phraseology in some of that content, particularly relevant perhaps to the country that you were in, and that of course is what sparked some of the commentary. So reflecting back, do you believe the speech was well received in terms of the takeout that occurred in the British media and British commentary?
Well, I can tell you it was, the issues in it did, not the speech itself, but some of the issues in it were part of, as my counterpart said, the discussions that we had and in the 2+2. And this goes to how does Australia, how does the UK, as AUKUS partners, how do we expand our influence in the region? So it goes to influence. I understand how some commentators, particular commentators, responded, but I have a very clear view about the role I have, and it starts with this job should be focused on how do you expand Australian power, how do you advance Australia's interests. So the discussion about who we are, and it goes to common ground.
Is it?
Because you see, there is, as you know, and you saw the way in which you handled the AUKUS announcement, enabled disinformation about AUKUS. I don't wish to repeat that. We have an optimal pathway announcement, a set of announcements and decisions that we flagged, and I know how some will take that, and I am very clear about making sure we deal with some of the, I think, inaccurate constructions of why Australia and the United Kingdom and the US are engaging in the way we do in the Indo-Pacific.
Well, Minister, your speech did contain similar messages about engagement in the Indo-Pacific, strategy as it relates to the Indo-Pacific, but didn't other elements of it, namely the reflections around colonialism and the way in which they were put, actually create a distraction from that message?
No, I don't accept that. And I don't think that's consistent with the discussion.
Well, I think any look at the reporting would indicate a distraction.
Well, I was in the meetings and I spent days with, not just the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary. Obviously met the Prime Minister. I met with other members of the government, etc.
Was the Foreign Secretary...
I just don't accept your... I understand people like to...
Was the Foreign Secretary specifically asked about those elements of the speech in his media appearances?
Yes, he was.
And is that a helpful thing for him to have to navigate the content of your speech? Is that helpful to the purpose of the visit for him to have to be navigating?
I'm waiting for him to finish a very long question.
Senator Birmingham, please, I think you know, but allow the Minister to respond.
No, that's fine. If he wants to finish his question, I'm happy to answer it. He was asked. He was asked, I think, at the end of the press conference, where we had a number of questions. He was asked about, and I thought his answer was excellent, and I think indicated a response to your questions, frankly. But we also spent a lot of time talking about many other issues and engaging on many other issues, including visiting Australians who are training Ukrainians, which was one of the more moving things I've done in my life, to be honest. So I understand that some, for whatever reason, react here. I don't think your construction is accurate.
Has the Ukraine... Sorry, Minister. Has, in terms of the interpretation of your speech, is there anything you would do differently with that speech if you were to give it again?
I just feel like you think you're sort of my counsellor or something, Senator Birmingham. Can I just... I think somebody should send me Secretary Cleverly's answer. This is my first opportunity to meet Penny face-to-face, obviously with the opportunity to speak by phone before the meeting. I have to say the conversations we've had on the UK-Australian relationship, on the UK's relationship with other countries in the region, indeed the nature of the relationship between the UK and other countries which are now in the Commonwealth, but which were previously British colonies, was one of the areas of the conversation we had. But, however, 2 points to make. Firstly, it wasn't the mainstay of the conversation we've been having. The mainstay of the conversations we've been having is about our future joint work, joint endeavours with regard to the security, prosperity and technological advancement, whether it be through AUKUS or other things. That was the mainstay. But where we did touch upon the UK's history and on our relationship with the world is about recognising you cannot eradicate or erase your history, so you need to be conscious of it. And I think it's incumbent upon the UK and our dealings with Australia or any other country with which we were once a colonial power to recognise that we need to demonstrate that this is a modern partnership, a partnership of equals, different but equal, geographically separated, but emotionally and historically bound. I think, frankly, he was probably more articulate than I was. I
think he handled it very diplomatically, Minister.
But he was. I thought it was an honest answer.
Has the UK changed in the modern era?
Of course it has. So
did you reflect that in your speech?
Yes, I did.
In what ways did you reflect it in your speech?
And I've reflected in the press conference. I talked about modern Britain. I don't understand why you're... There's a fundamental point. No, I don't understand. Of course the United Kingdom has changed. Secretary Cleverly is the Foreign Secretary.
A point he made?
Yeah, and I've made.
Was it in your speech?
Well, I think it was in an answer in a press conference. I mean, really, Senator
after you'd given the speech.
Senator Birmingham. If we recognise our history and we recognise how we have changed, we find more common ground and we deal with some of the ways in which others seek to constrain us. And in the context of AUKUS and the Quad, that is about Australian influence and power in the region. And if you can't see that, I'm surprised, because I would have thought you understand that, unlike some.
Minister Wong, I might understand many things, but also understand the importance of balance, the importance of respect where you are, the importance of how you put your messages. Are there positive aspects in terms of the UK's contribution?
Yeah, the modern face of Australia. No, let me just. So you asked me a question before. Can I come back to this?
I'm in the middle of asking you another question. So, are there positive aspects of the UK's historical contribution around systems of democracy, systems of justice? Did you acknowledge any of those in the speech?
This is what I said. I mean, this is the modern face of Australia, the modern face of Britain, is readily apparent both among our citizens at large and among our political leaders. That's a paragraph from the speech. So, I think you. Anyway.
Any further questions, Senator Birmingham?
No, I haven't. So, reports suggest that British officials in the room are annoyed that Australia did not recognise the soft power and hands-on work Britain has been doing in the Pacific region for decades.
Senator Birmingham, if we're talking about officials, maybe I can step in, having been in all of the elements of this visit. Really, it certainly was not the mainstay of the discussions, both formally and informally. We spent a lot of time together. Frankly, it was, in the context of modern Britain, an unexceptional comment. It wasn't discussed. We had a lot more important things to be talking about. Peter Subcheck was also there with me. There was no sense of discomfort or diplomatic tension whatsoever. I can say that with complete confidence. We were very focused on the main issues actually of the speech, which also were the subject of the questions at that event and throughout the AUKMIN 2-day visit, was about the realities in the Indo-Pacific and major power competition and the responsibilities of all countries in addressing that. So we were talking about strategic equilibrium in the region. We are talking about management of tensions in a way that is going to ensure communications, guardrails, if you like. The other, as Minister has already said, another issue that actually we spoke quite a lot about was Russia-Ukraine, including during the very moving visit to the training facility where Australian ADF personnel are working with UK and other counterpartners to do soldier training. I'm sure there's a better word, which Peter will know, for Ukrainian men and women giving up their day jobs as accountants and engineers to go and fight on the front line. So we got to speak with those people, and that was the sort of things that we were talking about. It's a long answer.
Can I? Sorry, if I may. Senator Birmingham, I'm very happy to offer you a briefing on some of the disinformation that we seek to challenge. And if you'd like a confidential briefing about that, particularly this side of the optimal pathway decisions, it might be useful. But it's entirely a matter for you.
Well, Mr. Wong, I don't think there's a briefing you've offered me yet that I haven't taken up the opportunity to do to ensure that we are as informed as possible. Secretary Adams, I think, just outlined, as indeed you emphasised, some of a range of very important topics that clearly were canvassed, most of them behind closed doors, but for which there was a distraction that seemed to occur in at least the public commentary attached to the speech that you gave, Minister. Is it really your contention that, given some of those who have been very positive about the work you've done to date, such as Mr Sheridan and from The Australian, have described it as the worst and strangest speech of your life, is it really your contention that if you had your time again, you wouldn't at least phrase some things differently?
I have, I have a lot of regard for Mr Sheridan on this, obviously. I would tell him to relax. And I maintain my view that working out how we maximise Australian influence, including in how we speak about who we are and recognise where others are, is a central part of the job of anyone in this role.
So, Minister, would you at least acknowledge that, put another way, put with different balance, could have avoided the distraction on your visit?
I think I would make a couple of points. One is, I think someone used the word confront. At no point does that verb appear in the speech.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. I'll hand the call over now to Senator Green.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few subjects I want to cover. We'll see how far we get through. I wanted to ask some questions in regards to the Indian-Australian relationship. And quite broadly from the outset, Minister, could you provide an outline of plans for the Australian-Indian relationship in 2023?
Okay. So, thanks, Senator, for the question. First, I want to make the point how the value, the importance we place on the bilateral relationship, but also on India's leadership role in the region, and to emphasise our close friendship and our status as comprehensive strategic partners. I think this will be an important year in our bilateral relationship. I might just go through some of the things which are occurring. I think in just the next month, we're going to see the Prime Minister, the Minister for Trade and Tourism, the Education Minister and the Resources Minister, as well as me, visiting India for both bilateral and G20 engagements, and we will welcome a number of Indian ministers to Australia and welcome Prime Minister Modi when Australia hosts the Quad Leaders meeting. So just in terms of engagement, it is a very big year, which is a good thing. Obviously, we've got shared experiences as regional partners in multicultural countries. We recognise the pride that India takes in the remarkable achievement of a unified and vibrant India post-partition. We're not going to talk about the cricket, or they might. We'll have a number of new initiatives that will be worked on this year, the Economic Cooperation Agreement, and we are launching shortly the new Centre for Australia-India Relations.
Thanks, Minister. Just in regards to the plans for that Centre of Australian-Indian Relations, we've heard about the plans. Can you just let us know what the purpose of that centre is and what are the plans to get that underway?
The centre is intended to focus on policy dialogue, building Australian business literacy, and links, as well as deepening cultural connections and understanding. I'm also very keen for not just engagement with, but frankly leveraging our diaspora community here. We, as you would know, as senators would know, and certainly members of the House know, because very active communities in some seats. This is, we have a very large Indian diaspora. We saw that on display when Prime Minister Modi last visited. Quite extraordinary, the number of Indian Australians who came out for the various events. So I'm very keen for the centre to leverage that. I think realistically, successive governments, and I've been in opposition. I've been in, bipartisan delegations to India, and I think if I've heard it once, I've heard it 1,000 times. We know we're underdone on the economic relationship. So I hope that we can work out not only how we might work with, the centre might work with, the larger corporate sector, the investment sector, but also the diaspora on trying to improve our economic, or strengthen our economic engagement. I was proud to announce Ms Swati Dave is the chair of the Centre's Advisory Board last week, and I hope to make further announcements about who's involved in coming months.
Thanks, Minister. You mentioned there the number of parliamentarians, particularly in the House, that do have large communities, and there's been some constituent concerns raised with parliamentarians from across the chamber about a Khalistan referendum held in Melbourne, and there's also been some reports about vandalism at temples. It's concerning reports. How, is the government concerned about these issues, and how are you managing those concerns?
Well, can I go to the second part of your question first?
Sure, of course.
Which is, I want to express in this publicly what has been expressed by others and privately, which is we are very concerned about vandalism at 3 temples and at a Gurdwara. We do take this seriously. And as Minister, I share the concerns that others have expressed, including parliamentary colleagues, that we don't tolerate hate speech. We don't tolerate violence or threats of violence in this country. The government's engaged directly with affected communities, and temples will continue to do so. We've also engaged with the Indian government. We've made clear we understand their concerns. In relation to the first part of your question, I'm aware of the non-binding poll you mentioned and plans for future polls. I would note it has no legal effect. I'd also note the peaceful expression of different views is an important part of our democracy. Obviously, Australia respects the rights of individuals to engage in peaceful protest. Our society, our democracy supports the non-violent expression of views. I want to underscore what I said earlier. The Indian diaspora are valued and important contributors to Australian society, to our resilient multicultural society. And I hope all of us in this place and the government will continue to work with each other and across the community to foster greater social cohesion, greater understanding and the inclusion of diaspora communities.
Chair, can I just on that briefly? Has the department had any engagement with ASIO in relation to extremist ideologies or views that pose any threat, and making sure vigilance across all of Australia's security enforcement agencies in monitoring and preventing such actions?
Senator Birmingham, you'll understand, of course, I won't go into discussions that we have on those sorts of issues with ASIO, but of course we do work closely with them on security matters.
Thanks, Minister. Thank you. Thanks, Senator. I have some other questions now on the Pacific Islands Forum. Thank you. Hi, Mr. McDonald. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too, Senator Green.
Thank you. Can you provide an update, please, on the current state of the membership of the Pacific Island Forum?
So thank you, Senator Green, for your question. Things are looking fairly positive in terms of the PIF. The Kiribati president has indicated their intention to rejoin the Pacific Island Forum. That is great news for all the Pacific family, and it's a great credit to Pacific leaders who've been working with Fiji as the chair of the PIF to engage with Kiribati and also the Micronesian leaders as well. There was also agreement earlier this week on the Micronesian countries in terms of the Suva Agreement, which is an agreement between Pacific Island Forum leaders to meet the concerns of the Kiribati leadership and the Micronesian leadership. And Ms Peake can provide some more detail on that, but it's a very good outcome from that grouping that will be considered by the Pacific leaders next week.
Great.
So Ms Peake.
Thank you. Elizabeth Peake, Deputy Head of the Office of the Pacific. As Mr McDonald said, at the Micronesian President Summit, 21st one was held earlier this month on the 13th of February. All of the Micronesian leaders came together to discuss the Suva Agreement and how it would be operationalised from a Micronesian perspective. The Micronesian presidents publicly have put out a statement indicating that the Pacific Islands Forum sub-regional office would be located in Kiribati, that the Federated States of Micronesia will host a permanent office of the Micronesian President Summit. The Pacific Ocean Commissioner Office will be in Palau, and Marshall Islands would put its name forward for the next Pacific Oceans Commissioner. As Mr McDonald said, in the special leaders meeting that's upcoming for Pacific Island leaders, that will all be considered in that forum and likely confirmed.
Can I just ask, just sort of taking us back a step, in terms of Australia's response or the role that we played, how did we respond to the withdrawal of Kiribati from the PIF? And what I understand we might have provided, that meeting in Fiji was quite important and significant with the new Prime Minister, Fiji's new Prime Minister. And I understand we might have provided some support or played a role to facilitate that. And I just wondered if you could let us know how that went.
Yeah, so Senator Green, we have played a role in the background under the leadership of the Pacific family who need to work through these issues. Ms Peake has played a very key role in that, in supporting officials across the board. Australia, particularly during the period where Kiribati departed from the PIF to now, has offered support as needed, particularly in the context of COVID and the ability to travel to different places for people to meet. The most recent of that was Fiji Prime Minister Rabuka, who, as Fiji's chair, given the change of Prime Minister, played an integral role in the meeting he had with President Mamel from Kiribati. The issue with that was the commercial availability of flights to be able to get to Tarawa and back again to Fiji, and Australia provided support, transport support for that, and other support in the background. We also took quite a deal of goods and products, medical supplies to Kiribati, and Kiribati, of course, has not been open for quite a period of time. So Australia's been in the background, and Ms Peake in particular has played a very critical role for us.
Thanks, Mr McDonald. Minister.
Just a couple of things to add. First, can I just say, place on record publicly, obviously the unity of the Pacific Island Forum we think is very important. I want to acknowledge the role that Prime Minister Ambuka played and also President Mau in working through some of the issues of the past. I think it's a really welcome development. I look forward to representing the Prime Minister at the Pacific Island Forum. Is that next week?
This
coming week, the weeks next week. And I can also indicate, Senator, I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to travel to Kiribati as well, which hasn't happened for some time. So I'm really grateful for that opportunity. And thanks to President Mau for inviting me to visit.
Thank you. Just get an indication of time. I've got a few more questions to go, but I can...
A few more, then I'll hand over.
Okay. Well, on just one issue, I guess, that has come out of the Pacific Islands Forum around the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. I think it was endorsed by PIF leaders in the last year. We understand, or I guess a lot of people do understand that climate change and oceans are incredibly important for our Pacific neighbours and the way that we support them through that. Can you just explain, in terms of that strategy, what are the main themes and how are we supporting the delivery of that strategy?
Yeah, so Ms Peake can provide some detail on that. I think one of the most important things about that strategy is the way it was developed by all Pacific leaders. So it's a very encompassing strategy for the region going forward, and it's if you like, the guideline for other partners to support the Pacific in terms of their priorities. So Ms Peake.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The 2050 strategy was launched at the Pacific Islands Forum last year, and it was the culmination of extensive consultation at the political level, but also at community level all through the Pacific for a number of years. It was tasked by Pacific Island Forum leaders to provide a longer term vision so that Pacific leaders could set the direction up to 2050. There are of course a lot of global forces that are at play, and the Pacific Island Forum leaders were very, very clear that they wanted to have agency as they move forward and set their priorities. And the 2050 strategy is, as it's been known in the forum, the Northern Star. Yeah. So this year is a year of implementation. There's a process of being very specific about what the strategy would result in implementation, so that development partners in particular can get in the slipstream of that. For Australia's part, we will chair one of the many committees that are looking at implementation, including on people-centred development. We also have highlighted the 2050 strategy to other partners that are engaging in the Pacific, and most prominently the partners of the Blue Pacific, which was a group of like-minded countries that want to coordinate better on donor assistance in the region. We were very strong in advocating that the 2050 strategy has to be central to their support. And if you see when the Partners of the Blue Pacific was launched last year, 2050 strategy was all through the documents, and the partners have a very strong commitment to getting behind Pacific regionalism, institutions and Pacific priorities.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just one more question and I'll hand over the call. I know.
We'll come back to this topic later.
Yeah, I've got lots of questions on a few other topics, but I might just go to you, Minister. I understand you've visited roughly 14 Pacific Island countries in your time. So you've a lot of experience in having this discussion. From those visits, what has been the response to Australia's shift in climate policies, and how important it is going forward to keep those discussions with our Pacific Island neighbours around climate policy?
Perhaps the best way of underscoring or emphasising how important it is to go back to the Boyd Declaration, in which Pacific Island leaders themselves said this climate change is their number one national security challenge, it's their number one development challenge, it's their number one economic challenge. And contrary to the sort of, frankly, irrational debate in this country, I don't include Senator Birmingham in that, but by members of his party and others. What has always struck me about the Pacific, from the time I did the bipartisan trips with Julie Bishop, is that climate change isn't a political contest, it's a reality. So it doesn't matter where people sit on the political spectrum, it doesn't matter where leaders are, it is not a discussion in which there's a fight about whether it's real or a fight about how to deal with it. It is an urgent, existential, national security, economic and human development challenge. For Pacific Island nations who see and live the effects of climate change, not just on, in atoll nations where they see sea level rise and so they lose land, but on salinity, on what's happening in terms of the pattern of fish stocks, on access to water, fresh water, on so many fronts. This is real, and their relationship with ocean is, profoundly different. It is economic, social, cultural, spiritual. And I think part of what is important to those I meet is that we seek to deal with it respectfully, and we seek to listen to that perspective, because so much of how, frankly, Mr Morrison and others dealt with it was to tell them why this was wrong. I'm also quite honest with them. I say, I talk to them about the level of ambition. I talk to them about what our government believes, but I'm clear about the sort of transition that we're taking, and I make the point, we are an energy-intensive, emissions-intensive economy. I talk about how the level of ambition will have to actually be met and that we're serious about meeting it. Hence the safeguards mechanism, which very disappointing that we see the Liberals and the Greens again combining to press against climate action. But I talk about the transition that's required in a short space. So we're 2023. I think we're just over, 40% renewable in our domestic energy. By 2030, we'll need to be over 80%. So I talk about that transition and what we are trying to do to drive it. So of course, they would urge more, always, which I respect. Yeah. And I understand, I would too. But I think they are, if I may say, appreciative that we have a level of ambition, B, that there's a government, but not just a government, a parliament that's been elected that actually wants to act on climate.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Claire Chandler, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you very much, Chair. I have some questions about Iran. If the relevant officials could come to the table, please.
Are you done with 6?
Earlier this week, the Minister for Home Affairs confirmed that the Islamic Republic of Iran government had directed the surveillance and home invasion of an Australian resident. When was DFAT advised of this incident?
Well, we're not doing that in a public forum, Senator. If you want private briefings, we're not going to discuss that kind of thing in this forum.
Minister, when were you advised of this?
I just said we're not going to discuss this in a private forum. A specific case relating to foreign interference.
I do recognise that, Senator Wong, Minister, but I also want to draw your attention to the comments from Minister O'Neill earlier this week that we have to stop this, in relation to foreign interference, from happening in the shadows. We have to bring it into the light. We are only going to solve these issues if we have a trusting, open and accountable conversation with the Australian public about what this problem is. So I hope that we can keep those comments from the Minister in mind, given that that was a public speech that she made on Tuesday when we're addressing these questions today. What action from a foreign affairs perspective has Australia taken as a result of being targeted with a serious foreign interference activity by the IRI?
Well, I think, again, Senator, we won't be talking about the specific
We asked questions
cases.
about a specific case.
The Minister for Home Affairs was happy to talk about a specific case on Tuesday morning. Were any IRI diplomats expelled? Did the government downgrade our relations? What?
Some of these issues are issues your party has been briefed on. I will see. Some of these are issues for Home Affairs. I don't know if Mr. McLaughlin can assist in any way. What is your question actually? Your question is
What action has been taken?
Yeah, well,
following these these public statements from your Home Affairs Minister advising of serious foreign interference on Australian soil.
The Australian government has a very clear view. I think the Australian Parliament and society has a clear view that foreign interference is unacceptable. We have laws in place which were put in place with bipartisan support. I think I was on the PJCIS when we resolved those. I think the Home Affairs Minister has made clear that we will take the appropriate enforcement action, and I think it is good to be very clear and open about the fact that we regard it as unacceptable. But in terms of specific responses, I'd refer you to that department.
Is the department...
Is this a distinctly different approach that Home Affairs has been more willing and indeed expressly indicated it sees merit in talking more openly about issues of foreign interference, but DFAT appears to be more reluctant to do so?
No. We were asked about a specific case and what we'd done about it, and I'm not going to do that.
Senator Chandler moved off of the specific case to a more general question.
I didn't understand. Well, if you have questions about Ms O'Neill's speech, obviously they'd be directed to the Minister representing her in the appropriate portfolio. But perhaps I could deal with it this way in order to be helpful. Ms O'Neill in her speech talked about Australia not tolerating hostile acts. I think you may have noted I have made and deliberately made a number of public statements, including in the Parliament, which have included similar sentiments, because I think it is important that we are clear publicly and to the community about that governments view as to the importance of democratic rights, people's right to protest, and the importance of protecting citizens in the face of foreign interference. So the sentiment, I think, has been expressed by both ministers.
Is the department aware of whether any of the individuals identified as being involved in this surveillance activity were affiliated with the Iranian embassy, the IRGC, or were they here on diplomatic visas?
Well, once again, Senator, it won't be appropriate for us to talk about specific individuals and what ASIO or Home Affairs had to do with them.
It is a little frustrating, given that the Home Affairs Minister did specifically name up this individual case in her speech on Tuesday, and she said, and I quote, "I just want to step back and say we have someone living here in our country who has been followed, watched and photographed. Their home was invaded by people at the direction of a foreign power." I think it's fair enough that we should be able to know what actions have occurred as a result of
I refer you to her public statements, which is ASIO tracked the operation and shut it down immediately. But I would say to you, Senator Chandler, at no point does this committee or any other committee go into operational details, which is what you're seeking. I have great regard, and I think everybody does, for the capacity of our agencies, including ASIO, to deal with such matters.
As part of the committee inquiry into Iran, I think it was in regards to that, or it might have been in regards to a Quan from last estimates. The department provided, apologies, it was in terms of the inquiry, a very handy table of the dates when the department had met with the Iranian embassy and the issues that were raised. I note that you met with the embassy on the 10th of January 2023. I haven't got the name of who was in that meeting in front of me. I assume it was the Secretary, or was it you, Mr Innes-Brown?
Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East, Africa and Afghanistan Division. Yes, I was involved in that meeting on the 10th of January.
And you said in that meeting, in the information that was provided to the committee, that you raised the execution of 2 protesters on the 7th of January in Iran's response to the crackdown on protesters. Was there any conversation in that meeting about the foreign interference that Minister O'Neill referred to?
Senator, as is outlined there, the thrust of that particular engagement was it came after another 2 individuals have been executed, and to clearly explain our deep unhappiness about what had taken place, I called in the Chargé to convey the Australian government's views on that.
Can I indicate also, and really, Senator, I would encourage you, although Home Affairs might have occurred, obviously these are matters that appropriately raised with Home Affairs and ASIO, but I understand Minister O'Neill and Mr Dreyfus, in addition, conducted a roundtable yesterday with Iranian community representatives specifically on the foreign interference point.
Well, that's good to hear. I'll try a broader question. Does this harassment of Australian citizens change the government's previous stance on relations with the IRI, including the maintenance of their embassy here in Canberra?
Well, Senator, I think we maintain diplomatic relations. We have for a long time. Foreign interference is an issue that obviously this and previous governments have been alive to, so it's not a new phenomenon. This media, public discussion of a particular case doesn't change the fundamentals of either of those aspects, either the phenomenon of foreign interference and our determination to counter it, or the maintenance of diplomatic relations.
So there is no change in the stance based on these revelations?
They're not necessarily you're linking two issues which may not be linked.
Okay. Just quickly, if I may, on indulgence, Chair, I do have some questions about sanctions on Iran, given that we have the relevant officials at the table. The government's second round of sanctions on Iranian officials responsible for violence and human rights abuses were formally enacted on the 1st of February 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
In its submission to the Senate inquiry that I mentioned earlier on the human rights implications of violence in Iran, the department said that foreshadowing future sanctions would provide possible targets with prior notice, allowing them to move any of their assets outside of Australia's jurisdiction and reducing the effectiveness of any listing. I assume those words are familiar to those within the department. So why was the media tipped off about these sanctions on the 31st of January, given the sanctions didn't take effect until the following day?
I don't know what they were.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not aware. I'm not aware they were. So.
I have an article here in The Guardian dated Tuesday the 31st of January titled "Australia Imposes Sanctions on Iranian Officials and Myanmar's Military Ruler."
I will... Okay, thank you, Mr Walters.
Senator Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Regulatory and Legal Policy Division. Well, I don't know anything about tip-offs. When we register, as we're required to do, new listings under our sanctions regimes, they are listed, they are registered the day before they come into effect on the Federal Register of Legislation. Many media outlets receive alerts when registrations are updated, so they regularly become aware at the time the instrument is registered rather than comes into effect. And I think we did that about 10 o'clock the night before.
Yeah, so there was...
So it would come into effect at... Sorry, Minister.
That's right. Can I be clear with you, Ms Chandler? I don't think what you're asserting is correct, and I'll go back and check timeframes, but my recollection, I was travelling, we had a time difference issue, but I recall getting this advice about when things took effect. So the press release is not the legal instrument which gives effect to the sanction.
No, I figured that. The list of this consolidated list of sanctions that I have looked at has the control date as the 1st of February. So potentially on notice, and I might put some questions to step this time frame out in more detail, but understanding when that information might have ended up in the public domain and like you're referring to, Mr Walter, I think that would be useful to know. Just given we do have media reporting from the day before.
So two things there. The registration, the act of registering the instrument occurs the day before the instrument comes into effect. And at that point, people can begin to access it. It's not legally effective, but it can begin to be accessed. And I think that was about 10 p.m. the night before.
Australian time.
Australian time.
Australian time.
The consolidated list we updated about 9 a.m. on the 1st, if I recall correctly.
Given that the Attorney-General's Department made a late submission on the 31st of January to that same inquiry, was there any consideration at DFAT of advising the inquiry of those sanctions that were going to be effective of the 1st of February?
No. Again, we avoid at all costs tipping off anyone that sanctions may come into effect, and the reason for that is to stop the movement of assets out of Australia, which of course can occur very quickly now.
But it was the day before, and you've already said there's a chance that that information was on the internet somewhere on the 31st of January.
For about 95 minutes.
Okay.
During the officials also agreed to take it on notice.
Yes, that's true. Sorry, apologies, Chair. Thank you. Just one more from me. During the Senate inquiry into the Iran crisis, the department told the committee that with decisions the Australian government takes to impose sanctions, the timings of these are considered with regard to our national interest in an Australian context. Can you tell us why then it was within our national interest to wait until Human Rights Day on the 10th of December to announce our first round of sanctions on Iran, and then on the eve of the Senate inquiry report to announce the second?
You know, Senator Chandler, I have to say in this context, given what is happening in Iran, given how much we are seeking to do, I regret the tone of partisanship with which you approach these issues, and including through the Senate inquiry. It's a matter for you, but it's not the way in which these matters have been dealt with. This government has worked more than any previous government. We have imposed, we've done more work on human rights in relation to Iran than any previous Australian government. It doesn't appear that briefings to you change, or to your party, change the partisan tone of your questions. We make judgments about sanctions. We've made those judgments. I didn't respond to the question about the embassy by making the point that your government and your governments since 1968 have maintained diplomatic relations with Iran through some pretty difficult periods, not because it's a reward, because it's a channel for Australian interests to be prosecuted. It's a way of engaging. I'll take on notice your question. Obviously, these are issues that we've been considering for some time. I can indicate to you also that I have asked the department to look at expanding our autonomous sanctions regime in relation to Iran as a, let me get, Mr Walton always tells me, do I call it a regulatory framework or legislative framework? What would you like me to call it?
Lovely.
The framework which enables the autonomous regimes as opposed to UN sanctions. As I said to members of the Iranian community yesterday, what was, you know, the only thing that, well, the brutality of the regime, which we all stand against, is at a threshold which is devastating and tragic. The Iranian people have been and are courageous in the face of the brutality. I regret that we live in a world where, you know, we can't change that. But what we can do is speak with one voice to try and put pressure on the regime, and that's what this government is seeking to do.
Thank you for those comments, Senator Wong. I do disagree with your assertion that my questions are partisan in nature. These are concerns that have been raised with me directly by the Iranian community, Senator Wong.
The whole way in which you've dealt with this has been partisan.
These concerns
and that is regrettable.
These concerns have been raised with me by the Iranian community.
And we are...
Senators.
People are dying.
Senator Wong.
And I find some of the way in which you've dealt with this really regrettable.
I regret the fact that you have characterised my concerns in that way. That's all from me, Chair.
I mean, for example, you should know, Senator Chandler, I hope you're going to be consistent. The TPV decision that you and your colleagues are very opposed to, do you know how many Iranians will stay as a consequence of that? 6,000. So if you're really serious about protecting Iranian Australians and those who are here and not sending them back to a brutal regime, then maybe you might acknowledge that that decision protects 6,000 people.
Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I would like to ask some questions about First Nations.
Senator Cox. Sorry?
It's a bit low on you. And I understand that you and I have had some...
Yeah, I appreciate your engagement on this. I think Mr Brazier has been handling the First Nations ambassador process, so
he might be the person you want to ask.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And I believe you are in the final stages of appointing that ambassador. So I really look forward to working with them and looking forward to the announcement. So I just wanted to get a few things on the record and just clarify that this is a new position. Is that correct?
That's right, Senator.
And I know that obviously then this is an evolving piece and those exact roles are not necessarily set in stone yet, but I just want some clarity on will the First Nations ambassador have a diplomatic immunity, diplomatic passport and other key features that come with diplomatic status?
Well, I think, sorry, perhaps I'll jump in. That's a general question. Our Australian ambassadors would have either an official or a diplomatic passport, depending on the places that they travel to and the sort of requirements. Generally, Australian officials don't have diplomatic passports, but perhaps I'll undertake to follow up on that if there's anything I can add usefully.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you so much. Can you, so is there any scope for the ambassadors sort of to be elevated to diplomatic status?
Sorry, it's maybe...
Well, the ambassador is an ambassador,
Yes.
which is a diplomatic term, of course, and will be involved in prosecution of Australia's foreign policy interests overseas. So, in a general sense, the ambassador absolutely has a diplomatic role and status.
Okay. Can you outline for me what treaties, conventions, declarations and agreements the ambassador position will be responsible for overseeing and helping to implement?
Senator, the one that comes to mind is the United Nations Declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples, and I'll ask Ms Smith to expand on that.
Senator Natasha Smith, First Assistant Secretary of the Multilateral Policy and Human Rights Division. Mr Brazier is right, I suppose principal international process is around the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, so UNDRIP. I wouldn't say that the ambassador will have the responsibility for it, but they will certainly be engaging on that declaration in multilateral fora as part of their role.
Okay, thank you. So it is Labor's intention of actually passing that after it comes out of the committee stage, is that right?
Senator, no, that's not what I was referring to. The declaration exists. We already engage on the declaration in a range of multilateral fora, including the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and in the Human Rights Council, because we have we endorse the declaration, but as a declaration and not a treaty, there's not a kind of next stage, if you like.
I'm well aware of that, Ms Smith, and my former colleague Senator Thorpe has a private senator's bill in the name of in the form of the implementation of UNDRIP. So I just want to have a better understanding of this is the intention of the government to proceed and move forward with actually implementing this rather than loosely continuing to have conversations in international fora about this, gives us no mechanism of accountability, particularly when we are moving to areas such as Article 18 in UNDRIP, a voice to Parliament. So, this is a really important mechanism that we need to make sure is undertaken both with goodwill but also with the intention of transparency and accountability, and that the government take this seriously. So I just want to have a better understanding that this is the intention and that we are moving forward in the same frame.
Senator, thank you. On the domestic aspects of the declaration, that's something that would be best taken up with the National Indigenous Australians Agency. Our role is the international side and they're the domestic side of things.
Okay, I'll tend to take that up tomorrow then,
Can I
cross-portfolio.
just say, there's obviously something our members of our First Nations caucus are also engaged upon in a domestic context. So.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator Cox, do you have any Any
Just
further
one-
question?
one-
More? Because
one
we are
more,
due to break
yes.
at 11, so if you could make it quick and we'll
Shift
break
everything
one.
by 5.
Yes, it will be very, very short. Just that currently in the expression of interest for the position, and I realise that you're in the final stages of selection process, but it actually talks about government's foreign policy. Is this an established policy, or is this going to be a separate First Nations policy that's in the development by the ambassador?
It's a new policy, Senator. It's been the subject of announcements and speeches by the Prime Minister, by the Foreign Minister. It builds on some existing work done by the department in the Indigenous space, but this is absolutely a new government policy. When the ambassador is selected and starts, the central part of that person's work is to consult with community to build out and to shape it more fully.
But I do want to make the point, this is part of Australia's foreign policy. So it's not separate in the sense of, obviously we have a national foreign policy, but it is a way of ensuring that the interests of, the perspectives of, and the engagement of First Nations people is integrated into what we do as a country. So that is a new policy approach.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you,
and on
Chair.
that note, we'll suspend for 15 minutes for morning tea. Thank you. Ask everyone just to take their seats before we commence. All right, thank you. We'll return to questions. Senator Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some more questions on the Pacific. If we could go to there. Just let the officials come to the table. Thank you. Welcome back. I just have some questions about the Prime Minister's recent visit to Papua New Guinea. That visit took place in January. Obviously, I think it's well known I was very lucky to be a part of that visit. But I wondered whether you could update us on both Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Albanese and Marape, committing to conclude negotiations on a bilateral security treaty by April this year.
Okay, well,
One of the main things that came out of the visit. But if you would like to say a few things about the visit, go.
So, Senator Green, it was, as you know, an excellent visit earlier this year in January, and of course you were part of that delegation and saw that firsthand. I think that particular visit was a culmination, if you like, of a number of visits from the government leading to the Prime Ministers. So the Foreign Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and of course Minister Conroy, and then the Prime Minister's visit itself. It was also the 5th meeting of the Prime Ministers since the election. So Prime Minister Marape and Prime Minister Albanese know each other very well. So the visit itself, I think, showed very much the respect and the high regard the relationship is in. Prime Minister Albanese was the first foreign leader to present to the Parliament in PNG, and of course PNG sees that as their house, the Parliamentary House, and from my point of view, having done a number of trips, the doors were very wide open for Australia and for the Prime Minister, and you will recall the Prime Minister mentioned how honoured he was to be given that privilege, and also that honour flows through to Australia itself. He also highlighted during that, I think, 2 things that are really important to the relationship. One is around us being equals, and also that we're friends with a long history together, and of course our geographic proximity to each other, etc. So those strong bonds were very evident, and our partnership, I think, was very evident. Of course, one of the key things you mentioned to come out of that was the bilateral security treaty, and that treaty is, I suppose, a natural progression of our relationship, and sort of builds on some of the regional discussion we had earlier around family first in terms of our security relationship in the region. That will also, I think, flow through in terms of our achievement of the bilateral security treaty that, as Foreign Minister Wong said earlier, the concept of security being quite wide, so taking account of the Boy Declaration and the Bukit-Tawar Declaration will be very important. And the officials had their first meeting in relation to this yesterday, and Australia at PNG's request provided zero draft of that text, and discussions will now be ongoing, overseen by Minister Wong and Minister Kishenko, with an end date of 30 April for those negotiations. The final thing I'd say on the bilateral security treaty is that the discussions yesterday were very open, and I think was a good basis for going forward. And of course there'll be further discussion later this week when the ministers meet.
Yeah, just to, perhaps can I just supplement that and just in one, on one point, which is we have I'll be pleased tomorrow to be participating in the Australia PNG Ministerial Forum. We have 16 PNG ministers, I think 9 or 10 Australian ministers, participating in that. Obviously, in addition to that, I'll be dealing with Minister Tkachenko, but we really are, and I'll be pleased to host them for dinner tonight. We're really pleased that so many PNG ministers are making the effort to come to Australia.
Thank you, Minister. On the treaty, I understand you're still working on the details from interactions while I was on the visit, and I know from public commentary there's some what we would consider, I guess, non-traditional security challenges that PNG faces. Are they going to be covered by the treaty, and what types of security interests are our partners looking at, including in this type of treaty?
Yeah, so I suppose, Senator, subject to the agreement of both countries, but it's certainly looking at the concept of security in a very broad way. And what the bilateral security treaty is intending to do is strengthen our position as security partners, as I said earlier. And I suppose two keys to that are sovereignty and resilience. There are two concepts that we're really focused on. The other is to solidify the regional agreements and understandings that are in place, as I mentioned earlier, like the Boy Declaration, but also the PIF leaders' communique at the last meeting around regionalism and foreign family first. They were another concept we're looking at. In terms of the evolving nature of security, some of the concepts that we'll be discussing would be around climate change, cyber security, which is really emerging as a major issue in the region, economic elements of statecraft, and of course the strategic environment we find ourselves in. So the idea is to capture the breadth of our relationship and to provide a mandate for further work in areas of interest. So quite a broad look at security.
Okay, thank you. And there's a commitment to conclude negotiations soon in April. Well,
yes, the foreign ministers are watching us.
And the Prime Ministers are watching us. I think that's how it goes, isn't it?
That's how it goes. So yes, the public commitment by the Prime Ministers that the foreign ministers would oversee the negotiations of the officials with a completion date of 30 April or earlier. I think yesterday showed the joint commitment amongst officials to do that. And I should have mentioned earlier that on that trip, the Prime Minister also, of course, visited the Grand Chief, Michael Somari's place of rest, which, as you know, was a very moving event as well.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Just to another treaty that was signed in December, I understand Australia signed a bilateral security agreement with Vanuatu. Can you just step us through that, how the treaty came about, and what is the benefit to Vanuatu in that agreement?
Yes, I can, but I will ask Ms Peake, who was heavily involved in that one, to provide a bit more detail. But this security treaty was signed as part of the bipartisan visit in December, and it was under development for some time. But Ms Peake, I might hand to you on that.
Thank you. Elizabeth Peake, Deputy Head of the Office of the Pacific. As Mr McDonald said, it was signed on the 13th of December during the bipartisan visit to Vanuatu. It was the culmination of negotiations since 2018. 2018 is important because that was when the Boy Declaration was first agreed by our Pacific Island Forum leaders. So this is one of our first bilateral security treaties to have that very broad sense of security, from climate change all the way to traditional security measures. It builds on a very long-standing foundation of security cooperation with Vanuatu, and it does a few things. One is that it confirms the very close security relationship that we have, and that Australia is the principal security partner for Vanuatu. It provides a legal framework to allow us to deploy Australians, whether it be police or humanitarian officials, to support Vanuatu on security matters. And it also establishes a new dialogue, so that we have a formal dialogue to discuss security cooperation and a framework for information exchange. It was immediately put on our website very soon after the signing, given our commitment with all our treaties to full transparency.
Thank you. And you touched on this, but picking up on our discussion around the proposed bilateral treaty with Papua New Guinea, the treaty, it also looks at these, what we would consider non-traditional security challenges, such as climate change or cyber security. Is that covered by the Vanuatu bilateral agreement as well?
It is,
yeah.
It is.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. I might leave that there.
You're most welcome. Senator Birmingham, I'll give you the call.
Sorry, I'm done. Can I say thank you, Mr McDonald, for your support from myself individually during that visit, and for your whole team. It was very successful, and I really thank you for your help.
That's appreciated. Very much appreciated, Senator.
Thanks.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. I might go to a couple of corporate questions quickly if I can. So I firstly ask, what is the latest year-to-date financial year travel expenditure for the department?
Year-to-date travel expenditure, is that what I heard?
Correct.
I'll have to ask for some assistance.
Assistance
on
is
the data.
moving to the table,
department.
Secretary.
Yes, for the whole department.
That's the question.
That's the question. Three lots of assistance there. Ms Walsh.
Good morning, Senators. Claire Walsh, Chief Operating Officer. Senator Birmingham, can I just confirm you're asking about departmental travel or ministerial travel?
Departmental.
Thank you. I'm going to hand to the Chief Finance Officer for that.
Thank you, Senator. Brad Medland, Chief Financial Officer at the Department. As of the 31st of December, The total travel for the department is $37,422,000.
37.4 mil as at the halfway point in the financial year. Thanks. So can I just track back from there then? In the March 2022 budget, the estimated travel costs for the department were $46.1 million. Is that I believe was revealed in Quan 137? Is that correct?
I haven't got the question on notice with me, Senator, but I can certainly confirm that.
Quan 137 indicated the March budget had a total financial year travel budget for the department of 46.1, and the October budget saw that increase by 15.7 million to 61.8. Can you detail reasons for that increase between March and October in terms of the departmental travel budget?
Senator, I think what we're finding is in March we weren't anticipating as many overseas trips. Things post-pandemic are going back to a more normal cadence of travel. And then what we're finding is the cost of each individual trip is costing more than it was prior to the pandemic. So those things combined are what is causing the increase in expenses.
So given you've spent significantly more than half of the increased budget by 31 December, do you anticipate being able to operate within the existing budget for travel?
So that is our anticipation, but clearly we have flexibility to move budgets between expense categories, and we'll continue to monitor all expenses throughout the year and reallocate as required.
So you're still sticking by 61.8 as the budget, or has that been revised?
So at this point, we haven't revised it formally, but we will continue to monitor it through part of our monthly reporting.
Wouldn't really be practical to expect that you could now bring that rate down significantly without cutting actual operations in the department, though, would it?
So it might be that we can reallocate within and across expense categories, or it might be that over the December-January period things had slowed down a little bit. But yes, we will struggle to pull it back significantly, but it will continue to be monitored.
So the department received a $15.7 million increase in its travel budget for this financial year with the change of government. It's actually spending at a rate significantly above that at present, yet it also has a target to meet in terms of its $34.4 million reduction across labour, advertising, travel and legal expenses. Has the department determined how it's going to meet that reduction target set by finance, and in terms of where those savings are coming from, how is that practical when you're exceeding the already increased travel budget?
So I think we would be looking at identifying those savings across the whole of the departmental budget. Yes, we will be focusing on travel, advertising, consultancies and contractors. And as part of the reallocation, we'd be looking to factor that saving in.
Well, we're now into the 8th month of the financial year. Where are the finance savings applied across all departments actually being secured within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade?
So as I said, the identification would not be specifically allocated. It would be in the broad that would be looking to find those savings.
Well, where have you found them?
So there would be some savings that have been generated through changes in So changes in the way we manage our general expenses. So travel will continue to be monitored, but the specifics of reducing trips or allocations is not how the budget is managed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to, sorry, Mr. I can't quite see your nameplate behind the microphone. Mr. Medland, sorry. Mr. Medland, just trying to understand here, was a government election commitment in terms of savings across all of government applied by Department of Finance in last year's budget to identify, which was then reflected in the budget to Foreign Affairs, a $34.4 million reduction in external labour, advertising, travel or legal. When last asked, you were working through an assessment of the implications of this and how it would be achieved. You're only giving me generalisms in terms of how that is actually going to be met, and it's against a situation where the government gave a separate top-up to the travel budget to DFAT anyway, and you're exceeding that even with the top-up. So it either looks like you're not going to be able to meet the finance targets, or there's just a fair bit of fudging going on in terms of creating an apparent saving whilst giving more money anyway.
So I wouldn't categorise it as fudging. We are definitely
I wouldn't expect that you would, Mr. Medland, but that doesn't mean it may not be fudging.
No,
maybe from finance rather than yourself, of course.
So I think we would be looking at all of our discretionary spending. So travel is one component of that, but we're also looking at our contractors. So where we can reduce contractors on discretionary projects or discretionary activities, we'd be looking to do that. And so rather than coming up with a specific reduction in contractors, we'd be looking at that on an ongoing basis and monitoring the overall budget on a month-by-month basis to see how we're factoring that target in.
Can you identify any reduction in contractors?
So I could take that on notice, but we are definitely looking at that.
Could you identify any reduction in advertising?
So not specifically, Senator.
Could you identify any reduction in legal?
So legal would be a demand-driven expense based on the needs of the legal advice we require. There is in-house legal advice and outsourced legal advice, but I think the criticality of getting the right advice is what we're focusing on rather than trying to find savings in legal.
And I know you can't identify any savings in travel because it's already running well above budget. So it doesn't give great confidence in terms of these savings being real savings that the government is imposing. Are there any strategies in place, given they're meant to be ongoing past this financial year, to actually be able to provide to finance what is feasible for the department to meet?
Sorry, Senator. Can I just say from my point of view, with my CFO, we are managing our entire budget within our allocations. Of course, you know well it doesn't work that you have very rigid lines for particular forms of expenditure, but in terms of the savings being real, I mean, they're real in the sense that they affect our allocations and we're operating within our allocations.
Cool. But practically for a department like yours, you don't have huge advertising expenses. You don't have huge external contractor expenses like some of the service delivery departments do. Your operations are dependent upon travel in large part, and Mr. Medland just said legal is largely demand driven. So really, the government's intent to try to apply an efficiency expressly targeted at those areas really isn't a practical one to seek to apply in those ways to this department. You've just said it yourself, Ms Adams. You'll largely meet it, if you can meet it within budget, probably by finding the savings elsewhere, won't you?
Senator, it's probably a question to Senator Gallagher, not me. And obviously every portfolio minister at these tables and estimates would probably, in their heart of hearts, not want anything more contributed by their department and would want more resources.
we inherited a very difficult set of fiscal circumstances. I'm not going to divert into, I won't do a Senator Cormann to you and start talking about your record as Finance Minister, but, you know, there are proportional savings that were allocated from memory centrally, and you know, we are seeking to manage it within that, in the context also where other additional funding was provided to the department.
Quan 138 advises the department's undertaking an internal review, or was undertaking an internal review of its overseas network, expected to be concluded early now this year. Has that review concluded?
Senator, yes, thank you. That internal review has concluded.
What were the findings of that review?
Well, we haven't made it a public document. It's a report to me about the pressures in the network in terms of staffing footprint and current and expected pressures, demand work pressures. We are considering that and what we are able to address in the short term or over a longer period. So it's an internal management tool from my point of view.
Did the review's scope extend to looking at the composition of the overseas network in terms of the number of posts, or was it purely operational in terms of the general requirements within posts?
We looked at both. We looked at whether our network, the geographic footprint, if you like, of our network was the right one for our current economic development, foreign policy priorities. And we asked ourselves the question, you know, if and when resources were available, what would make most sense from Australia's national interest if we were to expand. But as you know very well, we have a high concentration of posts in the immediate region, our area of
and
most
even higher concentration after the last few years, yes? So globally, I was also looking at the staffing profile of particular posts, not just DFAT, but of course their whole of government posts in many locations, and just considering where the pressure points were. Can the government rule out cutting any posts?
I don't think we're going to be ruling in or out anything.
Minister?
What the Secretary said. I mean, we will do what we said we'd do, which is to seek to increase Australia's engagement and influence, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. Obviously, it's appropriate, particularly new government, new secretary, new minister, that Ms Adams and her team undertake what they are undertaking, which is to make sure we are optimised. That is sometimes a bit of an opaque word, but you know, spending what are always scarce resources where they have the best, frankly, return on investment for the country, and that's what we'll do.
Has the Minister been briefed on the findings of the internal review?
Not specifically.
What actions are you taking out of the internal review, Ms Adams?
Both looking at what we can do ourselves internally in response to pressures. It can take the form of, for example, short-term supplementation for posts that have additional workload, be they hosting G20 or things like that, and looking to longer term, if there's cases to be made for significant alterations, then you know I will put those to my minister as appropriate.
Does the review identify underrepresentation in parts of the world?
I wouldn't say it's under or over. It's really a question of in our budget allocation, do we have our resources in the right places to align with our national priorities?
But I mean, I don't think anybody who's sat in this chair or had this role, Senator, would not want more resources. I'm sure Ms Bishop would have preferred to have more resources around the world. I'm sure Senator Payne did, but we have to work out where we most need and want, as the Secretary said. And
Certainly, Minister, in the past role you alluded to before, I found it much harder to get ministers to bring forward savings proposals than spending proposals, particularly savings proposals that weren't Washington monuments.
Well, on that note,
but we'll put some questions on notice around the scope.
I will rotate the call over to Senator Steele-John. You have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, you've travelled extensively around our region. Have you received feedback from our regional neighbours that indicates their concern about Australia's involvement with the AUKUS agreement?
Involvement in the
AUKUS agreement.
AUKUS has been I'm going to talk in general terms, obviously, because I don't tend to sort of talk in specific terms about discussion with counterparts, but and actually it goes to the discussion before that Senator Birmingham and I were having about the speech in the UK. There is no doubt that there were aspects of the previous government's announcement in relation to the AUKUS partnership which I think were not well handled and which enabled narratives which are unhelpful to how it is perceived in the region, and that we are managing that. So it has been a feature of my discussions with many countries in the region, and if I may articulate sort of in summary what I say, this is a partnership which it reflects a long-standing and deep technical cooperation with the United States and the United Kingdom. Secondly, in relation to submarines, it is logical and rational that Australia would seek to replace an ageing capability. And I make the broader point, which is I think the point that many countries, particularly in the ASEAN region, are focused on. Australia does not seek to acquire this capability for anything other than contributing to the peace. We see this as an important part of contributing to a strategic equilibrium, which is the basis, is the context for a region which is peaceful, stable, prosperous and respectful of sovereignty. And that is the way we approach this. I have officers here, if you want any more detail, who are deeply engaged on these issues.
That would be useful, yes. So just a list of, would it be possible to provide a kind of list of nations that you've engaged with since becoming minister that have raised the AUKUS agreement?
No, I'm not going to do that because but what I'm happy to say in this forum, it has been a feature of most, if not all, of my bilateral and regional engagement.
Okay.
Not the only thing. There are many other issues, but it is something to, and something I've proactively addressed given some of the issues which have been raised publicly.
Yep. Now, you said that one of the things you've communicated is that it is rational for a nation to seek to replace an ageing capability.
Particularly in the context of a region where we are seeing others substantially grow their military capability.
Mm. One of the points of contention is, of course, the nature of the capability being a nuclear-powered submarine.
Yep.
Have nations raised with you the concern about the potential for an increased nuclearisation and militarisation of the waters of our region?
I would make the 2 points. There's a lot in that, Senator. The first is we don't accept and neither do existing international treaties, including NPT and the Rarotonga Treaty, that nuclear propulsion equals nuclearisation. Australia has, under this government, under previous governments, as a matter of how Australian government operates, we have no intention of ever acquiring a nuclear capability, point one. Secondly, in terms of militarisation, I'd invite you to consider some of the public discussion about the relative militarisation and investment in military hardware, and we are a very minor player in terms of that process. But we all want a peaceful region. We seek to acquire this capability in order to contribute to that. Australia does not seek to dominate. We don't seek to impinge on sovereignty. Quite the opposite. We seek a region, because we are a middle power, where sovereignty is respected. That's the approach that we would take to this capability, and that has been a consistent feature of my public commentary.
My understanding is that the government is currently undertaking a review of Australia's position in relation to the TPNW. Can you confirm this?
Sorry, excuse me, Senator, did you say undertaking a review?
Yes, a review in relation to Australia's position on the TPNW. The Treaty for the Total, the Treaty for the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons.
Those, anybody who can assist on that.
We're here, but I don't, not a review as such, no.
Okay, so what would you describe it as?
Well, I'll defer to the experts, but well, I'll pass to Jeff.
Jeff Robinson, excuse me, Assistant Secretary, Disarmament Strategy and Capability, Office of Arms Control and Counter-Proliferation. It's not a review, but clearly departments were very conscious that the incoming government had a national policy platform in which it undertook to sign and ratify the TPNW, but subject to certain conditions that are well known. And in that context, agencies have been, in anticipation of being asked to provide formal advice, have been actually looking afresh at Australia's position, including in regard to those particular conditions. But ultimately it's up to the government to decide the process and the timing for when it makes a decision.
So at the moment you are reviewing the policy in relation to those conditions. Am I right to understand then that you've been asked to undertake that process of exploration?
No, we haven't formally been asked to do that. We've done it in anticipation that we understand what the incoming government's position was, but it's up to the government to make a decision about process and timing.
So it's up to the government to formally request your advice?
Well, not necessarily in such a way. Of course, when the need arises, we formulate positions as required when there are meetings or when there are particular international discussions where we express positions, but you know, we don't sit waiting to be asked to look at the suite of issues. In this case, we're talking about disarmament policy. It's part of very sort of serious, active work on disarmament across the board.
Serious active work. Is that complete? Have you finished that process of?
Well, I was really sorry. Excuse me.
Yes,
sorry.
Please.
Sorry. Excuse me. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Please go ahead.
I meant to mean serious, active work on the broad policy area of disarmament.
So, Mr. Robinson has shared with us that in anticipation of.
Just hang on. That's an important point which you don't seem to, with respect, Senator, you've disregarded. The TPNW is not the primary mechanism by which Australia engages in the world in order to progress the ambition of a world free of nuclear weapons. The primary international arrangement framework for that is the NPT. and we are very active in relation to the NPT.
So I'm seeking to understand from Mr. Robinson. You've shared with us that anticipation of, in acknowledgement of the government's position, elected platform position on the TPMW, you've done some work to understand what it would mean you've done some work in relation to the former opposition's position, and I'm wanting to know from you now, is that work complete? You don't want to describe it as a review, but has that work been completed?
No, sir. No, Senator.
Okay. Who is leading that work?
DFAT, but in consultation with other relevant departments.
Okay. And what is the timeline for the completion of that work?
As I mentioned earlier, the decision on the process by which the government will decide its approach to TPMW, and the timing is really a decision for government.
Yes, but we're talking about internal work, which your secretary has just said you were able to do separate from government asking you for formal advice. So I just want to know from you when your internal process will be complete.
Can I just perhaps assist here? Your question assumes a static factual environment, and the conditions that are included in the platform actually primarily go to a range of things which are, still not yet determined or realised in the international context. So it's not like there's a set of facts, and the department reviews the facts and provides advice. These set facts are evolving. They include verification arrangements, they include universality of support, and they include the relationship with the NPT. So I think that the difficulty in some of your questions is an assumption that we have a static set of facts in the international arrangements. We don't. So, but that doesn't mean, and that's why I talked about the NPT, because we still regard that as the cornerstone of the global disarmament and non-proliferation regime, and we are very active in the context of those arrangements. And if you are interested, we can talk to you about that.
Minister, on the conditions that you've placed for your positioning in relation to the TPMW, one of the conditions, as you've articulated, is around universality. Do you believe that universality can be achieved in relation to the treaty?
I think universality is critical to non-proliferation and disarmament. And if you want to sort of have that more thoughtfully or more systematically laid out, I think former Foreign Minister Evans has written about this.
But
because you can't, without having universality and verification in a world where you have nuclear weapons is central to taking steps to lessen the number and hopefully reduce and remove nuclear weapons from the globe.
So can I just ask you, can you give us an example, Minister, of another treaty to which Australia is a signatory in the disarmament space, which has achieved universality?
I mean, I think...
Well, I'm not sure. You can have a literal or a broader interpretation of universality in international affairs. I'd say there's a range of...
Well, just give us an example.
Well, NPT has a broad participation, for example,
including all nuclear, well, almost all nuclear parts.
Yeah, I was going to say not all.
Well, we.
Thank you, Minister. I do need to move the call on. Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Adams and everyone, thank you for appearing today. Forgive my voice. Ms Adams, before or since the COVID restrictions, are Australians required to have an authorisation to leave Australia?
Before or...
After COVID?
Before...
Restrictions that applied during COVID?
So apart from that period where you're
Apart from that
government...
period.
yeah, sorry.
But
Apart from
currently,
the
do
period
we
with the
need
previous
an
government.
authorisation to leave Australia?
Not to my recollection.
Okay.
I mean, we provide advice on Smart Traveller, which includes do not travel.
Sure.
As you know. And there may be people whose particular circumstances require them to get authorisation because, state or federal authorities have required them to remain in the country.
Sure.
But you mean more generally?
And more generally. And do not travel doesn't mean cannot travel.
No, you can ignore the advice if you wish.
Thank you. After a briefing with your department with the, I think it was the full committee last week, and I tabled this piece, there was a piece from The Australian saying Victorian Liberal Senator David Van's non-authorised trip to Ukraine paid for drone maker. Did your office have any contact with the journalist on that piece?
I don't think I read that piece. I'm sorry, Senator Van.
I'm happy to table it, as I said.
Sure.
Did either the department or your office have any contact with the journalist? Thank you.
I'll speak for the department and say no.
Thank you. At that last meeting, I raised a point to one of your staff, and it was reiterated yesterday in the exact same words by the Secretary of the Defence Department, that Australia has provided Ukraine with approximately $655 million in support, including $475 million in military assistance. As I put to you at that briefing and to the Defence Secretary yesterday, that number's not correct, is it?
I think the number is correct. What you don't like is the verb, and I think I thought Mr. Moriarty explained that to you. I appreciate you have a different view, but if the question is how much, I mean, we are responsible for the humanitarian component, so maybe Mr. Chan or Mr. Cannon can talk about what on that side has actually been received. I think is or where that funding is.
I want
Well,
to...
perhaps we just if I could ask them, because that's what you're asking.
No, that's not what I'm asking. You're trying to put questions in my mouth. I'm sorry, Minister, but...
Well, what is your question then?
So the question is, in the briefing last week, the number of $475 million of military aid has been provided.
Yeah,
and I questioned that.
Yeah, and my response is you're questioning the verb, not the amount. So I'm offering to ask officials, because your point yesterday was the verb provided is incorrect because it hasn't actually been provided, it's just been allocated. So rather than getting into a semantic argument, I thought what might be helpful is for officials to tell you in relation to the component that we are responsible for, where that humanitarian assistance
If they could
gone.
take that on notice, that'd be helpful, just for time management. That'd be very helpful, thank you.
So you don't want to know?
No, I do. As I just said, I'd like to have that on notice.
Can we just do it quickly?
If you can do it very quickly, but I'm going to be limited on the call, so I'd prefer it on notice.
We could have done it in the time frame we've done this.
Well, you keep arguing with me
I
rather
was
than...
just trying to be helpful, and I anticipated the question. So we would have cut it
Minister,
short.
is your department going to
Sorry.
take it on notice?
Sure, we'll take it on
thank you.
notice if you really want us to.
Thank you.
I'm just trying to lessen paperwork.
Senator Van, you have the call.
Thank you. At the last estimates, I was asking questions about why our ambassador to Ukraine hasn't been relocated from Warsaw back into Kiev. And the answer I got on notice was that we have specific work health and safety obligations. I've worked through the Work Health and Safety Act since that time, and I can't find anything that knocks out that particular action given the external territories, etc. On notice, can you lay out specifically what clauses of that piece of legislation mean that our ambassador cannot be back in Kiev?
Senator Van, it won't be that sort of analysis. The overall risk assessment that I've made hasn't changed since my last testimony. The security situation in Ukraine and Kyiv in particular remains complex, challenging. It hasn't improved. As recently as last week, Russian missiles again targeted Kyiv, with Ukrainians once more forced to seek refuge in makeshift shelters, including subway stations. You also know well that civilian infrastructure is being targeted, and people, not just Ukrainians, living in Kyiv are under the threat of missiles and drone attacks. So in that context, the assessment processes in accordance with Australian standards remain.
I'd still like you to outline against the legislation what bits preclude you from sending him back. That's a reasonable question, I notice.
It's my risk assessment, Senator. It's not a particular provision of legislation.
So where are you taking your risk assessments from?
Under my workplace health and safety obligations.
According to the legislation?
As a risk assessment.
So where are you getting your risk assessments from? What's informing your risk assessments?
They're my risk assessments that will be internal to my workings. They will involve security assessments as well as information from defence and other
questions
agencies.
at last estimates, you said you were taking assessments from like-minded countries.
I
Is
said that was
correct?
one, we watched like-minded countries, but I also said very clearly then, and I repeat, that we operate under Australian law and under our own procedures and risk assessments.
So this is a unilateral decision you're making?
Well, of course,
not
it's
against the
Australian.
legislation?
It's my sovereign decision-making, that's
Secretary
correct.
of the department, that's her job.
So have you taken risk assessments from countries like the UK and US?
I leave them make their own decisions. They're NATO countries. They're in a different situation to us. We make our own
Canada, another
decisions,
like-minded
but
company?
of course we keep under review and we monitor what others are doing. But as I repeat, the security situation in Ukraine and Kyiv in particular has not improved since we were last here at estimates.
We might disagree on that. But Canada, whom we share a building with, has its embassy back in that same building that ours should be back in, doesn't it?
Canada's a NATO member. It makes its own decisions, as do we.
Thank you. On a question on notice, you said the department has do not travel warnings for Russia, Somalia, Mali, Burkina Faso, North Korea, Chad, Syria, Iran, Yemen, Belarus, Venezuela, Iraq, Libya, Myanmar, Central African Republic and South Sudan. In your answer, you said that the department has overseas missions with staff stationed in Russia, Iran, Iraq and Myanmar. How do they not have the same level of protection that you're trying to apply to the embassy in Kiev? So is it okay for one to be at risk but not another?
I don't think many cities are under current drone and missile strike attack.
I think that the situation in Myanmar might be a little bit different. I would suggest the situation in Iran is definitely dangerous at the moment. I would also suggest that there are attacks in Russia going on all the time. Do these not form part of your assessments?
Well, Senator Van, of course there is. You don't do an assessment, this is just as dangerous. In every country, Ms Adams has to satisfy herself, DFAT has to satisfy themselves that it is responsible to continue our presence there and how we mitigate risk. I won't talk about it publicly, but in some of the areas you identify, we seek to mitigate risk. But Ms Adams
Sorry, Minister, you finish.
Well, I don't think it's an accurate way of dealing with risk to plonk a few other tough areas of the world on the table and say, well, if you're here, you know, you should be there. I mean, each location, each post, we have to be satisfied, the department has to be satisfied that we are appropriately mitigating risk for Australians.
And you're
Australians
suggesting...
posted there, and Ms Adams has made the assessment she has made.
Sorry, and Ms Adams, have you made the assessment that there is no risk mitigation you can do in Kiev?
No, I haven't made an assessment that there's no mitigation.
Have you turned your mind to risk mitigation?
Of course.
After all, you know, we've had embassies in Afghanistan during wartime and many other places where our soldiers have been at war. So clearly, risk mitigation is an option.
Yes, Baghdad included.
Yeah. And so you won't risk mitigate Kiev, but you will the others.
Well, we're operating our embassy out of Poland. We're doing so very satisfactorily.
Satisfactory to who?
We are working with partners in a very effective way. So my assessment stands.
I think you really need to look at that reassessment, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, David Van. Now, before I move on to the next witness, that you have sought to table this document, which is publicly available, but I just need to get accepted from the committee that we're happy to receive the article.
So this is the article with the headline, Victorian Liberal Senator David Van's non-authorised trip to Ukraine paid for by drone maker. That's the one
article.
you want to table?
Sure.
Was paid for by a drone maker?
As it per on my register, Senator.
Anyway, that's been accepted. I'll now hand the call over to Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. So these questions will be in reference to the recently elected Israeli government and the current protests taking place in Israel in relation to proposed judicial reforms.
Israel?
Yeah, Israel. Yeah. So the Minister for...
Can you just hang on? Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure Mr Ennis Brown got to the table.
No worries. So the Minister for National Security, Mr Ben-Gvir, and the Minister for Finance, Minister Smotrich of Israel, are both part of the hard and extreme right faction of the current Israeli government. They both have a reputation as probably two of the most hard right members of the Knesset. They have, between the two of them, called for the expulsion of Arabs from Israel who do not support Israel, are intolerant in the extreme of LGBTIQA community members, of which there is a large community in Israel, and generally of other non-observant Jews. Particularly, Mr Ben-Gvir has defended far-right extremists in court. He is a convicted supporter of a terrorist group and has proudly referred to himself as a homophobe. And in relation to the currently proposed judicial reforms, has listed with apparent glee that they will allow action against political opponents without fear of judicial interference, and that they will enable the reversal of women's rights. Has the embassy or the department engaged or had any contact with Ministers Smotrich and Gvir since the formation of the government and their appointment?
No, Senator.
Could you just say that again? The microphone didn't quite cut in.
Okay. No.
Thank you. Has the embassy had any contact with civil rights organisations who are concerned about the Israeli government's plans for the judiciary?
The embassy talks to a range of players in the Israeli context about developments in the country. They've been monitoring the situation very closely and they've been reporting back to us. I don't have the specific details of people they've spoken to in the last few weeks, but I can certainly take that on notice. But I can assure you they're looking into these issues, following these issues very closely, Senator.
Minister, have you yourself or has your department made representations to the Israeli ambassador here in Canberra or elsewhere in relation to concerns over these judicial reforms?
Not specifically on the judicial reforms, Senator. It's obviously an issue that's still unfolding in Israel. There's quite a bit of debate, as you've alluded to, and we're watching the situation closely, but it's a debate that's still underway.
Did the government raise concerns with the Netanyahu administration when these two individuals were appointed to these portfolios?
It's a matter for the Israeli government.
Mr. Ben-Gvir particularly has links to the late Meir Kathain, who advocated for the expulsion of Palestinians from all Israeli-controlled lands. Mostrich has supported legislation that helps annex lands held by Palestinians and co-founded a non-government organisation that blocks Palestinians' construction of facilities in Israel and in the West Bank. What is DFAT's view on the increased IDF presence and activities in Area A of the West Bank, which are supposed to be controlled by the Palestinian Authority?
Thanks, Senator. So we are closely monitoring the situation in areas in the West Bank and elsewhere. There's obviously been, it's quite a tense situation.
Particularly Area A?
I'd have to take the specific details of the geographic reach, but generally we're concerned about the overall situation, Senator, and we have registered our concerns with both the Israeli government, also the Palestinian Authority, about the increase in tensions in the area.
Minister, are you concerned about Israel's decision to push ahead with the construction of mass settlements across the Green Line against international law?
Yes, I mean, we do not support unilateral actions which reduce the prospects of a just two-state solution. Settlements are, I've said it here previously, I think other ministers have said settlements are an obstacle to peace. I note that the foreign ministers of France, Germany, Italy, US and UK issued a statement 2 days ago, so maybe yesterday Australian time, which stated that the ministers were deeply troubled by the announcement, the Israeli government's announcement that it is advancing nearly 10,000 settlement units and intends to begin a process to normalise now 9 outposts previously deemed illegal under international law. I would like to associate Australia with the joint statement made by those members of the G7. And I to that Australia's views were communicated to Israeli counterparts.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Minister. Would you be able to tell us when they were communicated?
So I think on the 13th of February, Ambassador King took up this issue with the Israeli MFA, and he also subsequently tweeted about it, which was also conveyed by our office in head of post in Ramallah, Senator, after that.
Okay, thank you. 35 Palestinians were killed in January of 2023. 153 Palestinians were killed in 2022, more than any year since 2005. Has the Australian government made representations to the Israeli government condemning this violence?
Senator, as I said a moment ago, we're concerned about the escalating violence in the West Bank and also in Israel. There have been terrorist attacks in Israel during this period, and we have taken these issues up, including very recently, both in Israel and via the Israeli embassy here in Canberra, both to the ambassador and also the deputy head of mission, right. Senator.
Okay, so when would...
I think I also made a statement in January in relation to the escalation of violence in Israel and the Palestinian territories.
So in relation to the formal representations to the ambassador on that particular issue, when did they take place?
Michelle Chan, I'm Deputy Secretary for Southeast Asia and Global Partners Group, Senator. That took place earlier this week on the 14th, I believe.
On the 14th, okay. And
1 minute, Senator.
Yeah, finally.
Sorry,
on,
13th.
13th. And just finally on this line of questioning, the former Gaza head of World Mission, Mr. Mohammed El Halabi, is set to appeal his conviction for allegedly diverting millions of dollars, mostly donated by Australians to so-called terrorist groups. Now, this is the allegation that has been made against Mr. El Halabi. However, Amnesty International has called his conviction flawed and noted that his trial did not meet international fair trial standards. Has the government made representations to Israel regarding his appeal, or called for Israel to respect his right to fair, free appeal?
So we have raised his case, including his appeal, and noted our ongoing interest in the case, and also raised our hope that the appeal process be conducted expeditiously.
And could I get a date for that?
It was in November.
Would you be able to give us a precise?
The precise date? I can probably
We'll take that on.
find it on my notes somewhere in a minute, but yes.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll
Brown.
see if we can come back during the hearing.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Minister. I'll hand the call now to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Ms Adams, are there minimum standards, processes, training requirements, etc., that heads of mission are expected to meet before taking up their post?
Senator, thank you. Yes, we do, for all outgoing heads of post, heads of mission, a series of training, briefings, consultations to cover a broad range of their responsibilities.
And Ms Walsh, are you able to quickly summarise what those may be?
Certainly. The areas, internal sessions usually cover employee health and safety, code of conduct, mental health protections, physical security, information security, property management issues, social media, and financial issues such as financial management and fraud, those kinds of management responsibilities.
Anything else, Ms Walsh, that the Secretary's overlooked?
Thank you, Senator. The only thing I would add, and it's not anything the Secretary's overlooked, I just make the point that depending on the country that somebody is going to, some of that training would be tailored, particularly if it's a high security context, for example.
And obviously I was excluding language requirements from that, which are obviously a different element for many countries. And how are these usually delivered? There's a series of workshops, are there standard APS processes for some of them?
So it depends on the course, of course, but there's we have a diplomatic academy where a number of the courses are run. Oftentimes we will have to tailor them. The focus that we really have is ensuring that the outgoing head of mission has the information that they require, and we're confident that they understand the information that we're requiring. So, for example, if we need to deploy someone very rapidly for whatever reason, we would do something that might be more bespoke, simply because of the context in which the deployment might be occurring. And some of the training is online training, Senator, so it's a matter of going onto our online platform and doing it as a self-learning, and then demonstrating that that's been done.
Okay. Yeah. And you undertake a register or process to make sure that each of those elements is undertaken before somebody leaves to take up their post?
Indeed. Again, if we have to, for whatever reason, there could be reasons why people need to deploy quickly. There may be some of those that we say, please do in the first month of your arrival, depending on what that training course might be. But yes, we do monitor compliance against those mandatory training elements.
Thanks, Ms Walsh. How many posts at present have a chargé in charge in the absence of an ambassador or high commissioner?
No, we do have that. Currently, 13.
And can you quickly detail those? I think it's only 13.
I can. Abuja, Bern, Chicago, Dili, Doha, Harare, Mexico, Port Louis, Rarotonga, Shenyang, Suva, Tarawa and The Hague.
Thanks, Ms Adams. Has Mr Hodgman completed his term in Singapore?
Yes.
So presumably that should be on that list as well.
Maybe, excuse me, maybe that was of a certain date.
Yes, that's right, and I apologise for that because Mr Hodgman finished his posting, I think it was last week.
No problems. I thought it was relatively recent. Has a replacement been decided for the Singapore post?
Decided but not announced.
Okay. Is that still working through Australian government processes or Singapore approval processes?
Oh,
We'll take that on.
I won't specify, but I think we can expect the announcement not too far away.
Okay. Minister announced that Mr O'Farrell would finish his term as High Commissioner in India in February. However, that's been extended, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, for a period to cover the intense bilateral visits that Foreign Minister referred to earlier in the hearings. So yes, we have invited High Commissioner to extend his term to help us cover that workload.
So is there a particular time frame that is working towards now?
I expect it will be around about the middle of the year.
Okay. I mean, it'd be normal to, if there's an extension, for it to be for a fixed period, wouldn't it?
No, there's no sort of normal in these things. We make arrangements to suit context and operational requirements. Often we ask people to extend or alter their exact departure date to accommodate high-level visits or international summits, for example.
Was it preemptory to announce a conclusion date for Mr O'Farrell, given we've had to reverse that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think a week would go by when I alter the time that we expected somebody to arrive or depart a post for various reasons, operational or personal.
However, those variations aren't usually following the Minister issuing a press release announcing when somebody is concluding their term.
I don't know that that's right. But look, Mr O'Farrell, I understand, indicated also a preference to be there for this period and to extend, and we were happy to agree to that.
I think that's, given the high tempo of engagement with India flowing on from some of the significant advances last year and particularly securing of the trade agreement and other step up in activity, it is indeed welcome and makes sense. I just think it was probably unnecessary to have put the date in place given many of the ambitions that were there. But can I turn to appointments made then? When did the appointment of Mr Rudd as ambassador to the US shift from being complete nonsense, as the Prime Minister said in April during the election campaign, to being complete truth when it was announced on the 20th of December?
Did you work that grab up, Senator Birmingham?
Credit elsewhere, Minister.
Well, the announcement...
Probably more a question for the Minister, I suspect, Ms Adams.
I don't have the date in front of me when the decision was made, but the announcement was made by the Prime Minister and I shortly after.
When did the Prime Minister tell you, Minister?
I don't discuss conversations with colleagues, but I think I think technically it's my decision.
Technically?
Well, you know, Prime Ministers of both political persuasions.
Right, technically, it's an Executive Council appointment.
But no, it's my recommendation that goes to EXCO, right? That's what my point. But the consultation with the Prime Minister, particularly in relation to very senior appointments, is par for the course.
What changed in the period from when it was complete nonsense to now have a situation where Mr Rudd is about to take up this post?
When was this a discussion in the election campaign?
Well, that's it was
I suppose I could say
precisely.
When did the Deputy Prime Minister stop being a Manchurian candidate? Might be the easiest response. But obviously the government was elected. Government considered a range of appointments. This was not the first appointment that we considered, and made the decision in consultation with the Prime Minister to appoint Dr. Rudd.
Were any discussions had with Mr Rudd prior to the 20th of April about taking up the post in Washington?
By who?
By you, by the Prime Minister?
Well, that relates to periods in opposition, so I wouldn't be talking about it. But I can say to you, I don't think I had a conversation with him about this. And I did have conversations with him about China, as in the work he's been doing, his doctorate in relation to President Xi's articulation of doctrine, his work on the book, The Avoidable War, and some foreign policy, Pacific Island issues, those sorts of things. He's a very knowledgeable, senior, I think, thinker and writer on these issues.
Did Mr Rudd change his mind about wanting the post, or did Mr Albanese change his mind about wanting Mr Rudd, or is this just simply a case of Mr Albanese having said one thing before the election but then doing what he wanted afterwards?
Senator, you would anticipate that upon coming to government there are many things you have to turn your mind to. To be honest with you, the sort of series of diplomatic appointments was not the first thing. Obviously, the rising energy prices, the crunch on supply, a whole range of other issues were more pressing. But this obviously was an appointment that we had to consider, along with a number of other senior appointments.
Do you see any risk in the appointment of Mr Rudd to the posting?
I think he's an outstanding candidate for the role.
That wasn't a question, Minister.
Well, I think he's an outstanding candidate for the role.
Do you see any risk? Is there any risk mitigation you've undertaken?
Oh, really?
Conversations with him, or?
I don't discuss, nor would you. I just said this. He's a former Prime Minister, a former Foreign Minister. He's been, obviously, his role at the Asian Society and his work, his advice, particularly in relation to US-China, has been sought by countries around the world. And I think it's very important at this time that someone of that has that sort of knowledge and has thought about those issues is appointed to Washington. And as you know, that's a Senator Sinodinos is a former very senior, long-standing Howard government staffer before he was a senator. We have a former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister. Now, I don't, by saying that, want to diminish Mr Sinodinos. I think he's been a very good ambassador and I enjoyed working with him. But my point is we have chosen someone of substantial seniority for this role, as befits our most important strategic relationship.
There is no questioning Mr Rudd's or Dr Rudd's substantial seniority.
Thank you,
His
Minister.
comments on the record previously about AUKUS, are they helpful to him undertaking the role?
Senator Birmingham, I do need to move the call along.
Mr.
We'll
Dr.
just
Rudd.
have this last question.
No, well, sorry, Senator Ciccone, may I just respond to that comment? Or
sure.
Dr. Rudd will advance the Australian interests and the policy of the Australian government.
Thank you very much, Minister. I just got some questions with respect to the palm. If you get the appropriate officials up to the table, please. Could you please just outline for me, since the budget in October, how many workers are on the PALM scheme? Don't have the latest figures there with you.
Yes, Senator. So currently there's 35,195 in Australia as at 31 December, which is a target that was set by the government that was met 6 months ahead of the time.
And what was that figure at the previous budget?
I'll ask Ms Heineke to answer that, Senator.
Hello. So your name tags just down.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right.
Afternoon, Daniel Heineke, First Assistant Secretary, FAS Integration and Economic for Pacific OTP. At the end of May, 31st of May, we had 24,400 workers in Australia.
Okay. So we've had an increase of around, what, 45%?
Yeah, we've had an increase of 44%, which
44%,
is
yep.
10,795 more workers in Australia. Senator, there was actually 17,000 workers that have come in since then, but of course we want workers to go back to the Pacific. It's important for their family reunions, and some of those workers have obviously departed, having worked in Australia for much of the pandemic.
Good news. Because I don't know if you're aware of what the industry, particularly in areas that I've spoken a lot about, agriculture, certain workforce gaps. Have you had any representations of late from the ag industry around any of the gap issues, workforce gap issues?
Senator, we regularly engage with industry, unions and other stakeholders around Australia through the PALM Advisory Group and the various advisory groups that we have that sit over agriculture, meat processing and aged care in particular. With the increase in workers of 17,000, the bulk of those have come into agriculture. There is, as I think Senator Watt said in previous estimates this week, we don't seek to meet every workforce gap in the agriculture sector through PALM. We seek to meet those that meet the requirements of the skills and gaps that the Pacific can supply. One thing that we have done in December is increased the availability of PALM workers to be able to come into urban areas, and that's particularly to meet meat processing gaps. So that was an announcement that was made that follows the election commitment of bringing the ag visa into the PALM.
So could you explain to me and for the benefit of the committee the economic value of the PALM scheme?
Thanks, Senator. Really important for the communities and the workers in the Pacific. The average remittances are about $1,061 a month for seasonal workers and $1,300 per month for long-term PALM workers. And I think just from the visit that we've had this week from Vanuatu, but also countries like Tonga that have a large percentage of their remittances, their GDP actually comes from PALM. In Vanuatu, it's about 11% of GDP. In Tonga, Obviously, they have a much bigger network that's beyond Palm, but 46% of their GDP is from remittances. So not only at the national level, but at the community level, the stories that we're hearing back from Pacific communities and families about the importance of palm to their community. They're able to build houses, and in particular, the other one that is quoted regularly as a source of remittances is being able to pay school fees and health expenses.
I mean, if I may just add, I mean, the strength of the scheme is demonstrated by the fact that I think the target of 35,000 workers was met 6 months early.
Yeah.
So it shows both on the supply side, you know, where countries seek it for the reasons Ms Heineken went through, but also in terms of our labour market, there's demand for it.
Is it possible, based on those new figures, to provide a breakdown of the countries, the Pacific countries that the workers are coming from?
Yes. We have...
You could take that on notice too, by the way, because I'm mindful of time.
I have them if you like them. I could just
Sure.
average them. I can round them to the 1,000. So Fiji, we have 4,500. Kiribati, nearly 900. PNG, 1,200. Samoa, 4,800. Solomons, nearly 4,000. Timor-Leste, 4,000. Tonga, nearly 6,000. Tuvalu, 41. Vanuatu, just over 10,000. And Nauru, 3.
Are there any other Pacific nations that are interested in joining the PALM?
There are some that are interested, and that is not a decision that the government's made yet, but we are regularly talking to countries that may or may not be interested in joining the PALM.
Okay. Did your department have any involvement with the ag visa? Was there any discussions from your end?
Yes, Senator.
And where are we up to with that visa? Is there still an MOU in place, or is there an MOU with Vietnam?
Thanks, Senator. We have had discussions with Vietnam on many occasions, including by the Minister. At the moment, we're working with Vietnam to do two things. One is we've needed to amend the MOU, and that is currently with Vietnam. We've also been working with the Vietnamese government across 7 different departments to finalise the implementation arrangements for the bringing in of what is currently an 1,000 cap, a cap of 1,000 workers to bring in. So we will conclude those negotiations when Vietnam, across their system, is ready to take it to the next step, but those conversations are happening weekly at the moment via our Hanoi Post.
So to date, how many workers have come on that visa?
There isn't any that have come in under that visa.
Zero?
Zero.
Can I just say, Chair, first emphasise, despite a lot of Mr Littlebrow talking about it, not a single ag visa worker arrived, as your question, the answer to your question demonstrates. Just on Vietnam, I just wanted to say, I did say before the election that we would honour existing commitments, because I think it's a big thing to walk away from a commitment that a government's made. So we have reshaped the MOU with Vietnam, and as Ms Heineken said, it was something I discussed in my bilateral visit there, and I think we've landed a set of arrangements that have been mutually agreed.
Okay. But no other countries are...
No, and it was raised, it has been raised.
That's
Obviously,
right.
some ASEAN nations would like it. I've been very honest with them. We said before the election, we see this as primarily a access to our labour market is something we want to engage with the Pacific on. We understand their interest, but there are other arrangements we might put in place or are in place for them, but not of the same ilk.
When do you expect, I guess, for this next phase of work with Vietnam to conclude?
Senator, it's really in the hands of Vietnam. One of the issues is that their own laws and regulations need some amendment to be able to then deliver the workers. So there is work that the Vietnamese system needs to do in order to be able to finalise implementation arrangements. So we'll work at their pace.
An expectation, if people do come on that program or visa, that they'd have access to permanency, or...?
No, it's a temporary 403 visa.
Okay, all right. So what are the reforms that have been undertaken to improve the PALM scheme, for instance, including that there are better and stronger worker protections?
So, Senator, just to outline a couple. So, firstly, a pilot for long-term workers to bring in their families will occur with additional social supports associated with that, a pilot of about 200 in the next financial year. A further 500 PALM scheme workers to complete formal aged care qualifications to increase the number of PALM scheme workers in that sector. Reimburse upfront travel costs for employers of seasonal workers that can't be recouped from workers. This was a major issue that was raised with us. Also relocation, as we've just said, of the the agriculture visa into the PALM scheme. There's also a couple of other initiatives that Ms Heineke can mention around the engagement visa.
Thank you. The Pacific Engagement Visa I know is being discussed at the moment. This is a new initiative of the government which looks at a new cohort through the migration program coming in from the Pacific. Pacific are less than 1% at the moment of Australia's population and a very low percentage of our annual migration intake. This offers 3,000 new visas, which equates to about 500 to 600 families. That will commence on the 1st of July, subject to legislation passing through the Parliament. And we've really been working with Pacific countries in detail. We've conducted consultations across all 13 countries that are being invited into the scheme. The last of those consultations was completed this week in Vanuatu, and those consultations have been really important to informing the design of that program, which is also designed to ensure that we don't contribute to brain drain, which is why a ballot is being conducted through that program. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think also there's a couple of other areas the government's been focused on around work conditions for workers as well as portability between employers.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, because I know the RWU National Secretary Daniel Walton particularly has been very vocal on issues to do with accommodation. I know that we've had some quite disgusting cases down in Tasmania, and no doubt there's been many others right across Australia, but I wanted to ask you about the accommodation aspects. What are we doing to improve those standards? Are we actually doing fair income checks on sites?
Thank you, Senator. So through the recent machinery of government change, the responsibility for the guidelines around accommodation is with the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. They are looking at accommodation regularly as part of those checks, but we also are having discussions across government from a policy perspective just to ensure that we're part of the conversation around housing. That's also a discussion that we have with Pacific governments, noting the broader housing issues in Australia, particularly in regional areas.
Can I just explain from my perspective why that occurred? And it's unusual for an incoming minister to say, can you shift this out of my department? But I did seek that some of the compliance functions moved to DUA, or whatever the acronym now is that what they're called?
Yeah.
Because simply that they will have better industrial compliance architecture than we will. And the logic behind that was actually the same as I think lies behind your question, which is, you want to, A, because we're Australia and we want people paid decently and treated decently. B, from a foreign policy perspective, because we don't want workers exploited. We have to get the policy right, which is what Mr McDonald and Ms Heineke do, but we also need to make sure there is appropriate compliance, not just with PALM requirements, but also more broader industrial obligations. And so that was the logic behind the machinery of government change. So, there's a lot more to do, but it was with that thinking in mind.
I appreciate that, Minister. So if for someone that has an issue with their pay or their accommodation, is the first point of contact with the Department of Employment then?
Yes, that's correct.
There's a hotline, I think, isn't there?
There is, which is currently being managed through
But DFAT sets the rules, just that the Department of Employment is the one that executes or administers the program domestically.
Operationally.
Yes.
At the operational level. We're the ones that are really looking at the big picture policy around it to make sure that we're listening and reflecting that policy from the Pacific into the PALM. In terms of the operational compliance, assurance, welfare checks and the engagement with employers around their own obligations, including the PALM deed, which will come into effect in the mid-year, which is a revised version that is managed by the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations. But we do most things together to make sure that we've got coherence between policy and operational implementation.
Yeah, I think it's also fair to say, Senator, that when the Minister's out or we're out as officials, we're checking on feedback on relation to that. A good example of that is last week when the President of Kiribati was here and visited a Meatworks in Adelaide, which had 36 iKiribati workers in it. Part of that discussion was about, of course, the work conditions, and in that particular company, they hadn't had an accident there for a number of years, so we saw the safety side of it. But then there was a discussion about the accommodation there, and they were very positive about that. So where we get an opportunity to check in directly with the workers, that's also what we're doing.
So just while we're sort of talking about and the mechanics of this program, I'm assuming there's a committee or a body that sort of coordinates these issues between DFAT, employment, home affairs.
Yes.
Any other departments or agencies that are involved, like the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Yes, Senator. There's actually about 10 departments that have a role in delivery of PALM, all the policy settings around it, and we have a monthly interdepartmental committee which I chair with the Department of Employment Workplace Relations, and that deals with policy issues as well as implementation issues around the PALM scheme. In terms of compliance, what happens if issues do come to light? So is that something that you refer off to the Ombudsman? It depends on the issue. So DUA is if, for example, there was a worker complaint that came through either a Pacific liaison officer or some other means, then the first thing DUA would have a look at that in terms of their compliance and assurance activities, and where relevant it would refer it on to the relevant authority, whether that be Fair Work Ombudsman, AFP, ABF, depending on the issue.
Or if there's a complaint from one of our partners in the Pacific?
Then the same mechanism would be used.
All right. What's been the reaction from our Pacific friends to the government's plans to expand and improve the PALM scheme?
Well, from my point of view...
Assume it's been very positive.
Yeah, it has. It has been positive, and I think part of this goes to the earlier point the Foreign Minister made around us listening to the changes and those reforms or election commitments which respond to some of the feedback we've had, but also adjusting the program to take account of that feedback we've had. So that's been received very positively, and Ms Heineke works very closely with both the High Commissioners here, the ambassadors here, as well as within country through our posts, to have a regular sort of dialogue on those adjustments we need to make as we go forward.
And is there any engagement with the unions or other key industry bodies as well too, to make sure that their feedback is fed into the review and the discussions that through that body that you chair?
Yes, there is. There's actually, as I said before, there's a PALM advisory group which brings together industry, unions, Pacific governments, Pacific Council of Churches, and other stakeholders. That is really important.
Could you take on notice who that is for me, please?
Yeah, sure. I've got it here. I can table it.
I'm just interested of time. If you could just table that,
Sure.
including the committee that you chair, who are the 10
The
different...
IDC?
Yep.
Sure.
And just my last question, and look, we know that Pacific countries are understandably concerned about, I think, the brain drain when some of their workers do leave. What is the government doing to address these concerns?
Thank you, Senator. We're regularly talking to Pacific governments about the policy that they're setting through their labour setting unit, which really goes to the selection of workers. For example, at the moment, where we've just released the expression of interest for our expansion of aged care, 500 places that Mr McDonald referred to as part of the reforms. Our guidance and our dialogue with Pacific countries is really seeking to make sure that we're recruiting new workers, unskilled workers into those roles who will take training on, so we're actually adding to the skills gain in the Pacific, and we're working through the Australian Pacific Technical College to also make sure we're expanding the pool. We've actually put 18,000 Pacific Islanders through that program, and that's going to be a really important part of our contribution through not only that program but other education programs that we have in the region. So really, it's about making sure that we're getting the right mix of workers and noting that every country is seeking to achieve a different objective through the PALM scheme. Some countries like Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands are really looking to maximise their numbers, whereas other countries like Vanuatu and Samoa, for example, are really looking to change the mix of the types of skills that they're sending out to Australia. So it's very bespoke for each country in terms of what we're doing to meet their development goals writ large.
Thank you very much. It being 1 o'clock, we'll now suspend for lunch for 1 hour and return here at 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We'll now continue proceedings. I'll hand the call over to Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Adams, afternoon. Minister, can I just acknowledge and thank you for the comments that you made in February this year as part of AUKMIN and in late January as part of your Australia-France agreements, noting the developments in Hong Kong and the suppression of human rights there. My question goes, though, to events that have now come to a head after 2 years, with the 47 democracy activists now being subject to a mass trial. And Secretary, could you please advise the committee what additional steps the government or the department is taking to highlight Australia's concern at that event?
I'm sorry, Senator. Ellie Lawson, Acting Deputy Secretary, Geostrategic Group. I couldn't hear your question, sorry.
I'm referring to the 47 democracy activists that after 2 years of detention are now being subject to a mass trial, facing potential jail times just for holding a primary within their political party. And I'm seeking the advice of the department as to what actions Australia is taking now, beyond the welcome statements from AUKMIN and the relationships with France, where the issues in Hong Kong were mentioned, but prior to this most recent development.
Thank you, Senator. I'll turn to my colleague, Mr Yip, in a second for specific details. We are concerned about the continuing erosion of freedoms in Hong Kong more generally. We have raised this frequently on a number of occasions with the Chinese government, including with the Hong Kong authorities. But on the specific issue that you're referencing, I'll ask Mr Yip.
Senator Derek Yip, Acting First Assistant Secretary, East Asia Division. If you're referring to the trial of the NSL 47, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. So we're aware that the trial commenced on the 6th of February. We raised the case with the Chinese Embassy on the 9th of February. We made clear to them that we were watching the situation very clearly and our ongoing concerns about the erosions of freedoms and rights in Hong Kong.
I welcome that. However, I think the expectation of most people is that that will not necessarily have an outcome or an impact. I note that the Sino-British Declaration was made under the auspices of a UN treaty, and I'm wondering, has any other nation or has Australia raised at the United Nations concerns about the recent actions which go against a treaty which was essentially overseen by the United Nations?
Senator, obviously the broader issue of human rights in China, and there have been discussions around Hong Kong in those settings as well. Specifically on this particular trial, I'm not aware of that having been raised, but we can check for you to see if there have been any specific discussions or references at the UN.
That would be useful, thank you. I'm also obviously senior judicial officers from a range of countries, including Australia, have been part of the Court of Final Appeal in Hong Kong for some time. A number of those have withdrawn. The majority are there in a private capacity, and some have withdrawn. The UK government has brought back 2 who were there officially. We've recently had another Australian who's been appointed, and I note the comments of the Hong Kong's new chief executive about the most recent appointment, and his quote was that it demonstrates a high degree of confidence in Hong Kong's legal system, end quote, which I don't think would be accurate from the majority of the free world who've watched the derogation of the rights and liberties of the people in Hong Kong. So I'm interested to understand what, if anything, DFAT is doing to engage with and discourage judicial officers from essentially giving credibility to a regime which is proving to be quite flawed in terms of the rule of law.
Thank you, Senator. I think you're referring to Mr. Patrick Keane.
That's correct.
He is serving in his private capacity, so that is quite different to the situation with the UK appointed judges. So anything that he says with respect to the Hong Kong judicial system are his personal opinions. They don't reflect the views of the Australian government.
Sure, no. What I was saying was the comments about the legal system was from the Hong Kong Chief Executive, and what it highlights is the concerns that have been expressed by, in fact, the legal fraternity here in Australia, is that by continuing to have our senior justices go to Hong Kong, it gives a tacit endorsement of their system, and yet the argument which is often put forward, which is they can be a moderating influence, is undermined by the fact that when it comes to the national security law, they are often excluded, or on a panel of 5 judges, 4 are normally locally appointed judges, which means they will have minimal, if any, influence. And so my question is, whilst I know you can't control, have you sought to engage with the legal fraternity, and particularly justices, to encourage them to consider the message that is sent by their acceptance of such postings?
Senator, sorry.
No, you go first.
Sorry, not to our knowledge, but we will check to see if there have been engagements by our Consul General in Hong Kong.
Senator, first, in relation to the national security law, I think I've made a range of public statements, including the statement on regrettably, the 2nd anniversary of the imposition of the law, which was in the middle of last year. Obviously, the matters you raise are, first, the answer is, as Ms Lawson has said, they serve in their private capacity, but I can say to you at ministerial level, I think some of the concerns you raise about how others might perceive a private personal decision or private decision by a former High Court judge to serve in this context are understandable. And ultimately it's a matter for those former judicial officers to consider those issues. They're not appointed by us, but you are not the first person who has raised that with me.
Okay, well, I'll look forward to the answers on notice on those others. Thank you. Still remaining with the Chinese Communist Party and Australia's engagement, I'd like to talk a little bit about sanctions around human rights issues, particularly given what the US has done recently in recognising the high degree of forced labour in the polysilicon industry and their both sanctions as well as some of their customs legislation, which is banning the importation of polysilicon products into the United States. Has DFAT had discussions with the US about the background, nature and effect of those measures?
Senator, we engage frequently with a range of partners on our concerns about the situation in Xinjiang. You know, the concerns around forced labour are real. We are deeply concerned about those, and the government is committed to a strong domestic framework to ensure our supply chains don't promote, condone or financially support forced labour. So there are a range of measures being considered to strengthen the government's action on forced labour and other forms of modern slavery. That includes strengthening the Modern Slavery Act, where the Attorney General's Department is progressing work for a federal anti-slavery commissioner. That's the first step to implementing the government's commitments to tackle modern slavery. We continue to conduct outreach to business and really that's about their due diligence in complying with the Modern Slavery Act, raising awareness about the possible risks of forced labour in supply chains.
So given that China is recognised as supplying the majority of the world's polysilicon, and given that the lessons we learned out of COVID are that we shouldn't become dependent for a critical capability that Australia relies on a state that is happy to take coercive measures outside of the rule of law, what specific considerations are being given to how you engage with industry, or whether or not we actually follow the lead of the United States in putting in place measures that would prevent us becoming exposed in that way to a supply chain that is subject to that kind of coercive decision making?
Thank you, Senator. We do have discussions with companies, and there is widespread awareness of those risks, including with companies who are focused on renewable energies, and that is something that they are factoring in, including to their forward planning and due diligence. In terms of customs considerations, we do engage, including with the EU. There are a range of others who are also looking at those kinds of measures. At this time, we are focused on other measures, but we continue to factor in steps by a whole range of partners in our forward planning as to how we can account for and mitigate against those kinds of risks.
So in terms of Australian resources, there's been a lot of discussion as we invest in a lot of solar energy in Australia about increasing sovereign supplies. And I notice a project which is underway in Cape York with Diatreme Resources that are going to be operating near the existing silicon mine at Cape Flattery on probably one of the largest reserves in the world of very pure silicon sand. Their major offtake partner is a Chinese partner to take Australia's silicon back to China. So we're essentially investing in that single point failure setup that COVID taught us to be concerned about. When we look at that area, in the past the Hawke government used federal powers to stop a mining activity there on conservation grounds. There is dissent at the moment amongst the Indigenous owners of the land, a dispute between one group who's agreed to it and another group who hasn't. Has there been any consideration by DFAT from a sanctions perspective or engagement with other departments such as the Environment Department to consider this program and whether it should go ahead, given that we would be essentially providing resource into a supply chain that would then exacerbate Australia's dependence on the goodwill of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator Fawcett, if I may attempt to address the very sort of important questions that you've raised. I think many members of the government from the Prime Minister down have spoken publicly about the supply chain dependencies, particularly on, as you say, PV and some critical minerals supply chains that are underpinning renewable energy technologies, batteries, etc. So I would say that across government, domestic policy agencies, including Treasury, Industry Department and Environment Department, all have some part of that set of issues to consider, including on investment decisions. From DFAT point of view, we also engage on those issues from an economic resilience point of view, a diversification of trade and resilience of supply chains, particularly, as you say, post-pandemic. The lessons are there to be learned, perhaps. So I think I can really acknowledge the set of issues that you're drawing attention to and say we're part of a broader whole of government effort to look into that. Of course, they're not easily fixed overnight. These are deep, big structural investments that have happened not evenly across the globe over the last few decades, and it'll take a while to alter, but I think we're all well aware of them.
Sure. I guess in terms of this particular program, given the overlap between human rights concerns as well as supply chain resilience, it strikes me as that there is a window of opportunity for action. So I would welcome your answer on notice if there have been discussions with other departments related to this and what options may be available. Clearly, you don't want to put out in the public space what you may do ahead of time, but I'd invite any feedback you can give to the committee on that. Could I move to the Middle East now, please? Mr. Innes-Brown, welcome. Just wanting to understand, since the change of government in Israel, what contact there has been between DFAT and indeed at the Prime Minister to Prime Minister level since the change of government.
Thank you, Senator. My understanding is, in terms of at that level, my understanding is that Prime Ministers Albanese and Netanyahu have exchanged letters since the change of government.
Okay, not a phone call?
Not to my knowledge, Senator.
Okay. Is that unusual to not have a phone call to a nation that's been a fairly close relationship in the past?
Well, it's difficult to generalise, but my understanding is, again, I'm not managing it, but I understand there's a call in the works soon.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Minister, have you spoken with your counterpart?
No, not as yet. I believe I have
It's been an exchange of letters.
exchange of letters as well.
So in November, the Prime Minister said he looked forward to strengthening the relationship between Australia and Israel, but an exchange of letters is all we've had to date?
Well, we're actively looking at the forward agenda, Senator. It's something I've spoken to the Israeli ambassador about, including some proposed visits in the period ahead and so forth. So I wouldn't suggest that we've been, things are stagnant. There's certainly, we're looking ahead, including various two-way visits we're talking to the Israeli government about and the embassy.
Well, could you perhaps take on notice and provide a list of ministerial engagements with Israel since the 29th of December last year? That would be useful. Given the recent violence in the West Bank that's resulted in the deaths of both Israelis and Palestinians, could you tell us what engagement the Australian government has had with both the Israeli government and the Palestinian authorities in regard to that, and certainly an attempt to cease and reduce the degree of violence there?
Sure, Senator. We covered some of this before lunch, but yes, there's been. We've engaged through our ambassador in Israel, and also through our head of post in Ramallah about this. We've also engaged the Israeli ambassador here, and we've also spoken to the deputy head of mission here about it as well. So there's been quite a bit of contact just in the last few weeks about these issues. And of course, the Minister, of course, made a public statement after the dreadful attack of worshippers coming out of a place of worship in Israel.
Indeed. In terms of improving the relationship with Israel, then, it strikes me that we are watching some pretty dire things happen. We've had a situation where there's been a reversal of decisions, for example, around the location of the embassy, which disrupts the relationship, and yet we appear to be pretty limited in terms of our engagement with Israel. Can you give us a time frame for when you think these visits may occur?
Well, we haven't sort of locked them in. We've spoken about them in the next 12 months or so. I think we're coming up for the anniversary, if I'm not mistaken, a significant anniversary of relations, and so we were talking in those sort of generalities, I suppose. But yeah, there's definitely an intent to have some visits, and they will proceed, I'm sure, and in the next period, Senator.
And Senator, we have had a very close and ongoing dialogue with the Israeli authorities. I've met the ambassador a couple of times, most recently earlier this week on Monday, and we have taken the opportunity to look at the forward agenda and what we can do more, particularly in this 75th anniversary year, in terms of visits both ways and in terms of the kinds of issues that we can continue to have a closer dialogue about. We have, of course, have not moved our embassy, which remains in Tel Aviv.
Sure. So can I just go back to that point? Because one of the questions on notice, question notice 140, the response to that in terms of the talking points that were provided appear to be different to another set of talking points. Can you just confirm to the committee, was there only one set of talking points issued to other departments around this, or were there two?
I think we'll take it on notice. It's hard to say. We update talking points regularly, so one set, two set is.
Yeah, I think it's
hard
safer
to
to take that on notice, Senator, for clarity.
Just seems odd that some points were provided to the public via an FOI, but when this committee was asking for complete disclosure, we were refused access to talking points. So yes, if you can take that on notice and provide them, that would be very useful. Thank you. Finally, has there been any briefing provided to either the Foreign Minister or to the Prime Minister about recognising a Palestinian state?
I can only speak for...
Well, we don't go to content of advice. But the position I've made... So I'm trying to remember my most recent public comments.
So always wishing to be helpful, question on notice 143 states that the officers had not sought any briefing in relation, but since that QAN was tabled, have the officers sought a briefing or other information from DFAT regarding recognising a Palestinian state?
Look,
No.
No, not in the terms that that question is cast.
Sure. So, Minister, as you'd be aware, the Labor Party platform on page 117 talks around the recognition of a state. So could you explain to the committee just what is the process from here, if you're going to be delivering on that, how that's going to work, because that obviously affects the whole of the Australian people in the Parliament?
Well, the platform resolution is an expression of the views of the National Conference, which also make clear this is ultimately a decision, a matter for government. My pause before was because, I obviously receive
many briefings, including on the bilateral relationship with Israel and on the ongoing conflict between Israeli and Palestinian peoples, as per the discussion earlier today with, I think it was Senator Steele-John. What I've said publicly, and I'm sorry I couldn't recall the last context in which this was made, was articulated the last statement, but my focus, my principal consideration is advancing the cause of peace, and that issue and all other issues in this context, I would start first with that proposition.
So my last question on that is, if you are working through that cause for peace, obviously part of the analysis is understanding what the consequences would be of a recognition. If you've not sought a formal brief, have you sought information in other forms from the department to inform your consideration of that approach?
As and when those issues would come before government, we would ensure that all of those considerations would be the subject of advice.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. First line of question goes to some questions in relation to ASEAN. Let the relevant people come to the table, but my first overarching question is, are there any ASEAN meetings, conferences, talks scheduled to take place in Australia within the next 12 months or so?
In Australia, as opposed to the many meetings in the region?
Yeah, just actually physically hosted here in Australia.
No, there are not, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Can I confirm that the ASEAN Australia Forum is being held on, I think it's the 16th and 17th of March in Laos?
That's correct, Senator.
And who will be attending the forum from the department?
I will, Senator, as Australia's ASEAN senior official.
Thank you. Will there be representatives of Myanmar's military junta present at the forum?
I expect there will be an official from the Foreign Ministry, but I can't, I don't actually know that, Senator.
All right. Minister or anyone in the department, has Australia raised any concerns with ASEAN at the continuing presence of representatives of the military junta within these spaces?
Every time we attend an ASEAN meeting at officials level or ministerial or leader level, in fact, we do register our strong concerns about the deteriorating situation in Myanmar.
Do those concerns extend to the presence of representatives of the regime in the discussion?
I think that is a matter for ASEAN, Senator. Who attends ASEAN meetings and who represents ASEAN members? That's a matter for ASEAN.
The situation, though, on the 16th, 17th of March, I understand, though, is Australia co-hosting that forum alongside ASEAN. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So we'll be co-hosting a forum in Laos at which a representative of the military junta will be present.
Because ASEAN is central to our security. So, we are very clear about our position on the coup, which is why I made the announcements on the two-year anniversary. Yes. That Senator Chandler was asking questions about. But we will, as Ms. Chan has said, ultimately these are, we express our views. ASEAN has expressed its views, and it's still, this is an ongoing issue for that entity that entity is seeking to deal with. But it is in our national interest that Ms. Chan, that our ASEAN ambassador, that ministers, including I, engage with our counterparts within ASEAN. So I appreciate you might want us to just say we're not going to go because someone from Myanmar might be there. Well, that's not the approach that's been taken.
We're co-hosting a meeting.
No, well, and the way ASEAN has been dealing with it has been at what level of representation, which officials may wish to go to.
And just to clarify, my point was that not that we wouldn't attend. My point was that we should raise our concern at the presence of an illegitimate regime.
And I agree with you, they are. And we do, and we have. And my recollection, which I mean, I should let Ms Chan speak rather than jumping in, but when I attended in... when was that? At some point last year. My recollection is Myanmar was represented at official level, not political level.
At the East Asia Summit, Myanmar was represented by an empty chair, Senator.
Yes, I remember that, but what you've just said to us is that won't be the case at the upcoming forum. There will, in fact, be an individual present.
Yes, I think the difference is between a political level representation and an official.
So as co-host of the forum, in your view, we don't have a right to indicate who can or cannot be present within the space?
No, because I'm co-hosting that together with ASEAN as an organisation. ASEAN has meetings, these kinds of forums at officials level with its dialogue partners. So this meeting is with Australia and all of the ASEAN members. And I do not yet know who will attend from each of those ASEAN members.
Mm-hmm. The ASEAN Military Medicines meeting working group is, I think, set to hold a tabletop and field exercise this year. Will that be held here in Australia, or do we know yet the location of those meetings and exercises?
Senator Sil, John Robin Moody, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional and Mainland Division. I'll need to check that detail. It's certainly the case that there will be a meeting of that working group this year, and I'll check the location for you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the case of...
So what was the meeting, Senator?
Sorry,
Which one was
it was the ASEAN Military Medicines meeting working group. Okay. So moving on to the case of Mr. Julian Assange. We've covered that at last estimates as well. On the 3rd of February 2023, Mr. Assange's father, in a letter, wrote to His Excellency Mr. Stephen Smith, the Australian High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, asking, well, to be honest with you, begging Mr. Smith to visit Mr. Assange in Belmarsh Prison. Minister, is your department facilitating the High Commissioner to visit Mr. Assange in prison in Belmarsh?
Mr. Gerard.
Ian Gerard, Assistant Secretary of the Consular Operations Branch. Yes, Senator, we are aware of that letter. The High Commission in London has written to Mr. Assange seeking consular access to him on 45 occasions, most recently on the 2nd of February. As yet, those letters have not been responded to, but certainly aware of that request made to the High Commission. And I think for us, the interests and the direction of the client is central.
It's the case, though, isn't it, Mr. Gerard, that representatives, as far as I understand it, of DFAT have actually visited Mr. Assange in Belmarsh post the time at which he withdrew authority. So while it's ideal to have that authority, it's not a inhibit.
My understanding, Senator, is that officials have visited Mr. Assange on 5 occasions in Belmarsh Prison. I'd have to check whether those occasions were following Mr. Assange's withdrawal
of authority.
My
understanding is that they were. And so while I understand that authority would be ideal, given a number of what I would describe as the mitigating circumstances in this case, I would really very much encourage you to be supporting Mr. Smith to make that visit, regardless of whether authority is given. Mr. Gerard, is it DFAT that is the department that is leading diplomatic talks in relation to Mr. Assange's case, or are there other departments involved?
Senator, Mr. Assange is a consular case, and as such, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade manages concerns about his welfare. I would just make the distinction that because Mr. Assange has not given us the authority to provide that support or to inquire about his welfare, there's a complication there.
Yes, I understand. Now, you'd recall that, Minister, your OSMIN visit to the US bilateral PAC document was released under a Freedom of Information request.
I wasn't aware, but that's great.
It has been. It has been. And it refers, the contents of that document refer to Mr. Assange. It appears as an element on the agenda, if you like. Without asking you to reveal the substance of any dialogue, I would like to know whether you or your staff or DFAT officials actually discussed Mr. Assange's case with your US counterparts, for example, with the Secretary of State, or indeed in terms of formal, informal or ephemeral meetings.
Mr. Assange's case has been raised at the appropriate levels, and we will continue to do so. The government's view is, as the Prime Minister said, we think this matter has dragged on for far too long.
In what forum or meeting, formal or informal or on the ephemery, did your staff or DFAT officials raise Mr. Assange's case with the United Kingdom or Foreign Secretary or lawyers of the United Kingdom during your recent visit to the United
I've said as Foreign Minister it has been raised at the appropriate levels. The Prime Minister has said that to the Parliament, and you wouldn't anticipate, well, you might anticipate, but I don't propose to go into details of those conversations, other than to tell you, again publicly, what our position is. That our view is that this matter has dragged on too long. The Prime Minister said so publicly.
Can I just clarify with you, Minister, that when you say they've been raised at the appropriate levels, are you referring to the appropriate levels in both the United Kingdom and in the United States?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the broader question here, this FOI document details that Mr. Assange's case was an item on your agenda for the OSMIN talks. Again, without asking you to go into detail, do you not feel that his family, the Australian community, have a right to know just the space in which that discussion was held? All I've asked you for is clarification as to whether it was yourself, your staff, DFAT staff, and whether it was a formal meeting or
just a few minor details. This is not you don't do diplomacy through the media, especially on cases especially on consular cases. Even in relation, I indicate at very high level, in broad terms, the sort of representations we make. So I appreciate you are keen for lots of detail. I don't think anyone in this role that I hold would be responsible to go into the detail that you're seeking, and I would also remind you he has withdrawn authority or consent, I forget.
From a consular
It was to refuse consent for us to visit.
Well, whether or not it's his family, I'm not. He has,
Mr Assange has indicated he does not want consular representation at this stage from the Australian government.
The challenge here, Minister, is again through the Freedom of Information process.
That's fine.
We've been able to confirm that in the last 6 months, for instance, the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and the Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, have not corresponded with the US in relation to
I got asked that question
Mr.
I got asked that question in the United Kingdom, and I made the point that not all representations are made by way of letter.
So you are the highest authority in this room in relation to our nation's foreign affairs. Did you discuss with your counterparts Mr. Assange's case?
I refer to my previous answers.
Senator, you've only got 1 more minute left before I have to hand over the call. Do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do, on a different topic, Chair.
Do you want to come back to that later?
Yeah, happy to.
To give you a bit of a run?
Yeah,
yep.
All right. No worries.
I'll hand the call to Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. I'll pick up where I left off before, or in the last block. How many conversations, Minister, have you had with Mr Rudd pertaining to his appointment? How many conversations, Minister, have you had with Dr Rudd pertaining to his appointment as Australia's ambassador to the US?
I think Mr Rudd was here this week, last week.
This week.
This week, for the pre-posting engagement, so I saw him then. I mean, I know Mr Rudd personally, and I caught up with him, I think, at the UN General Assembly, as did, I think, the other foreign ministers from other countries.
So those two catch-ups, I assume there have been some phone conversations too. Did you ring to offer him the position or tell him he was being appointed at some point?
Well, I can't. I'm trying to recall the sequence, but what are you asking? Who rang to offer him the position? Or how was the offer communicated?
I'm surprised that in terms of your recollection of conversations you had with Dr Rudd about his appointment, there's the formal pre-departure consultation this week, and that you saw him around UNGA, which was before his appointment was announced, but may have been at a time where you knew he was going to be appointed. So.
I know you're very focused on this, Senator Birmingham, but this is not the sum total of what I engaged with Mr Rudd or others about. But if your question is, have you spoken to him prior to his appointment? Obviously I have, but I don't have dates of same. I was telling you 2 times I remember catching up with him in person, which was this week and in UNGA.
Secretary Adams, how often have you had cause to speak to Dr Rudd about his appointment?
A few times since the announcement of the appointment, on the briefing process, the formalities, the logistics, as well as the policy content of his role as Australia's ambassador to the United States.
I might ask for some more details of those on notice. When does Mr Sinodinos complete his appointment?
In a few weeks' time, mid-late March.
Mid to late March now. So I think, again, that was indicated to be February previously, so small extension there.
Well, once again, we do have to accommodate the real world on...
And his request.
And
his request.
Sure. And there's a significant event expected to happen in March that you won't confirm. But
he said, I think I've sought to accommodate with a number of your political appointments their requests about extension for various reasons. I think pretty much everybody that you appointed who we indicated would not be reappointed has asked for some changes, and I've sought to be reasonable.
But as equally as you both indicated before, in relation to Mr O'Farrell, with the intensity of engagement between Australia and India,
critical. I wasn't being critical,
to keep
Senator
Mr O'Farrell in the role, and whilst you won't confirm it with the finalisation of AUKUS arrangements in March, it probably makes sense for Ambassador Sinodinos to be there until the next stage of that takes place.
Senator Birmingham, I should have added before on High Commissioner Farrell that, of course, that was his expected end of his term that was announced. So it wasn't as if it had been brought forward and then, as Minister said, to accommodate both his preferences as well as our own operational demands, it was actually extended, but it was never brought forward.
Sure. Thank you. And is Dr. Rudd expected to take up his appointment essentially immediately following Ambassador Sinodinos concluding?
Reasonably so. Just some logistics to move one set of people out of official residence
Sure.
and the next people in, but yes, more or less.
Have in any of your discussions, Minister, doesn't sound like it, or Secretary, you had cause to speak with Dr. Rudd about public commentary prior to his taking up the post, but while he's in this period as Ambassador Designate?
Well, I've spoken to him about a range of issues to do with assuming his position as ambassador. So, you know, how our ambassadors deal with media, social media, public commentary, public positions, of course, is part of that set of issues.
Did you have conversations with him specifically following his Bloomberg interview in early January?
I did meet with Dr. Rudd when he came to Canberra earlier in the year, 13th of January. So I can't recall.
And did his comments from that Bloomberg interview cause you to have particular discussions with him about public commentary?
He was here to do the basic logistics, get the security clearances started, and a range of the big body of paperwork that it takes to get yourself overseas as a representative of Australia. So that wasn't the cause. We talked about various things, mostly actually basic logistics and then geopolitics.
Does Washington have a habit of throwing some of its allies under a bus?
Oh, please.
Well, to quote Dr. Rudd.
Seriously, well, I mean...
Pretty embarrassing, but...
Yeah,
they're not my words.
Hang on, you know that is not how this government approaches our relationship with others, and they're not words I would use.
Are they words that an ambassador designate should use?
I've just... Dr. Rudd is a significant international figure who has a very extensive range of public comments on the record on many issues. Not as Australian ambassador, but in his own right. As Australian ambassador, as I said earlier, he knows and understands and that his role is to represent the Australian government and to progress the Australian government's policy. And as I said earlier, I'm pleased that he's willing to do that job at this time where it is a pretty difficult, we live in a very difficult world.
And Minister, I'm not seeking to put the long range of comments that Dr. Rudd has from his time as an Australian citizen or as Prime Minister or as Foreign Minister or in the range of other capacities that he has held to you. What I did just put was a comment he made as Australia's ambassador designate to Washington. In the same interview, where he said that the Biden administration lacks a, quote, grand strategy. Are these appropriate comments? And if not, has he been counselled in relation to the types of comments that are appropriate as our ambassador designate?
Look, I think what I can say is that the recent conversations we've had have been very focused on the government's bilateral relationship with the United States and the broader geopolitical context that he will be undertaking his positions against. So, from my point of view, I can answer that in terms of a sort of roles and responsibilities once in the position, and that's what Dr. Rudd's been very focused on in his briefings this week across government. Those briefings have included intelligence agencies, national intelligence community member agencies, and other departments, Home Affairs, etc. So,
and they are all the type of conversations, Secretary, that I would expect you to have with any ambassador designate, any High Commission designate.
Indeed.
But have you had a particular conversation with Mr. Rudd about the appropriate boundaries of commentary now that he is our ambassador designate?
I think he's a former Prime Minister. He knows what the role of ambassador is. And those comments were made in his capacity as Asia Society President. And I would refer to your good friend and colleague, Senator Brandis, who was effusive in his praise of Dr. Rudd's appointment, saying it is in Australia's interest to have as our ambassador someone whom they acknowledge as one of the most authoritative analysts of Chinese foreign policy in the English-speaking world.
Senator Wong, comments that I'm aware of, but neither you nor the Secretary are giving a straight answer about the response to Dr. Rudd's Bloomberg interview.
Yeah, I am giving a straight answer. I've told you those are comments made in his capacity as Asia Society President, and I have also said to you that Dr. Rudd, as a former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, understands perfectly well what his role as ambassador will be.
He may wear other hats, but from the 20th of December, he is also Australia's ambassador designate. And that's a reality, and it's one that should be
I think everybody
at his front of mind, and I would have thought yours and the department's.
Senator Birmingham, do you have other questions? Because you're asking us, to be fair, the same question, just in very different forms. So you've got 2 minutes left.
To close off this bracket of question, we went through some of the internal sessions for heads of missions earlier. Has Mr. Rudd completed the training around employee health and safety?
Well, he either has or will have had before his departure.
He has.
He has.
APS Code of Conduct?
Yes, Senator.
Mental health protection?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Mental health protection?
Yes.
Physical security?
Yes.
Information security?
Yes.
Property management?
Yes.
Media?
Yes.
That's notable. And financial management issues and fraud?
Yes.
Good to go.
And business planning as well.
Thank you very much.
And business planning as well, just to round it out.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thanks a lot for that. I'll hand the call now over to Senator White.
Thank you. Just on the same topic, I recall, I think before lunch you mentioned, and Senator Birmingham has highlighted the list of training. Can you tell me whether Senator Brandis, who was a High Commissioner, former High Commissioner Brandis, completed the OH&S training that was required, or did that post-date his appointment?
I think we'll have to take that on notice. It preceded.
Yeah. Sure. And can you also tell me whether he passed the training?
I will have to take it on notice, given it was a little while ago now.
Also, post the incident at COP26 in Glasgow, did he have to do a refresher training of OH&S?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Senator, it was before my time in this role.
Don't tell people to drive dangerously.
given we paid $277,000, or the Australian taxpayer paid $277,000 to get the learnings, I'm interested if one of the learnings was a refresher on OH&S.
So just on that, sorry to interrupt, Senator White, I can assure you that there was refresher training rolled out at the embassy following that incident.
For the High
more
Commissioner?
broadly. It was for the, I'll have to check for your attendance, but it was rolled out for the entire staff.
Certainly, and what the training prior to that was would be very interesting. So let me turn, I guess, we've had a few questions about about politicians or former politicians being heads of mission. Dr Rudd's been, questions about Dr Rudd. They do make excellent heads of mission, I'm sure you would agree. But can I take you to the former High Commissioner's George Brandis's tenure? And I've got some concerns and questions about that. As I said, we've already traversed the multiple investigations. I did so last time about the COP26 incident. And I'm interested, though, in an article in the Sydney Morning Herald of the 1st of May 2022 covering Mr Brandis's time in London as High Commissioner. It was titled, "How the Political Beast George Brandis Made His Mark in London." I don't think they were talking about the car accident. It was about other things. And so what that article said is, Brandis introduced, and I quote, Brandis introduced staff with political backgrounds into the High Commission so that they could act as links between the stuffy Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Government, particularly the Prime Minister's office, and work the influential Westminster staffer circuit. Is that true? Is that what he was doing?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article, but I'm very happy to have a look at it and see what claims are in it. I'm not sure that I'm equipped to respond right now, though I'm happy to take it on notice.
It appeared to be a post article spruiking the abilities of the former High Commissioner, but I guess what I'm interested in is it consistent with how you expect your High Commissioners to act. Can you just remind me, when did Mr Brandis commence his posting to London?
I don't have the precise dates. Oh, yes, I do. I apologise. He started in May 2018.
And when did he finish?
In April 2022.
In April 2022. So this article I'm talking about appeared a month later, so could be a posting publicity article. How many new staff were hired in the High Commission during that time? Do you know?
Oh, I would have to check that because the very nature of our staffing is that people do their 3-year appointments, and so I just need to check across his term.
How many of those new staff had political backgrounds?
So I'll take the question and think about the elements of what you're asking me, because when you say new staff, I'd need to check whether they suggest locally engaged staff or our normal posting rounds for our diplomats that we post over there. So I'll just make sure that I've got both elements for you, Senator.
Well, again, I refer to that article, 1st of May, this might be the touchstone for it. Work the influential Westminster staffer circuit. So that probably gives you a sense of what sort of political connections we're talking about. But if you could look at their political backgrounds and give me the number, which roles were those staff with political backgrounds appointed to? If I could get that too. Okay. And was having a political background a condition of their employment?
I will obviously take that on notice, but it certainly isn't a standard requirement or part of a job description.
So let me ask you just generally about DFAT's role. Isn't it your core business to make connections with decision makers in host countries across the spectrum of political and bureaucratic figures?
Yes, it is.
And how do you do that?
Senator, you're right. That's what our people, both overseas and in Canberra-based roles do, to be influential and have good insights into how other people see their situation and the global situation. Yes, we would count that as basic tradecraft.
So, in fact, they get significant training in that, don't they?
Experience in particular.
So, given that there's experience and training, is it the department's view that existing DFAT staff, both locally engaged and Australian-based, were incapable of working the influential Westminster staffer circuit?
Look, I think Australia's High Commission in London is always a very well-connected, well-operating group of individuals. I can't imagine that the embassy the High Commission would have been incapable of engaging with any part of the UK system. We have very good access
There's
and
probably
very
a room
good
full
knowledge.
of them here, isn't
there might be one or two.
Yeah, there's a room full of people here who could be influential, work the influential Westminster staffer circuit. That's their jobs, isn't it?
I can only agree.
Yeah, probably not safe to disagree. I wouldn't have thought with them all sitting behind you.
Yes, good point.
So, how is the deliberate hiring of staff with political backgrounds consistent with the APS Code of Conduct?
Senator, I'm unaware of the particular staff, if there were any that we're talking about here. It predates my time. I can only reiterate that we'll take it on notice
when you
what
look at
staff were recruited.
If you've taken on notice my question about political backgrounds, why don't you then measure it against the APS Code of Conduct and whether it seems like it was appropriate sets of hiring. Also, isn't acting impartially and providing apolitical advice an APS core value?
Indeed.
So do you think having political backgrounds for staffers is consistent with that?
Well, I think staffers with political backgrounds have a lot of skills and experience to bring to bear. It wouldn't exclude you, but it would not, in a partisan sense, of course, be from an APS Code of Conduct point of view a requirement.
So what are the consequences for staff or managers that violate the APS values?
Oh, well, it's a very context-specific...
What's the range of things that could happen?
So, Senator, if I might, if we were concerned that a staff member was contravened the APS Code of Conduct, there's a range of measures that we would take, including investigating that quite seriously, and then depending on the nature of what the circumstances is, there's a range of options available to manage that situation, but it is a very context-specific question that you're asking for me to give you a precise answer.
Yeah, I understand that, but you know, the APS values is something that's like at the heart and the core, isn't it?
Sure.
So, and particularly for foreign affairs, as we've talked about, you know, that's a serious thing, and how you interact with. You know, we've heard a whole morning full of the interactions of your department, the minister, sets of other ministers with other countries. It's really at the heart of, isn't it? The kind of way in which you deal with people, how you represent Australia and the outcomes that you get. It's right up there, isn't it? So the values, anyway, I invite you to consider that point, and perhaps when you've looked at those staff, consider it against the APS values, and I look forward to the answer and notice. But I'm presuming you haven't, but I'll ask this anyway. Has the department conducted any sort of review or investigations of hiring practices at the High Commission under Mr Brandis's leadership?
Senator, ordinarily we wouldn't talk about individual cases. it's a sort of a common practice for us not to go into specific details, but we do talk very regularly with our heads of missions and heads of posts about the recruitment, particularly of locally engaged staff. As you would expect, of course, the diplomatic corps, if you like, our A-based, as we describe them overseas, we recruit centrally here.
Yeah, so I think the distinction I'm trying to make here is that I'm not talking about the occasional appointee to serve as head of mission, you know, in a country where there's bilateral arrangements, and I'm not talking about the occasional appointment of somebody with a political staffer. This is something that's been spruiked in this article, and there's a significant difference, isn't there, between having a High Commissioner with political clout and then stacking an Australian Embassy or High Commission with multiple political staffers to suit the agenda of the head of mission. That's a different kettle of fish.
Senator, as Ms Walsh says, of course, the Australian, the if you like, frontline diplomats are part of Foreign Affairs and Trade and are public servants and posted overseas from Canberra by us. Ability to hire local staff to support the mission does rest with those posts, but nevertheless, yes, we have employment standards, we have job descriptions, etc.
I get that, but I'm taking you back to that article on the 1st of May. Your stuffy Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and Government. But this was people who are going to work the influential staffer circuit. This was a different set of people. These were high calibre political operatives designed to, and as I said, it's spruiked after the High Commissioner's left, presumably for further job opportunities because of the political acumen. I invite you to consider some of this, but can I also then ask you, how can the department assure the government that the sort of hiring practice hasn't occurred elsewhere in the diplomatic network?
So, Senator, while I've said that hiring of local staff is managed at each embassy or high commission, it's not without some oversight from Canberra. What I mean by that is there is clear expectations around the integrity of our hiring practices, that obviously because we're operating in so many countries, there are local labour laws that need to be taken into account, which makes them somewhat bespoke. But we do have all of our heads of mission and other staff constantly engaging back with one of my teams in Canberra as it pertains to the engagement of local staff, so that there is integrity across the system.
I have got some other questions, but I might...
on this topic
I've got
other
some
topics?
other questions on other political
Okay.
appointments. I've got an array of them, but I don't want to hog the limelight.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Senator White. Deputy Chair, have you got any more questions on your end?
I do have a couple of questions. Were you seeking the call,
After
Senator
you,
Steele-John? Okay. I might take the call for
Sure.
a bit if that is all
Deputy
right.
Chair, you have the
If I
call.
can just get myself organised. Thank you. I did just briefly want to go back to the topic that we were covering earlier around foreign interference, because I do note that the Home Affairs Minister has in question time earlier today, in the last half hour or so, made some further comments on the record regarding the interference, and confirmed that, and I quote, Iran is attempting to influence Australian democracy in deceptive ways and trying to harass, watch and control the activities of Iranian Australians. Any concerns from the Department of Foreign Affairs regarding this statement from the Home Affairs Minister?
Senator, well, obviously we're concerned about the foreign interference, concerns about the statement. I've only learned of it from you, but I would say no.
I think the general proposition that the Minister is articulating is the same proposition that I have articulated in the Parliament.
which is we have a very clear view about the importance of protecting Australia's democracy and democratic practices. We have foreign interference legislation. We have enforcement mechanisms, and the government will act to ensure that Australians and our democracy are protected.
The Minister has told the Parliament that it's important for the Parliament to call out the perpetrators of foreign interference, specifically in reference to Iran. Yet when I was asking questions about this earlier, there was an inference that it wouldn't be appropriate to ask those questions in this forum.
You asked questions about a specific matter.
And the Home Affairs
you
Minister has raised a specific matter in question
I-
time just now, Minister Wong.
Well, you asked questions about a specific matter. You also asked questions about which your party has been briefed, which you know are sensitive. And frankly, I think it's utterly irresponsible that you're allowed to ask those questions in this forum, given the briefings you've had.
Minister Wong, the Home Affairs Minister, in her response just now to a question, referenced a roundtable that she held earlier in the week with other ministers and
Which I
community
referenced
leaders.
earlier in my answers. I said
attended?
that she and Mr Dreyfus had held a roundtable on foreign interference.
That was the same
Yes,
roundtable.
and I also held a separate one with members of the diaspora, which I think we tweeted publicly about it
this morning.
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm
Yeah, it's the
that
same one. Yeah.
you had presence on that.
We did. There were two different ones. There was one
Yes.
specifically on the foreign interference with the ministers responsible for, who have portfolio responsibility for that. So that was Mr Dreyfus and Ms O'Neill.
Mhm.
And then I met later in the day with members of various, Amnesty and others, and members of the Iranian diaspora community.
Okay. Moving on to another topic, but I think the relevant officials are at the table because it is regarding our ambassador to Iraq.
Iraq.
Apologies if it's not the same.
No.
But I think it is. There are some photos circulating on social media of a recent meeting between Australia's ambassador to Iraq and an individual called Qais Al-Khazali. Is the department aware of this meeting?
Yes, Senator.
Is this the same Qais Al-Khazali who is listed as a specially designated global terrorist by the United States?
He's listed by the US, yeah.
Given that designation by our ally, what would be the circumstance in which an Australian ambassador would be meeting with a designated terrorist?
He's head of a political party in Iraq, Senator. That political party is part of the governing coalition of the Iraqi government. His party has a minister in the current Iraqi government. So the ambassador, as part of her ongoing work to be in touch with various political actors, political party leaders in the country, to be across political developments, has met this individual.
Does the department agree that Al-Khazali is the leader of a militia responsible for terrorist activity?
We haven't formed that specific view, Senator, but I know what you're alluding to. I think the reality is in Iraq, a country that's had decades of conflict, there are a range of people that have different backgrounds, and now some of them are in the political mainstream.
Does the Australian government agree that Al-Khazali and his organisation, which is also designated as a terrorist entity, as you say, is financed and supported by both the IRGC and by Hezbollah?
Well, I don't know. They certainly have strong connections to Iran. There's no question about that. That's a known.
We'll take that on notice. I mean, I'm not sure that... we'll take that question on notice.
There's, a fair amount of very concerning information available regarding this
I don't know
organisation.
where the relevant agencies have got to in relation to this, so Your question was, do we agree, which is a question of fact.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but we'll take that on notice.
Also taking on notice, what was the purpose of the meeting with this individual? Was this meeting sought and arranged by the Australian government or by Al-Khazali? And according to an Al-Khazali social media account, the meeting occurred on the 31st of January, and I would like the department to confirm whether or not this is correct, but appreciate they are all quite detailed questions, and that they may need to be taken on notice.
Sure.
The US executive order under Al-Khazali is designated as a terrorist, lists as one of its purposes that the designation alerts other governments to concerns about individuals or entities aiding terrorism and promotes due diligence by such governments to avoid association with terrorists. Given that designation by the United States, they are one of our allies, they are one of our security partners. What would be the circumstance let me rephrase that. Why would there be a circumstance in which an Australian ambassador would be meeting with a terrorist? Given that
I
designation
think I answered
by
that
one of
earlier,
our
Senator.
allies.
There's a certain circularity here, but yes, I explained the context in which the meeting happened.
Mm-hmm.
But I can put that in writing if you wish.
And I think you've
With
already
your other
agreed to
answers.
take on notice, but
Yeah.
if we can have the purpose of that meeting, that would be useful, I think, to answer that question as well. Thank you, Chair.
You're most welcome. Senator Stiljohn, you
Thank
have the
very-
call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Currently, there are 15 Australian women and 30 children still detained in camps in Syria. The conditions in the camps continue to remain very precarious for Australian families. For example, in 2022, UNICEF reported that there were no less than 37 incidents of murder or attempted murder in the particular camp. Is the government providing any assistance to the Australian families detained in the camp is my first question.
Senator Kate Logan, First Assistant Secretary, Consular and Crisis Management Division. Senator, you'll appreciate it's difficult to provide direct support given we don't have an embassy in Syria. But what I can say is that our embassy in Beirut makes all efforts to monitor the welfare of those Australians and works through local authorities, UN agencies and other NGOs on the ground that have the mandate and the presence in the camps.
Okay, so you are currently doing that work at the moment?
We are, Senator.
And what is that what material impact is that having for the families that work?
It's the way that we can monitor their welfare. The UN agencies who are there give us certain assurances about their treatment in the camp. We, for example, were in touch after the earthquake to ask whether there had been damage to the camps, and were advised that there was actually very little damage. So things like that, Senator.
Okay. So you're able to monitor their well-being, or at least their status?
I would say that we do the best we can to monitor through those other agencies.
Are you able to provide them with any material support beyond that line of sight?
No, Senator.
Okay.
Well, through our aid program, I should say. I mean, Mr Ennis-Brown can talk more about the aid we provide that does go to supporting some of those arrangements in country.
That's okay. Look, my reason for asking is because of a United Nations statement in relation to a common practice at the camps relating to boys, particularly between the ages of 10 and 13 years old, who are separated from their mothers and siblings in the camps, particularly in northeast Syria. The boys are taken into so-called rehabilitation facilities and forced to live in quite abhorrent conditions. The Australian boy, Yusuf Zahab, was separated from his Australian family members in this way prior to being held in a rehabilitation so-called centre where he was killed in 2022. There are currently, as far as I understand it, 2 Australian boys who are currently 11 years old, which would place them at risk of being taken. What is the Australian government doing to protect these young boys in northeast Syria from being transferred to the same rehabilitation facilities which have so far seen one of their fellow citizens die?
We're aware of those reports too, Senator. You'll appreciate I can't comment on individual cases. What I can say to you is that, to the best of our knowledge, no Australian boys have been removed in this recent period, and we have confirmed that through the same channels that I outlined earlier, through authorities on the ground.
Okay. We are aware, we've been collectively made aware of as an office, reports that many women and children are suffering in these camps of untreated wounds and of illnesses. These are, I can't help but remind you, Australian citizens and the children of Australian citizens. Is there anything that the government is doing to provide them with direct medical assistance?
Well, it would be through our aid program, Senator, through our contributions to UNICEF and other UN aid agencies there on the ground that are supporting individuals.
Ultimately, these kids need to be brought home. What's the latest the government can give me in relation to the timeline for the return of these families? Minister?
We're not
in a position to be specific about timelines.
This
Okay.
is a highly, I'll acknowledge the work that officials did, including in my own department, with the repatriation. This is a very risky area of the world.
Can you at
And
least
a very difficult area. Obviously, I think in the government's announcement yesterday, additional humanitarian funding in the context of the earthquake, including to those regions and people affected in Syria, including in conflict-affected areas. So, we'll continue to, as Ms Logan said, utilise our humanitarian partners. We're not present in the way, you might, it's not like we can turn up and... I think this is it's a legacy we have inherited from the previous government, and we saw some of the political response to my way of thinking. I'd rather people were here than being radicalised elsewhere in terms of safety to Australians.
I acknowledge that you're not able to give us a timeline, Minister, but can you still at least confirm to us that the government is working with the objective of returning all 15 Australians and their children to Australia?
We're very conscious of vulnerability of some of the Australians who are in these camps.
Sorry, I didn't catch
I said
that.
we are conscious of the vulnerability of some of the Australians in these camps.
But are you able to confirm that
No.
you are working with the objective?
No, I'm not going to make any further comment.
All right. Turning to the question of Australia's response to the earthquake in Syria more broadly, the government's announced $10 million provided in an emergency. 18?
Yeah, that was added to yesterday, I think. Was that?
Yes, that's
Someone
correct.
can
That's
come to the
correct.
table.
That's correct.
Now, as I understood it, or this might have been updated, there was at the time around $3 million that was among that package that remained unallocated, or is currently kind of unallocated within that pool of funds. Can you give us an idea of where that money will be going?
Senator, are you referring to the first package of 10 million?
Yes, that was what this question was originally based on. Yes.
Yeah, the 3 million that was unallocated was used for the mobilisation of the search and rescue team.
Sorry.
The $3 million was used
went to the search
to
and rescue
mobilise
team.
the Australian search and rescue team that left from Sydney.
Is the government or department considering a humanitarian exemption within the current sanctions regime currently placed upon the Assad administration to ensure that people are actually able to access this support? The people of Syria are able to access aid and support from Australia?
Senator Beth Delaney, First Assistant Secretary, Humanitarian Division. Senator, no. At this stage, we're confident that the current autonomous sanctions framework hasn't impeded delivery of our humanitarian assistance in Syria. As I mentioned earlier in the day, we have been providing that support through UN partners predominantly because we are confident of their ability to actually deliver where it's needed. I think I mentioned this morning that first allocation went through UNICEF and that enabled them to deliver emergency supplies in northwest Syria immediately.
Mm. We've seen other nations make exemptions in their sanctions in order to deliver aid. Is it not even under consideration by the department?
Senator, I might refer to my colleague.
Thank you, Senator. Of course, we, in these situations, we always turn our mind to it. At this point, we haven't had any approaches from the sector to say that they need an exemption, and we have no evidence that the current autonomous regime in relation to Syria is causing any problems with delivery, as Ms Delaney has already indicated. The other thing that I might mention is that in relation to Syria, there is a combination of UN-imposed sanctions, UN Security Council imposed sanctions, as well as autonomous sanctions in relation to Syria. And unlike Afghanistan at the moment, there is no UN Security Council exemption for humanitarian aid in place with respect to Syria. So you do have that added complexity that you've got two regimes and we need to work through the Security Council regime. At this stage, we are not seeing any issues. And if I can, at the risk of being terribly boring, just raise one other issue. That broader question of humanitarian exemptions is currently being considered as part of the review that we're doing of the autonomous sanctions regime. We're looking more generally and talking to the sector about that very specific issue.
Mr Walter, just to pick you up there, have you or has the department actually sought the views of the sector in relation to sanctions exemptions in this situation?
In relation to Syria?
In relation to Syria, yes.
No, we have not actively gone to the sector, but we do have very close contacts within the sector. We've had, I think, one tentative query about it, but no broader requests for a permit, which would be the mechanism here.
Okay. Now, one of the most concerning elements of this humanitarian crisis is its location along the border between Syria and Turkey. I'm wondering if the government has had diplomatic conversations with the Turkish government to request that donations of aid and support pass through the Turkey-Syrian border with no obstacle.
Senator, as I again earlier noted, we are engaging with all partners to ensure that humanitarian aid reaches those that need it. Our approach is to actually work with partners that we know can deliver in these contexts. Our humanitarian organisations are required to deliver with impartiality.
Is the government aware of the currently quite disproportionate impact that the earthquake has had on the Kurdish community particularly?
Senator, yes, I'm aware of the reports of the impacts that it's had on the Kurdish community.
Are you also aware of the reports that the government of Turkey has blocked access to dozens of trucks carrying aid to some of the worst affected areas, including refugee camps, based on the area's kind of content of Kurdish community members?
No, Senator.
Has the government been engaging with members of the Kurdish community to understand the impact of the earthquake on the community? Because it's really quite severe.
I think the focus obviously is on the immediate, the rescue and recovery team, the humanitarian contributions, the sort of, you know, the first things first, but I'm sure when conditions allow, our people on the ground in particular will be making assessments to feed back into our overall understanding of the impacts. But obviously it's still a terrible situation for many, many parts of Turkey as well as Syria.
Over
Senator
300
Steele-John,
members
I
of
do need to move the call.
Yeah, just one last.
Thank you.
Just to finish that, over 300 members of the Australian Kurdish community have lost a family member as a result of the earthquakes. It's really having a ripple effect through the community. Just my final question, and then I'm actually done all up, is a question in relation to passports, and it's one singular question, and then we're sorted.
Did you say that you're done?
I've been waiting all day to answer a question about passports.
I know.
He's got a big brief, lots of good news.
Well, the chair could be really, the chair could be kind and just give me.
Don't encourage them.
That'll be the one thing we get.
Might be the one thing you won't have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin. So when applying for an Australian passport, is there a question of whether the individual identifies as someone who is an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander person?
Craig McLaughlin, Deputy Secretary, International Security, Legal and Consular Group. I'm actually going to ask immediately my colleague, Craig Kelly, because I don't know the answer.
Hello, Craig Kelly, Acting Executive Director of the Australian Passport Office. And I'm sorry, Senator, I'm going to have to take that on notice as well.
Okay. Just for context, Mr. Kelly, the reason I ask you is that a constituent has raised with me an issue whereby an embassy of Australia did not handle the body of a deceased Australian in a culturally appropriate way, post them having died overseas. And one of the issues that has been raised with us is that there is apparently, if you go through the system, no way to identify yourself on your passport credentials that you are a First Nation person, and therefore provide the prompt to the embassy to deal with the body in a culturally appropriate way. So that's just the context for the question on notice.
Senator, perhaps if you could send us the information, because then we can work with the
Yeah,
consular.
that'd be great. I will do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Steele-John. Senator Birmingham, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Did Minister Conroy and the government set a target in the October 25 budget for the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme?
Sorry, Senator, just a moment.
If you don't mind, we'll get Ms. Heineke
Ms.
and Mr.
Heineke.
to the table.
You're back.
Good afternoon, Senator. Ewan McDonald. As I said earlier, there was a target set of 35,000 by the middle of this year.
And that was set and announced at the time of budget?
Ms Heineke
Ms.
will...
Heineke is nodding.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
I think the reason I was pausing, and I'm sure my office will send me a message, I thought this was something discussed in the context of the election campaign. But I'll check that.
To check it.
Senator, I can clarify.
There you go.
In the budget in October, which was your specific question, we did announce that we were moving towards 35,000. The election announcement was about expanding and improving the scheme.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And on the 2nd of February, Ministers Conroy, Watt, Burke and the Prime Minister released a triumphant media release declaring that the Albanese government has reached a major milestone 6 months ahead of schedule, with more than 35,000 Pacific Australia labour mobility workers now in Australia. In the October 2022 budget, the government committed to reaching 35,000 workers by June 2023. Latest data shows the milestone was reached in December. That's all accurate, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's accurate. Sounds like good news. It is good news that, that those workers were here by end of December and that had been achieved. Can I refer you to question on notice number 129?
Yes.
Found?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we have it, Senator. Thank you.
Yep. Could you give us the answer to question 6 from that question on notice, please?
So question 6, these figures were at 31 October, as specified in there, and the number of workers that we had in Australia at the time was 31,500 workers.
31,000. There were 31,500 palm workers in Australia as at 31 October 2022. 6 days prior to that, the government set and announced its target of 35,000 workers. Did the department provide advice to the minister to inform what that target would be?
Senator, as you would be aware from your former roles as minister, when you do budget processes, you're projecting into the future, and some of those budget processes would have been well before the budget outcome on the 6th of October. We worked closely with DUA to project what the numbers were. The target was 35,000, and we've now exceeded that number. I don't have the figures right up today, but it is more than 35,000 workers that we have in Australia at the moment.
I'm sure it is more than 35,000. As I said before, that is good news, and well done to officials and others helping to administer the scheme. But in terms of a government announcing a target in its budget, as all governments do with the fanfare of a target, and then triumphantly declaring it had achieved that target 6 months earlier, it's pretty poor form for the government to do that when they were basically knocking on the door of the target at the time they publicly announced it.
Senator, I don't think it's 31,500 in October and 35,000 achieved in December. That's a substantial increase in that financial year over other financial years, as Ms Heineke said earlier. So I don't think it's knocking on the door that it was immediately going to happen by December. I think that's a fairly significant increase of another 3,500.
Having had 31,500 in October, something would have gone horribly wrong under the policies and aspirations to not have comfortably got to 35,000 well in advance of June. Correct?
I think, well, as I said earlier, I think there are a lot of factors that have affected the numbers throughout that time, COVID the most obvious. So yeah, I mean, that target was set by the government. It was met by December. I can't really add much more to it.
Minister, it doesn't give a lot of credibility next time Mr Conroy announces a target for something that people will think it's actually an ambitious target, does it? When, in this case, a target was announced that was close to already being met.
There would have been 1,000 in the first year.
Well, I think Ms Heineke's explained the forecasting component of that. I would make the point
It's a substantial increase, and certainly substantially more than not only the zero that arrived under the ag visa, but even under what the then government's projected policy was, which was how many ag visa per year?
Under the ag visa, we had planned for 4 countries to 1,000 workers in the first year.
So you can make your political point about budgets targets. I thought Ms Haneke indicated that, but there are more people coming to Australia under this scheme than ever before.
Senator, what I can add that is an important point that perhaps I haven't explained well, and that is that workers are always coming and going, and that's particularly the case at the moment. So when we do numbers projection, we also have to make assumptions about how many workers we think will return home. The 408 visa, which was put in place in 2020, is still in place, which is the pandemic visa that allows workers to stay. So when workers are making decisions about going home, we have to also project how many go home. And that is also a factor. When we looked at, as I said before, we've brought in 17,000 workers since 1 June. Many of those, the 35,000 captures also those that we thought might go home. Now, not as many workers as we thought might go home. A lot of them have continued to stay under the 408 visa. So when we're projecting, we're looking not just about who comes in, it's also about who goes home. So
The counterfactor of that, though, is, of course, whilst effort was made during the pandemic to be able to bring Pacific workers in, that required far greater management to be able to do so and meant more finite numbers were able to be processed. So last year was always going to be, with the removal of those restrictions, obviously some time after the removal of those restrictions for people to apply, to prepare, to be hired, etc., it was always going to be a period of strong growth.
that's correct.
Yes. Can I go to the policy reforms that have been announced in the last 24 hours or thereabouts? And can you explain? Sorry, Minister.
There was an election policy.
Oh,
It's not a new. So just to be clear, but yes, it's a more detailed.
You didn't announce a ballot process in the election, though, did you?
That was an election.
Was it?
Yeah, pretty sure, because I got asked questions
Yes,
about it.
Pacific engagement.
It was an
For
election.
the PEV, not for the PALM scheme, obviously.
Okay. Can we talk through
Why?
why a ballot?
Yep. No, I'm pretty sure that was Mr. Conroy, something he briefed me on before the announcement in Darwin, from memory. But Ms Haneke, sorry.
Happy to go through the explanation and why we're looking at a ballot. It was an election announcement. It was an election announcement around bringing in 3,000 visa holders. That is for the family. So, as I said before, we're expecting the number to be between 500 and 600 families per year. We have had discussions with 13 countries, which includes Timor-Leste and 12 countries in the Pacific. In essence, we've been out negotiating and helping design that visa since August. We started consultations, but our first port of call was New Zealand to really understand their lessons from their Samoa program, which has had a similar ballot process. The reason that the ballot is important relates to the question before around brain drain, and that is, by running a ballot, you're not targeting skilled workers. You're allowing anyone to apply, because the objective of this is around our people-to-people links. Pacific migration is very low, it's less than 1%, so this is about building those cultural trade, people-to-people links over time through the migration program as a complementary measure to what we do as part of our Pacific strategy.
If I may, I've asked my staff to send me part of our announcement, bearing in mind, of course, government policy has to be determined by government, not just the election announcements, but we did make this clear that we would, and I quote, boost permanent migration from Pacific countries to Australia by creating a new Pacific engagement visa for nationals of Pacific Island countries and Timor-Leste. Up to 3,000 visas would be allocated annually by a ballot or lottery process modelled on the New Zealand Pacific Access Resident Category Place visa. That goes on to talk about where the places come from, and detailed design needed to obviously be part of what we did if we won government.
Thank you. So, requirements to be able to enter into the ballot, applicants will have to have a formal job offer.
So anyone can apply for the ballot. There'll be a very small fee. Basically, the only real requirement is around being a citizen of those countries. You don't have to be residing in those countries to apply. So, for example, palm workers in Australia can apply. Only ballot winners would then be eligible to seek a job, and we will have offshore assistance for them to do that. When they acquire a job, they'll need to give evidence of that, and then on arrival in Australia, they will basically become a permanent resident.
Okay, so they can enter the ballot?
They can.
Without needing to have the job
correct.
offer?
Yes, that's right.
But they need the job offer to be able to take up the permanent residency?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep. And do they have to have or have undertaken a palm placement?
No.
So
the reason for that is it's open to everybody in those countries to apply. We expect palm workers will be an important part of the cohort that do apply, and of course many of them will have jobs already in Australia. So we expect them to be an important part of the cohort that apply. What we will do though, after the first year of operation, we'll review it, we'll talk to countries, we'll have a look at the cohort of people that have come in, and then we'll review it if we need to with Pacific countries.
In terms of creating incentive in the PALM scheme and the different options, wouldn't it have made more sense to start from the other premise of PALM workers, past or present, being eligible, rather than those who may not have shown commitment or interest in terms of the PALM process?
Senator, we did consider that, and it has been an important part of the conversation with Pacific countries, but as the numbers I read out before on PALM, not every country has as many PALM workers as others. So countries like Papua New Guinea have a much lower proportion of PALM workers than some of the smaller countries in the Pacific like Samoa and Tonga. The way that we'll be allocating the numbers, and there hasn't yet been a decision on that because we're just completing the consultations, will also be based on the size of those countries. So countries like Papua New Guinea, the largest population in the Pacific, we expect will have a large number of PEV places, but they have a relatively low number of PALM workers. So one of the reasons for looking at this in a different way is because different countries have different views, but also we expect that PALM workers will be one cohort of people that do apply for it, so they will be eligible anyway. But we did consider that question.
What's the starting premise of the Australian government in terms of the apportionment of the 3,000 places across different countries?
Senator, we're still considering that at the moment. That's not decided. So the consultation's very important on that. The countries are at different points in the scheme, as you know. And of course, it'll be the countries that will decide as well how they opt in to the scheme. So that's underway, and I wouldn't like us to sort of predict the outcome of that just yet.
I think the point there is, well, there's 2 points I'd make. One, led by Pacific priorities, and different countries have different views about how they want this to proceed. So I appreciate the work that people are doing on engagement. And the second, just to reinforce Ms Heineke's point in response to your question, which is there is some logic to the question you ask around PALM workers, but if you recall the figures that were read out previously, it would skew the scheme significantly because the denominators in each of those countries would be so different and not necessarily correlated with population. So we haven't made a decision, but there's some of the things that Mr Conroy will have to weigh out.
What type of job will be required? You've said it won't be a skills requirement. Does it have to be a permanent job? What type of offer has to be made and evidence thereof?
These are some of the issues that we're discussing and still subject to final sign-off on design, but there'd be a requirement for a full-time job. And like any PR resident in Australia, they'd have full work rights. They wouldn't be linked to one employer, but they'd have to show evidence that they had a contract, full-time contract.
Did the PR take effect immediately upon?
Yes, on arrival.
Right. Regardless of how long that job is necessarily held for?
We're still defining how long the contract would be, but we'd be looking at probably around 12 months as the period of the contract offer that is required.
Okay. What evidence in terms of the New Zealand program did you ascertain, and have there been any independent evaluations of its success or otherwise?
Yes, New Zealand has reviewed its program. It's been running for many years. The main lesson out of that, which we've really taken on board in implementing and designing the Pacific Engagement Visa, has really been around the importance of the offshore support to help the ballot winners find a job, and that the jobs that they're finding are legitimate. So we've got a tender out at the moment that's helping to find a provider that can provide those offshore services to Pacific countries to assist in them finding a job. So that's really the main lesson from New Zealand, and of course the one that we've talked about before, which is the importance of having this as broad-based so it doesn't contribute to skills loss in the Pacific.
Okay, thank you. And I know I won't have too much longer, but just in terms of the current program, the existing Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, what is the department's assessment in terms of estimates of so-called absconsion or exiting from that scheme, presumably into the Australian community, and what work is being taken in terms of seeking to reduce that?
Senator, this is something that we work closely across government with DUA, of course, who has the lead on issues in Australia on worker issues and welfare, as well as the ABF and Home Affairs departments. So I guess there's a number of reasons why workers abscond, and we're regularly talking to Pacific countries and their community liaison officers based here to understand the drivers from their perspective, but also the pull factors. So work hours, and this is being addressed through the revised deed that will come into effect soon. There'll be new requirements in that deed. It's still to be finalised, but basically that will put more compliance and assurance around a minimum level of hours, particularly for seasonal workers. So that will be an important part of the measure. DUA also engages in a process of re-engaging workers that have disengaged, and we work very closely with Pacific governments and their community liaison officers to provide information about work to workers about how they can re-engage in the program. And then the third really important part of it is the information and the work that ABF and Home Affairs do, noting that one of the big areas of increase has been around protection visas. And again, the work that the ABF Canon is doing around facilitators is a really important part of the program. Often workers don't know what they're applying for when they apply for a protection visa, so we work very closely on information campaigns to workers.
Okay. Thanks, Ms Honig.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister and Secretary. My questions relate to Tibet and also modern slavery and Magnitsky. So I can never pronounce it, but it's an interesting combination, but it will become clear, hopefully.
Fire away, Senator.
Thank you very much. And so my first question is in relation to a UN Special Rapporteur's report on forced labour. I think that was released in December last year. And it very clearly showed that, or found, that particularly in agriculture and manufacturing, it is not just Uyghurs who are now in enforced labour slavery, but also Tibetans. So one is the Australian government aware of this, and upon resumption of trade talks with China, is this something that you intend to move, to discuss, to ensure that our supply chains from China are slavery free? It's something we've discussed before, but if we're just getting some initial advice on your level of knowledge of that report?
Senator Ellie Lawson, Acting Deputy Secretary Geostrategic Group. We are, of course, aware of that report, deeply aware of the concerns around forced labour, and have made representations about that on numerous occasions. The specific concerns around forced labour on Tibet we're not so aware of, so we'll be pleased to hear any information that you have about that.
That would be great. So it's the most recent forced labour report by the UN Special Rapporteur on contemporary forms of slavery. Good to see Ms Manton, who might be able to shed more light. But it's actually pages 7 and 8 talk about forced labour, not just amongst the Uyghur, Kazakh, but also there's increasing evidence now of widespread similar slavery in those sectors from forced labour sourced from Tibet. So,
thank you, Senator. And I would also reference that we have the human rights situation in Tibet is something that we have raised on a number of occasions with the Chinese government as well. So we do continue to raise those broad concerns.
Thank you. Okay, so the next question then segues into rare earths, and it is widely known that at various stages of the extraction through to the production of batteries and other minerals, and I know the Minister is very aware of this, that slavery occurs not only in source countries for extraction, but again, increasing evidence that the manufacture of a lot of modern goods that rely on these batteries, etc., is subject to forced labour of various ethnic minorities in China. Now, we have been looking at, I know, and in another committee starting to have a look at what we can do to highlight this to companies, possibly through the modern slavery legislation and reporting. But it has been raised with me that there's a specific issue now in Tibet in this area in relation to lithium mining. So the information that I've been given is that obviously lithium is being mined in Tibet, and despite protests from Tibetans about the removal of Tibetans from their ancestral homelands, it is being done in a way that is causing illness and also widespread environmental destruction in Tibet, and that there may also be modern slavery or slavery involved in that by forced labour. So it's not only is the lithium mined in Tibet, but as we all know, Australian mined lithium is sent to China for processing, again down the supply chain, quite likely forced labour. So that I'm happy to leave on notice because unless someone's got something on that in particular.
I wonder if I could just
please,
say
Minister.
something here, because prior to the election this was something that I engaged with Walk Free and other advocates about, and it was pretty clear to me, even though obviously it wasn't technically in the domestic legislation is in the Attorney General's portfolio, that this issue kept being raised, sometimes in respect to certain areas, of the word, but more generally. So you may or may not have clocked, Senator, that we did go to the election with a commitment in relation to strengthening the Modern Slavery Act, because it is a way of ensuring businesses and consumers can be required to and can gain greater sort of visibility of this as a disincentive. I'd also note that Ms Lucienne Manton, who's sitting next to me, who is the person with the longest ambassadorial title in the portfolio, but it includes modern slavery, people smuggling, trafficking, and people trafficking and modern slavery. Did I get that right?
To counter that, yes.
Yes, counter that. I meant obviously countering that, not for it.
Yes. Anti.
Yes, and her team put together the Bali process, and which included a discussion in the morning with the Business Forum on modern slavery, and it might be useful for her to report on that.
Thank you. Manton.
Thank you very much. Lucienne Manton, Ambassador to Counter Modern Slavery, People Smuggling and Human Trafficking. It's taking me a while to get that rolling off the tongue, but really important because it does highlight a strong commitment that Australia has to countering modern slavery, both at home and abroad. And as the Minister said, on the 10th of February, we hosted, or the Minister hosted in Adelaide, the 8th Bali Process Ministerial Conference and the 3rd Bali Process Government and Business Forum. Critically, this is a really unique forum that brings government representatives from around our region together with business representatives from around our region to talk about how we can work together on exactly these issues. So that's forced labour and other forms of modern slavery and human trafficking. And critically, the Bali Process Government and Business Forum committed to going further in terms of the work that it is going to do with government in addressing these issues, to acknowledge the problem, to act to address it, and to advance the issues.
Thank you, and that's very, very good to hear. And again, as a member of another committee, we're waiting for the, just by way of background, waiting for the review of the Modern Slavery Act, and then quite possibly we'll initiate a parliamentary inquiry in where to next from a parliamentary perspective, and not just on the Act as it currently is.
And this is not intended as a partisan point. In government, amendments that were moved in the Senate that went to strengthen the Act were not supported by the then government. So the more bipartisanship on this that can be generated, I think, would be a good
Senator
thing.
Wong, I was the minister at the time taking the Act through, and
yes. I'm not having. I just
no,
think
I know, and
it would be good if we could come to through the committee process a position across the Parliament on this, because I think nobody wants to. I think the way I put it when we were asked questions by the media, I said, no one wants to profit from forced labour, and no one wants to contribute to people profiting from forced labour.
Look, Senator Wong, I totally agree, and certainly on my side of politics, we might not refer to human rights as much as we do individual freedoms, but we're all talking about the same thing and the same outcome for individuals. So. We are looking to do that, and I'm confident it'll be actually multi-partisan.
That'll be good.
And particularly in relation to questions I've asked previously in this, and also in the mining estimates, or to mining officials, is how do we raise the issue of dirty supply chains where there is slavery, and put a value on it for our own producers. And by doing that, by raising the human rights abuses elsewhere. So anyway, thank you very much for that. Now, I just wanted to raise another issue as well, if I could, in relation to the Chinese government's report. 1 minute, this is the last one.
Perfect, all right.
Actually, I lied, there's 2 quick ones, but I can get them on notice. So the first one is that the UN's now reported on the removal of nearly 1 million Tibetan children forcibly removed into boarding houses, into congregate care, where I think the most kind way of putting it is complete re-education and cutting them off from their family ties and traditions. Others might more uncharitably call it ethnic cleansing. So I'm just wondering if you could perhaps take on notice what you know about this already and what more we can do, because not just in a human rights violation. I mean, the Americans have just called out the Russians for the removal of 6,000 Ukrainian children, but that's a war crime. But this, I think, is clearly against the Protocol on the Rights of the Child as well. Ms Lawson.
Senator, I can say that we are aware of the report by the UN experts from November and again in February regarding the separation of children from their families in large-scale boarding houses. They are deeply disturbing. We do take them seriously. We have raised our concerns about human rights in Tibet many times, as I say, most recently on the 9th of February this year, the Foreign Minister raised concerns with Foreign Minister Wang Yi about Tibet as well. And we were one of 47 countries to join a statement on human rights in China at the UN Human Rights Council, which also included a reference to Tibet, so broad concerns about Tibet having reference, and we take the specific circumstance you mentioned very seriously.
That's great. So will you use the, I think it's the 52nd Human Rights Committee meeting to raise this particular issue? I haven't got the date here when it is, but the 52nd session of the UNHCR
Senator, we don't have specifics on what to raise at this
Okay,
time.
so if you could take on the notice what you're going to do. And then, Chair, with an indulgence, can I just put one question on notice?
So I just would say, though, I think under both parties of government, Australia has been consistent in the UN context on this issue.
Thank you. That would be helpful. I haven't actually sort of been a this view, so it'd be good to put it on the record. And the other one is in relation to the third issue, Magnitsky sanctions. My understanding is that the US in December have issued that sanction, I still can't pronounce it, on 2 Chinese officials, specifically for human rights abuses in Tibet. And I can provide more, but you should have information on that. And is the Australian government looking to do something similar now?
Thank you very much, Senator Reynolds.
That's
on that note, we'll now suspend for afternoon
On notice, thank you, Minister.
tea and resume here at 4:25. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Now we're back from our afternoon tea. I'll hand the call over to Simon Birmingham, but before I do that, I understand, Secretary, you had something you wanted to update the committee on?
Thank you, Chair.
Michelle Chan, Deputy Secretary, Southeast Asia and Global Partners. Senator Steele-John asked if there were any ASEAN meetings taking place in Australia this year. Although not technically an ASEAN meeting, for the sake of accuracy, I just want to advise that Australia will co-chair with the Philippines the second ASEAN Regional Forum Nuclear Risk Reduction Workshop in Brisbane, 22nd to 23rd of March. It was endorsed by ARF ministers at their ministerial meeting in August last year. And the decision to co-chair and host the meeting is consistent with our ambitious non-proliferation and disarmament agenda and efforts to contribute towards the peace and stability of our region.
Thank you for that very much.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, questions from Senator Steele-John about Syrian sanctions. I just want to clarify that in my answer, we've had no formal requests for a permit under the autonomous sanctions regime at this point. And I also failed to mention in talking about UN Security Council sanctions that there is Resolution 2664, which was passed on the 9th of December last year, which is a general humanitarian exemption for all UN security programs. I did mention the Afghanistan program. There's a specific one on that, but there's also a general one which was passed in December last year. Thank you.
Excellent.
You're so careful, Chair. So careful.
Excellent. Thank you. Any others? No. All right.
Not at the moment.
Simon Birmingham. Senator Birmingham.
End of next week will mark the first anniversary of Russia's attempted full-scale invasion into Ukraine. What actions is the government intending to take around the time of that anniversary?
Well, I met with the ambassador 2 days ago, I think, Tuesday. I indicated to him, along with other like-minded nations, we will be making sure the anniversary is appropriately marked. I'm not sure what more ahead of that I can say, but maybe Mr. Cannon and Ms. Chan can assist.
Yes, Senator Chris Cannon, First Assistant Secretary, Europe and Latin America Division. There is an expectation that a range of countries will make various announcements relating to the first anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine. As I think the Minister touched on, we wouldn't be in a position to announce here today measures that we might take, noting measures in relation to sanctions, the importance of not announcing them prior to them taking effect, which was the subject of discussion earlier in the hearing, Senator.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Cannon. Well, in part, you touched on that obviously I would anticipate some strong coordinated statements to be made at the time of such an anniversary, as is consistent, and was wanting to at least explore on the Ukrainian assistance side, but you have also rightly touched on the other side that I wanted to explore there, which is at least that there is potential for consideration in terms of further sanctions or further actions to be taken against Russia and relevant individuals in that regard, and I would encourage the government to do so. Much attention has been paid over the last period of time, really since the government was elected, in different iterations, to building on the military support to Ukraine. I don't think there's been any addition to the initial packages of humanitarian assistance that were provided in the early stages of the full-scale invasion under the previous government. Is that correct?
That would be correct, Senator.
Are there any requests from Ukraine in terms of particular areas of humanitarian assistance that have been made in addition to any of those foreshadowed around military assistance?
Senator, we have a range of discussions with the Ukrainian government. You're aware of the Ukrainian 10-point peace plan, and we are continuing to look at ways in which we can support the people of Ukraine. There's a substantial contribution that we've made in terms of military assistance, in terms of economic assistance, and in terms of humanitarian assistance, and we'll consider all requests that are made by the government of Ukraine.
Thank you, and again, would certainly, Coalition will of course provide bipartisan support and welcome all assistance, but do note the importance of that humanitarian assistance in addition to the ongoing military assistance. You did provide a helpful table, question on notice 149, outlining the various commitments of both Coalition and Labor governments and status in relation to those. One of those, which is particularly germane, having come through and still being in the winter period, was the provision of thermal coal to support energy security needs. As at 21 November, it indicated that some 59,000 tonnes of the 79,000 tonnes had been delivered. Is there an update to that figure?
The figure of 79,000 tonnes is the figure, Senator.
So, sorry, but as at 21 November, only 59,000 tonnes had been
Oh, sorry, I
delivered.
understand your question. I don't know, Senator. It's a question I think that would need to be directed to the Department of DISR.
They're managing all aspects of that, are they?
Yes, Senator.
Of that component. Thank you. Has Australia been asked for any particular support in relation to reconstruction efforts in some of the hardest hit cities?
Senator, as I mentioned, there's been a range of discussions with the Embassy of Ukraine. We've attended various international meetings. In terms of specific requests relating to specific regions, I'd take that on notice, if I may, Senator.
I understand in January Australia was asked to support a Ukrainian grain export program. Is that correct?
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. If you could, across those in terms of requests for support around reconstruction, grain program, etc., also provide any information in terms of actions that have been taken, which I'm sure will be updated. The grain export program, I think, was a media story at the time, so it's been publicly speculated on. Okay, thank you. Can I move to the issues surrounding Armenia and Azerbaijan, please, and in particular the Lachin Corridor. Apologies if I don't have the pronunciation right.
Lachin Corridor, Senator.
Lachin, thank you. What is the Australian government's understanding of the blockade in the Lachin Corridor?
Senator, I can tell you that the Australian government's been concerned more broadly about the long-standing conflict in the Nagorno-Karabakh region. We're monitoring the situation around the Lachin corridor. We've supported the position of the UN Secretary General and his call on both sides to de-escalate tensions and ensure freedom and security of movement along the corridor, in line with the previously reached agreements, the trilateral agreements involving Azerbaijan, Armenia and Russia.
Thank you. What are the consequences that Australia understands in terms of current blockade or otherwise in the Lachen corridor, particularly noting Amnesty International's raised concerns about it potentially cutting gas supplies to potentially 120,000 people during winter?
Thank you, Senator. I'm probably not in a position to give detailed commentary around the consequences, but it is something we are concerned about, the potential humanitarian consequences, the humanitarian impact of restrictions of transportation of essential supplies to the Nagorno-Karabakh region, and that's why we've expressed the concerns that we have, including directly to the government of Azerbaijan, Senator.
You have preempted my next question there, Mr. Cannon. So the government has made some representations to the government of Azerbaijan about the blockade?
Yes, we have, Senator. We've made direct representations through Australia's embassy in Ankara, which has non-resident accreditation to Azerbaijan.
Thank you. And has there been any response to those representations?
The representations were made towards the end of January. I do know that they occurred, and we obviously provided inputs to the ambassador in doing so. I haven't yet got a detailed report. As you would appreciate, our embassy in Ankara at the moment has had some other preoccupations, but certainly I am aware that those representations have taken place.
And what have those representations asked for or called for?
What those representations did were to outline our concern, as I mentioned, about the potential humanitarian impact of the restrictions of the transportation of essential supplies to Nagorno-Karabakh region, to note the UN Security Council's discussion on the issue, which took place, I believe, on the 20th of December, and outline our support for the position of the UN Secretary-General that both sides should de-escalate tensions and ensure freedom and security of movement along the corridor, in line with previously reached agreements.
Thank you. Countries such as France, Canada, the United States have made public statements calling on the government of Azerbaijan to restore free movement through the corridor. Has Australia issued any such public statements?
Senator, in relation to the specific issue of the Lachen corridor, no, we haven't made a public statement. We made the judgment that direct representations to the relevant governments was an appropriate way to go. Having said that, the Australian government, through our ambassadors, our non-resident ambassadors to both countries in question, have made social media statements in the past that related to violence along the border back in September. So it's not always the case that we'll make a public statement. In this case, we chose direct representations to the governments concerned. I would note that, that France, EU, Russia and the United States are some of the countries that are involved in working with both countries to find a pathway towards a peaceful resolution of their conflict.
Thank you. Is there any particular explanation you can provide as to why Australia has not joined others in making a public statement on this occasion?
I think it may have been distracted, but I think Mr. Cannon explained it in his previous answer. But look, I'm happy to have a look at that, get advice on it.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. Has Australia considered any other actions, including in partnership with other nations, such as the provision of any humanitarian assistance to those in the affected region or the like?
That's not something we've given consideration to in recent times that I'm aware of, Senator.
Have we received any requests to do so?
Not that I am aware of. I will make sure that I check with colleagues to make sure I'm being completely accurate, but I'm not aware of requests for humanitarian support.
Okay, thank you. Chair, you want me to keep going? So, yep. Okay, all good. Last estimates, and then in some questions on notice, we pursued status in relation to some of the formerly locally engaged employees from Afghanistan. Question on notice 214 indicated there were 11 DFAT certified LEEs seeking to come to Australia, that 4 have been granted an Australian visa and were yet to travel. Is there any update to the status of those 11 LEEs identified in Quan 214?
Senator, there is. Since the last estimates, there were 2 LE who have since arrived in Australia with their families, leaving 9 still to come to Australia. We have 3 LE who've been granted visas and are yet to travel from Pakistan. That's 2 family groups, and Iran for 1 family group. We have another 6 DFAT LE who continue to undergo visa processing and assessment by Home Affairs, who are located 3 in Afghanistan, 2 in Pakistan, 1 in Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you for that update, Mr. McLaughlin. The case of a number of Australian Embassy guards were raised in media articles. Is DFAT aware of those cases that were raised and the status of any of those? These were, I think, media articles in the Daily Telegraph in January.
Yeah, no, exactly. Correct. I don't have the article in front of me, Senator, so whether I can speak specifically on the cases. What I can say is that, as you know, the certification instrument explicitly excludes security guards. Nevertheless, the Foreign Minister has written to Minister Giles, noting that the security guards have an association with Australia and should be given consideration under the humanitarian program. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr Giles has replied, indicating that he agrees. In fact, he has. On the 8th of November, he replied, agreeing that the Department for Home Affairs would manage the cohort of Afghan nationals ineligible for the LE program, which includes private security guards on a case-by-case basis, together with DFAT to progress their visa applications.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
There's a broader issue about the suitability of the existing instrument to deal with the modern world and arrangements, which we are, I think we've had a discussion about previously. And
contractor type circumstances
correct,
and the like that go beyond traditional LEAs.
The Senate Committee's recommendation about an independent inquiry we have commissioned, which is being led by Professor, Doctor. Sorry, I was just trying to remember the honorific, Dr. Tom, Vivian Tom, the former Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, inter alia.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thanks, Mr. McLaughlin. Appreciate these matters ultimately where Home Affairs is the lead. What process is established between DFAT and Home Affairs, given the particular interest DFAT has in these cases?
Sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't quite.
What process is established between Home Affairs and DFAT in terms of both DFAT keeping abreast of the status of these cases and also providing in as timely a manner as possible any information that would enable Home Affairs to ensure the prompt processing of applications and the like?
So I'll outline what I have of my view, but I might ask Mr Walter to supplement where required. Individuals who are certified, or even those who have failed to be certified, their details are passed to Home Affairs. Home Affairs will engage these people to advise them of the process for applying for a humanitarian visa. Of course, certification is not a guarantee of the visa. The visa is the next step that needs to be undertaken in order to enter Australia. There's regular dialogue, if I'm not mistaken, Mr Walter.
There's almost daily discussions with Home Affairs. The two teams work very closely together on these matters, and yes, we pass information back and forth where it's going to assist applicants.
Thank you. Also in media reports on the 5th of February, the Daily Telegraph raised a number of Afghan agricultural experts funded under AusAid programs to work on replacement of opium crops with wheat, grain, etc., who had been working closely. Unsurprisingly, they too have not met definitions around LEEs. Has DFAT had any engagement in their cases or similar?
Senator, the answer is yes. We are aware of these matters. I prefer, given the small number involved, not to talk about them in an open forum. There's privacy and more importantly, security concerns.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. I can keep going, but if you want to share the call around, Raf, that's also fine.
Sure, I might do that actually. Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator White, you had some questions?
I did. There was some discussion this morning about the status of settlements under international law, if you recall. I just wanted to turn to UN Security Council Resolution 2334. Just like the...
I think Mr McCarthy might be able to assist.
Thank you. Can you confirm that Resolution 2334 states as follows: the establishment by Israel of settlements in the Palestinian territory occupied since 1967, including East Jerusalem, has no legal validity and constitutes a flagrant violation under international law?
Senator Adam McCarthy, Chief Legal Officer and First Assistant Secretary, Legal Division. Yes, I can confirm that.
So can you confirm that the position reflected in that resolution constitutes international law for those of us who aren't international lawyers?
Well, the United Nations Security Council exercises, if you like, the executive authority of the United Nations, and as such, Security Council resolutions are legally binding.
So in his address to the Sydney Institute on the 15th of December 2018, former Prime Minister Morrison said that, and I quote, "Now, Australia is subject to UN Security Council resolutions that apply to the Jerusalem issue, including resolutions 478 and 2334. I don't want to take you to that particular point, but can you... What do those two, given what the former Prime Minister said, what does that mean in terms of Australia's position in relation to settlements?
Well, Senator, I think it would be best to start by referring to other operative paragraphs of the, in terms of our position and in terms of what is legally binding law, to look at other operative paragraphs in the resolution. So operative paragraph 2 of UNSC 2334 says that given the illegality of settlements, Israel needs to cease all settlement activities. And in addition to that, operative paragraph 11 reaffirms the Council's determination to examine practical ways and means to secure the full implementation of its relevant resolutions. So if you like, that's the defining position at international law.
So do you want to explain that in terms other than those direct quotes?
Well,
just for those of us, those watching at home who aren't lawyers. I'm sure there are heaps of hello people.
It is late in the afternoon, Senator. The Security Council, which exercises, if you like, the legal authority of the United Nations, has declared that the settlements in the occupied territories are illegal, and has called on Israel to therefore comply with its international legal obligations, and the same with other member states of the United Nations.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. Get your questions? Yeah. Okay. Okay. The Deputy Chair, some questions. Deputy Chair.
I just have a couple of questions about the Minister's comments on Confucius Institutes. On the 14th of February this year, The Australian reported that Foreign Minister Penny Wong has put Chinese government-run Confucius Institutes on notice that their activities are being closely monitored and warned Australian universities against any new partnerships with a centrally run organisation that supports Beijing's local propaganda strategy. Minister, can you tell us why the government is monitoring Chinese government-run Confucius Institutes?
I might first ask officials perhaps to to perhaps go to the foreign arrangements framework.
Sure.
Thank you. So there have been 56 Confucius Institute or Confucius Classroom arrangements that have been notified under the Foreign Arrangements Scheme. And that's why we were turning our minds to Confucius Institutes and whether they whether any action needed to be taken in relation to that scheme. And it was in that context that those that we were paying attention, if you like, particularly to Confucius Institutes.
So what does paying attention constitute?
Oh, sorry. So what we do with all arrangements that are registered under the Foreign Arrangements Scheme is we do an analysis to see whether they're in scope, and if they are in scope, we then look at whether there are any foreign policy issues that arise in relation to them, and then we provide advice, if we think there is, we provide advice to the Minister on any risk mitigations that might occur, including ultimately whether any arrangements would be cancelled or modified under that scheme. And what we assessed in relation to Confucius Institutes is that the risks associated with those institutes are manageable within our existing resilience frameworks, which includes the Foreign Arrangements Scheme. Just for a little bit of further information, we do regular engagement with the universities through, for example, the university's Foreign Interference Task Force, of which DFAT is now a member, but also regular outreach with a range of universities to discuss broad foreign policy risks as well as risks around particular arrangements.
And so what risks are the government concerned about in relation to Confucius Institutes?
So,
Senator Ellie Lawson, Acting Deputy Secretary, Geostrategic Group. In the course of the analysis of the arrangements, there are a range of consultations with a range of agencies. Those consultations are intended to assess any risks and to seek assurance that those risks can be mitigated against or do not apply. And so the decisions that have been made factor in the advice from those agencies, and the decision conveys that a sense of satisfaction that there are mitigations in place against any risks which might exist.
So that's explained that the government is satisfied that the risks are being mitigated, and I'll get to that in a second, but what are the risks?
So, Senator, the kinds of risks that have been aired around the Confucius Institutes relate to the potential for connections with our education system, but we are satisfied, the Minister is satisfied, that those risks have been mitigated against.
Okay. Given the Minister has been satisfied that those risks have been mitigated against, and I think, Mr Walter, you used the phrase that those risks were manageable within existing frameworks, I refer you back to the second part of that report from the Oz, that the Minister has warned Australian universities against any new partnerships with a centrally run organisation that supports Beijing's local propaganda strategy. So can you explain to me how, on the one hand, we aren't concerned about I'll rephrase, we are satisfied that the risks associated with existing Confucius Institutes are being managed, but on the other hand, we're warning universities not to enter into further agreements along such lines?
I suggest you talk to Senator Patterson about this.
Okay. We know that many of our international friends and allies, including the US, the UK, Japan, Finland and Norway, to name a few, are phasing out Confucius Institutes. Has the government had any engagement with our international counterparts on Confucius Institutes?
Senator, we engage with our counterparts on a full range of issues and concerns, and that would include Confucius Institutes.
Okay. Minister, I'll ask a question and I suspect I know how you will answer, but on what grounds would you exercise the powers available to you under the Foreign Relations Act to cancel such arrangements with Confucius Institutes?
Well, I certainly, in relation to those sorts of ministerial discretions, I wouldn't be flagging ahead of time the sorts of points you would go to. I'd say in relation to this, I note there was I think it was a PJCIS report.
Yes.
To which we considered. The advice provided to me was, as Mr. Walter outlined. Obviously, we will keep the arrangements under review, and the government's expectation is that that Australian universities would not establish new institutes, and I understand this has been communicated to the sector.
Yes, and I'm glad that you mentioned that PJCIS report, because my understanding is that the government has handed down its response, which noted that the committee recommended using those veto powers.
And we have ensured engagement with the committee about the report, and I regret that your colleagues have not engaged with you about that.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm just trying to tease out here is that there wasn't a signal in that response around prohibiting new Confucius Institutes being established, but that's not consistent with the reporting in the media. So
I just indicated the government's expectation.
Okay. I think that covers me off on those questions, and I will certainly, as you've suggested, Minister, have a chat to my colleagues about that. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair. We might move to consular for a bit, please. Officials come to the table. Right. Okay, I've got a few topics I want to jump through still, but I can interrupt when you want, Raf. Thank you, and appreciate consular brief in advance of this meeting as well. And can I start by offering congratulations and acknowledgement to officials and all of those who were involved in helping to secure the release of Professor Turnell since the last estimates. Obviously, that was a very important and pleasing outcome. It was a pleasure for me, as I know it has been for many people, to engage with Professor Turnell and his wife since, and to be so impressed by the sense of gratitude, but also of humility, compassion, and thoughtfulness that he continues to show, and of course care for the people of Myanmar. So, place that on record. And with that, can the department provide any advice in relation to reports that Myanmar has overturned the amnesty under which Professor Turnell was released, and the accuracy and status of those reports?
Yes, Senator Ian Gerard, Assistant Secretary of the Consular Operations Branch in DFAT. I can confirm that Myanmar authorities have annulled Professor Turnell's amnesty. They did that in December last year, which is a deeply concerning development. At the same time, they issued a subpoena for him to appear in a Myanmar court.
What is the Australian government's understanding of the implications of those actions by the government in Myanmar?
Senator, as I think we've said before, the Australian government has never accepted the basis for Professor Turnell's detention, nor the charges that led to his conviction and sentencing. It's particularly concerning now, Senator, that he's been asked to answer for an undefined offence following his release from detention. We are continuing to provide assistance to Professor Turnell.
Thank you. Does this action potentially put Professor Turnell at risk in third countries, noting that overwhelmingly most do not recognise the military regime?
Senator, due to our ongoing support to Professor Turnell, it's difficult to expand on this out of privacy considerations, but certainly we consider Professor Turnell to be a free citizen, and we're working hard with him to support him on this so he can travel overseas should he wish to.
To make sure that he can enjoy the same freedoms as anybody else as he should be entitled to. Indeed, thank you. Obviously, the circumstances that Professor Turnell endured during his 650 days in prison were significant and challenging. Is the department continuing to liaise with him beyond those issues we were just discussing in terms of his wellbeing and welfare and support that it may be providing in that regard?
Yes, Senator, we continue to engage with Professor Turnell and his family as recently as earlier this month.
Thank you. Can I ask now about status and progress in relation to access to and the cases of Chung Lei and Dr. Young?
Yes, Senator, we continue to provide consular assistance to Chung Lei and her family. We have done so for more than 2.5 years now since she was first detained in August 2020. It's been more than 10 months now since she was subject to a closed trial, and she is still waiting to learn the outcome. And we continue to advocate for her rights, welfare and interests at every opportunity, various levels of the Australian government. And we continue to call for basic standards of justice, transparency, procedural fairness and humane treatment in accordance with international norms.
Thank you. And in terms of progress of Chung Lei's case, has that progressed at all or faced further deferrals?
Senator, in January we were informed that the latest deadline for a verdict in her case had been extended by 3 months to 19 April of this year.
To 19 April, and how many deferrals has that now constituted?
This is the 4th time that verdict has been deferred.
The 4th deferral.
Under Chinese law, Senator, the verdict deadline can be extended indefinitely with approval from the Chinese Supreme People's Court.
Is there any greater clarity in terms of the charges that Chung Lei is facing?
No, Senator, none that has been provided to us.
Status of consular access?
Yes, our embassy in Beijing was able to visit Ms Chung in January for the first time since September, after visits in the last quarter of last year were deferred on the basis of COVID-19 restrictions.
Thank you. Can we step through similar matters in relation to Dr. Young?
Yes, we continue to provide consular assistance to Dr. Young. We have for more than 4 years since he was detained on 19 January. His verdict has also been delayed multiple times at 3 monthly intervals. He faced a closed trial in 27 May 2021 and is yet to learn the outcome. These ongoing delays are troubling for the Australian government, and we continue to advocate for Dr. Young at every opportunity.
Thank you. The current latest deadline for consideration of Dr. Young's case?
For Dr. Young, the latest deadline was extended until 9 April of this year.
9 April. Status of consular visits and access for Dr. Young?
Yes, Senator. We were able to visit Dr. Young on 13 January.
Are further visits expected?
Yes, Senator. It is our expectation that we, under the bilateral consular agreement, will be able to visit our consular clients on a monthly basis, and we expect to visit Dr. Young over the course of February.
With the easing of COVID restrictions in China, has that changed the nature of consular access in these cases?
I think, Senator, those visits were deferred. The explanation provided to us because it was because of COVID-19 regulations. So they have enabled consular visits to resume again. However, for Dr. Young, they are undertaken virtually, Senator, from the facility in which he is held.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, can I ask in relation to advocacy on these cases and your efforts and any reactions from your visit to China late last year, or I think the most recent ministerial level engagement would have been between trade ministers on 6 February?
I can say to you that Ms. Cheng Lei's case was raised with President Xi by the Prime Minister at the G20 on the 15th of November. I have raised Ms. Cheng Lei's case, I think, most recently in the bilateral meeting on the 21st of December in Beijing. I was just checking whether or not it was raised in the phone call, I think, of the 8th of November, but I'm told it was. Yes. And then obviously prior to that, at the 2 meetings I held with State Councillor, the first being in the margins of the G20 Foreign Ministers meeting, and in Bali shortly after the election, and then again at the UN General Assembly at the bilateral meeting then. That's in addition, obviously, to the representations made by the Trade Minister, the DFAT Secretary to the Chinese Ambassador, and at other levels within the government, but within the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Similarly, did you want me to do Dr. Young as well?
If you could, please,
yeah,
Minister.
I think the architecture would be similar. So basically, as a matter of practice, well, I shouldn't say practice, because these 2 cases are such a priority for us, we ensure that I ensure, and now the Prime Minister ensures they are raised in our bilateral engagements with counterparts.
And for clarity, you mentioned the Trade Minister there. Did Minister Farrell raise these cases and Australia's position in his discussions most recently on 6 February?
I understand from officials that that is the case.
Thank you. And Minister, from most recent engagements, be they yours or Minister Farrell's, have any advances or changes been made in terms of China's response to advocacy on the behalf of these Australians?
Senator, we can see from the briefing by our consular colleagues that they are still detained, and we will continue to make representations on their behalf. I don't think there's very much more that I can say. Our priority has to be on the welfare of the individuals involved, so it wouldn't be appropriate to say any more.
Thank you.
I mean, we are deeply troubled by the ongoing delays in both cases. We have made representations in relation to procedural fairness, standards of justice, consular visits and so forth. We will continue to advocate for both Ms Cheng and Dr Young to be reunited with their families as soon as possible.
Thank you, Minister, and I know that the opposition, indeed all parliamentarians, and I'm sure all Australians would continue to hold them in their thoughts and wish the government every success in terms of its advocacy and securing outcomes, and acknowledge the work of officials to do so and to handle it sensitively where necessary. Can I ask about a case that's attracted some media attention in recent times, Ms Nelson's arrest in Japan, and any status in relation to engagement at a consular level with Ms Nelson and her situation?
Senator, I can confirm that the consular officials from our embassy in Tokyo are providing assistance to Ms Nelson, who was detained in Japan on 4 January. Those consular officials are very focused on ensuring her welfare and have been able to visit her on 5 occasions since her detention.
5 occasions. What is the legal status of her detention so far as you know or are able to publicly indicate?
It's difficult, Senator, both for privacy considerations and the wishes of the client in this case, and also the fact that this is an ongoing police investigation, to comment in detail about charges.
Thank you. In terms of consular access, you've indicated the 5 occasions there. Is she able to have other visits at all?
Senator, she, consistent with Japanese legal practice, visitor access and communications is restricted during the investigative phase of offences, of serious offences. This is standard practice in Japan. It applies to Ms Nelson, but also applies to others in similar circumstances. But that doesn't restrict the consular visits that we are able to undertake. And Ms Nelson also has access to her lawyers.
Thank you. Is there any progress or status that can be discussed in terms of ongoing advocacy of Mr Chow Kham in Vietnam and efforts in relation to his condition, given his age, and support for him?
We continue to provide consular assistance to Mr Kham and his family here in Australia. We've now been able to visit him on 23 occasions. Our last visit with Mr Kham was on 5 January earlier this year. And we continue to advocate for his welfare with the government of Vietnam, who are aware of our interest in this case.
Thank you. And does that case also attract ministerial advocacy with the government of Vietnam?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can. This case has been raised in meetings with Foreign Minister level, Deputy Prime Minister level, Assistant Foreign Minister level, Assistant Minister for Trade,
So a number of ministerial level representations, including in the context of my bilateral visit to Vietnam.
Thank you. Thanks, Minister. In terms of Mr. Pether and his detention in Iraq, again, a case that has been ongoing for some time. Is there anything that can be provided in terms of update to the committee about efforts to secure his release or return to Australia?
Senator, we continue to advocate for Mr. Pether at all levels, as we have done since he was first detained on 7 April 2021. We continue to advocate on his behalf both for his rights and his welfare. His case is raised at the highest levels of the government, with the government of Iraq. And there's been over 134 representations made on his case since he was first detained. I've been able to visit him on 60 separate occasions.
Thank you, and you have covered off in terms of ministerial advocacy there, in terms of the answer. I won't use a name in this case because it's not in the public domain, and I can provide more details if you're not aware of details, but is the Minister or Department aware of a case of an Australian allegedly being forcibly removed from Australia, allegedly under a false passport, to undergo gay conversion therapy in Somalia? And if so, has the Department been in a position to take any action to assist this individual?
Senator, I can confirm that the Department is providing consular assistance to an Australian in Somalia. The Australian High Commission in Nairobi continues to support that Australian and monitor his welfare.
Thank you. I won't seek anything further on the public record out of interest for privacy and other matters there. In relation to Indonesia's changes to the criminal code, of which there's been some reporting about potential impact on that for Australians potentially resident in Indonesia or visiting Indonesia, including, of course, Bali. Has the government sought any information from Indonesia about the new code, potential impact on Australians, timing for its implementation?
Yes, Senator. The Australian government does continue to advocate at senior levels in Indonesia for the 5 remaining Australian members of the group known as... Oh, sorry.
I probably should have asked Mr. Gerard.
I think, Senator...
It's a different question.
This is about the changes to the criminal code. If you want to conclude the answer in relation to the 5 individual members, I'm happy for you to do so. That will truncate.
Okay. Well, certainly, Senator, we continue to advocate at senior levels for those Australians I've just outlined. We continue to provide extensive support to them and their families, and we have for many years now. We do hold concerns for these Australians because of the lengthy prison sentences that they are serving in Indonesia.
Thank you. Now,
Senator Ridwan Jadwat, First Assistant Secretary, the Southeast Asia Maritime Division. In relation to the criminal code, we understand these revisions will not come into force for 3 years. We're awaiting further clarity from Indonesia on how the revisions will be interpreted as implementing regulations are being drafted and finalised at the moment. We have sought clarification. We're waiting to get further clarity from Indonesian authorities.
has Australia raised any concerns about content of some of those changes or how they may be interpreted in the criminal code and those regulations?
We've sought clarification, but I don't have any further detail on the content of those discussions.
Ms Adams or Ms Chan or Minister, are you aware of any broader discussion or advocacy around the nature of those changes and any Australian concerns being expressed?
My understanding is that we have raised issues around the criminal code, but I don't have the detail, Senator.
I think our Indonesian friends understand our views about some of the issues that have been reported, but as the officials have said, we obviously want to understand with a little more precision what is, as opposed to what's been reported, what the Indonesian Parliament and government and how that intends to be implemented. As I understand the about to call you Ridwan, Mr. Jadwat's evidence is, as I've previously been advised, that we don't anticipate this being applicable for 2 or 3 years. So 3 years. So we have obviously the opportunity prior to that to perhaps get more clarity and put a view which I'm sure would be a view consistent with that of the opposition's.
Thank you, Minister. Has the Department felt it necessary to provide any change or update to travel advice, even perhaps to provide the clarity that foreshadowed changes do not take effect for another couple of years?
Yes, Senator, we have a short factual reference in the travel advice for Indonesia, noting that the revisions will not come into force for 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. I believe Senator Fawcett has some questions about more systemic handling of consular issues and some of the work of Kylie Moore-Gilbert, Chair, which I'm happy for him to ask instead of me if that suits the committee.
Senator Fawcett. Give me an indication, because Senator White also has some questions as well too. But
Sure. So, Secretary, I'm aware we have discussed this in other forums, but here at estimates, given that in the PBS there is no money allocated to working with international partners such as Canada around addressing the use of hostage diplomacy by some nations, I think it would be useful to get on the public record what the government is doing in that regard, both directly from DFAT at a government level and with international partners such as Canada with their initiative. So if you could address that as a starting point, then I have a few other questions as well.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. Yes, this is a policy area that we are working on. I'm going to invite Ms Logan to give some more information. Thank you.
Thanks, Secretary. Australia has taken the strong view that arbitrary detention is contrary to international law, and our policy framework to deter the practice of arbitrary detention should be as robust as possible. With that in mind, we do work with partner governments around the world and in multilateral forums such as the Human Rights Council and the United Nations to condemn the practice. Indeed, we were one of the first countries to endorse the Canadian-led initiative on arbitrary detention for diplomatic leverage, and there are now 70 endorsers of that initiative, and Australia was active in the Indo-Pacific region in building support for it. I would say another very practical tool on arbitrary detention that Australia employs is through our travel advice, where we explicitly warn Australians of the risks of arbitrary detention in several countries, and we say do not travel to those countries for reasons that they may be arbitrarily detained. So it's something that Australia, I think, has been quite active on, and we're looking forward to continuing to cooperate with Canada and other like-mindeds on this multilateral initiative that they've launched.
So, the warnings, do not travel, etc., are useful to try and prevent, but where it does occur, either as part of the Canadian initiative or unilaterally, what are we looking to do to provide some sanction or consequence for nations who do choose to use hostage diplomacy involving Australian citizens?
Senator, our travel advice warnings are often joined up with like-minded countries overseas. I don't have with me exactly which countries have used similar language, but it is we tend to benchmark against other countries, so it is a consistent approach. In terms of balancing consequences of the practice with the welfare of Australians who are in situations overseas, I can say from the consular perspective that my division's focus is very much on the welfare of Australians. There are other policy considerations that come into play, obviously, but it's a broad question for government about how we're going to manage those situations.
So probably one of our most high-profile individuals who has been subject to this is Dr. Moore Gilbert. And I understand, Minister, from a question on notice that you did have a meeting with her in October last year, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear them. Oh, Dr. Moore Gilbert?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I just didn't. Yes, I did.
Have there been any subsequent meetings with Dr. Moore Gilbert, and particularly engagement with some of her concepts around A, how we deal with perpetrators, but also how we support families and those subjected to arbitrary detention?
I think as one of the outcomes of that meeting was engagement with the department. Ms Logan is probably best placed to talk about the progress of that.
Thanks, Minister. Yes, I have had a long conversation with Dr. Moore Gilbert and several exchanges subsequently about how we can do better to support families of detainees and indeed detainees themselves when they are released and they come back to Australia. And she has made some very constructive suggestions about how we can strengthen our approach to some of that support. And indeed, one of the initiatives that we're going to take forward shortly is a mechanism convened by the department to take advice from external stakeholders, family members, people who do have constructive experiences and suggestions to share with us about things that matter to them when their loved one is detained. Senator Birmingham mentioned Professor Turnell, and he has also had some really pertinent suggestions on some of these issues that we are also taking forward.
So other than this initiative to, I'll call it a roundtable, perhaps forum, whatever label you wish to put on it, other than that, are you able to articulate any other changes to your extant processes that have arisen from Dr. Moore Gilbert's experience and her feedback?
Yeah, I can, Senator. Another point that Dr. Moore Gilbert has made to us is around the importance of using all the levers at the government's disposal to try and resolve these very complex and often protracted cases. And she's also called for greater coordination across government. With that in mind, we're also proposing to establish what we call a complex case committee that will bring together senior decision makers across government to apply a more strategic lens, if you like, to assure ourselves that we are working every avenue to try and make progress on these very difficult cases. So I would say it's been a very fruitful engagement, actually, that we've had with her, and we're keen to keep talking to her. We've been listening carefully, and there is a lot of good ideas in there that we're now activating.
And it's consistent to just with the approach we took, for example, with Professor Turnell, where there were sort of multiple sources of advice, multiple ways in which we tried to deal with that particular
case, obviously on this occasion with good results, but obviously that's not always the case. So I'm grateful for the work that this team has done in thinking through how we might better, and grateful for Dr. Moore Gilbert's contribution to thinking through how we might better meet the challenge of a much more complex caseload on this front.
Could I just ask, in terms of the approach to dealing with contributors, I'm aware that the department, a bit like members of the Parliament, would receive communications from a broad range of people, and you can't possibly respond in detail to everyone, but there are some stakeholders, and I would argue people like Professor Tennell and Dr. Moore Gilbert, having lived this experience, are key stakeholders. With such people, are you making sure that there is feedback to them on what you are doing in response to their suggestions or to information they provide?
Yes, we are, Senator. It's a good question, and we want to involve both of them in our ongoing work on this issue. We want to build them into our as we refine our approach going forward. I think they'll be useful stakeholders to keep talking to. So that's our plan.
So one of the things I'm aware Dr. Moore Gilbert has been doing is working with a United Kingdom-based charity called Redress, who have identified particular individuals who were involved in the arrest and sentencing that she went under in her imprisonment, and put them forward for consideration for Magnitsky-style sanctions. Has the department received that submission from her?
I'll defer to my sanctions colleagues or my Middle East colleagues on that. I'm not aware of that.
Senator, I don't believe we have, but of course we're happy to receive any information of that sort of nature.
Could you take on notice just to check, because my understanding the department has, but if you could confirm that. Minister, has your office received that submission from Dr. Moore Gilbert about the redress list of specific individuals who are involved in her case?
I will confirm. I will check.
Okay, thank you. Have you engaged with like-minded nations, UK, Canada, others, around specific lists such as this?
I will check means I'll take it on notice. I should have been clear.
Thank you. To look at coordinating actions, either in support of individuals or from a sanctions perspective, to have a coordinated and therefore more effective sanction against nations who use hostage diplomacy.
In terms of coordinating with like-minded countries on our detained citizens, yes, we do. And indeed, the Canadian initiative will hold out some prospect of further interactions through that forum. On the sanctions question, again, it's a
Mr.
sanctions question.
Can you provide some help with that?
Senator, of course we talk to like-mindeds on sanctions policy, on handling cases of arbitrary detention, both on principles and specific cases. But of course, when we're dealing with our own specific individual consular cases, it's the primacy, as Ms. Logan has said, of the interests of the individual whom we are trying to assist, which determines our response and whether or not we would ask for, if you like, a collective effort of advocacy, or whether in fact we should take a more sort of national approach, if I could put it that way.
So I guess there are two cases here, one where the individual is still in that arbitrary detention, and then there's cases where they have left the arbitrary detention through whatever means. So I guess I'm speaking particularly about the latter case, where the individuals who have been personally responsible for taking decisions that has led to that arbitrary detention, which would seem to fall fairly and squarely into the remit of the Magnitsky-style sanctions. That's the case I'm looking at. If you have such a list, will you work with foreign partners to coordinate action?
Well, Senator, as I've indicated to you, I'll take on notice this issue about whether or not we've received the correspondence. We would need to have a look at what information's contained in there. Secondly, I'm not going to get into the sort of task of telegraphing whether or not we would respond in a sanctioning way in this particular case.
understand
But
that.
I undertake that we'll look at that information.
And if you could also undertake that not only will you confirm to the committee, but if you do have those that, as you've indicated, that a priority would be closing the loop and responding to these key stakeholders, that you will respond to them either it has been received and why there hasn't been a response to date, or that it hasn't been received so it can be retransmitted. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Fawcett. Senator White.
I've got some questions about the Australian passport, please. Everybody's happy to hear these questions, I'm sure. Thank you. So I just wanted to talk about the processing of passports over the last COVID period. So can I take you back pre-COVID? So is it February 2020? Seems like yesterday. How many passport applications did the APO receive a day at that time?
Our pre-pandemic sort of application rate is about 7,000 to 9,000 on any given day during the year.
So after the borders shut, that was maybe middle of 2020, how many passport applications was the APO receiving then?
Senator, it dropped well down below that. Varied quite a bit, but it dropped down as far as 2,000 a day and below.
2,000, so from, say, at its height, 9,000 to 2,000 a day on average. Wow, okay.
And don't quote me on that on average, Senator, but as low as 2,000 a day, yeah.
So at some stage you were receiving around, a quarter of the normal applications. That's a lot of passports, isn't it? I mean, it's not because they weren't due for renewal, it was just because people weren't doing it. Is that right?
Senator, we think about 2 million people did not renew their passports during the pandemic.
Wow. So that would have been, yes, because you'd have the statistics on when passports expire and everything, so you could tell. So 2 million weren't renewing them. What was the feeling in the APO when you realised that was happening and this change in behaviour was before you?
Well, Senator, I wasn't in the APO at the time. A lot of the APO staff were in fact redirected to COVID-specific work with Services Australia, as I understand at the time. Of course, when the pandemic came to an end, staff came back to the task, which was last year.
So when you've got 2 million people, though, not renewing, I know you weren't there, but what did people consider in the APO at that time, that suddenly people, as soon as the borders were open, they could travel overseas, 2 million people might rush to the passport office wanting to go?
Well, Senator, I think we canvassed some of this during the last session.
You did. I think I asked those questions last time because I didn't renew either, so I was feeling guilty.
There's the confession.
See? So
there's the confession.
That's right.
You're one of the 2 million.
I'm trying to get you to absolve me from my guilt, but that's okay. So, but I've thought about it subsequently and about the planning. And I don't think we talked about 2 million last time. So if 2 million people haven't done it, and the minute the border opens, the 2 million decide, might be time to renew the passport. What do you?
Senator, as we indicated, if memory serves, at the last estimate session, the Passport Office actually did have a plan to deal with the reopening of the borders. Maybe if I paraphrase General Eisenhower, the first casualty of the engagement is the plan. It turned out that our plan had to be adjusted quite quickly because the surge in passport applications came on at a much greater rate and much sooner than we expected. And the crunch point really was late May, and into June, when you will recall we had long queues for people seeking to get their passports at passport offices around the country. And it was at that point that we introduced a number of steps, not only additional staff and training those staffs, we upped the number of staff we had on the call centre. We also introduced essentially pop-up sites where people could, rather than the main passport office in Sydney or Melbourne and in other cities, they could go to a pop-up site close by and collect their passport, which had the near-term effect of reducing those queues in that site.
But that's relatively recently, isn't it? This is...
That was in June last year.
June last year,
Yeah.
okay.
And
so, but if I take you back to your plan, your plan was, when did the department first, or the passport office first identify that this was going to be a potential office? There's 2 million backlog. When did you start formulating the plan and realise that this was going to create a bottleneck potentially?
We began developing the plan early and possibly late in 2021, but certainly in 2022 we had a plan in place to increase our staff levels. We were starting to increase staff levels in the first quarter of that year to go back to normal levels. We had plans to bring on additional staff later in the year, which, as I say, we brought on sooner than we had planned because the surge was, as I say, bigger and came on quicker than we had expected.
So, as I hear what you're saying, you could, there was going to be a massive influx, but you didn't have enough staff really at that time. You'd anticipated you weren't going to have enough people. Even if you brought the people back from Services Australia, there wasn't going to be enough if everybody decided to do it around about the same time. Is that correct?
Yeah, we anticipated needing more staff than we had prior to the pandemic because we anticipated some people who had, if you like, delayed renewing their passport coming back in. We anticipated that as the borders opened and that flight availability came on, that progressively more and more Australians would want to travel overseas. I think we didn't anticipate the volume. I would say the other issue we probably didn't anticipate was the change in the way in which people approach international travel.
Last minute.
You said it. That's exactly right. Last minute, or at least last fortnight, which compressed the timeline for people to go and apply for their passports and so on.
So, when you realised you weren't, that you might not have enough staff, did you raise it with the former Foreign Minister for Foreign Affairs that this was coming?
We have provided advice at previous estimates. I don't have that detail here about when we provided advice.
Okay,
No.
so we might look back at that and see what you said. So you can't recall what the interaction was with the previous Foreign Minister about this and that you might need more resources?
Sorry, I honestly can't.
You don't know, okay.
But we have, I recall Bridget Brill, the previous Executive Director of the Office, providing that advice at the last estimates.
Okay. So when did you get these? So it was June last year when it was surged. When did you make application to get, to say like we need more people? When are we've got to do it?
So the surge manifested itself most acutely in June, but it carried on beyond that.
So just after the new Foreign Minister
election.
came in.
Yeah.
So what did?
It was the first conversation I had with the office.
Yeah. Some people get hospital hand passes. So when you, when was it at its absolutely at its peak, the backlog, and how many was it?
Our work in progress reached a total of about 430,000 in September.
Wow.
So that's applications on hand.
On hand, 430,000. So looking back at pre-COVID, how many would have been the most that you would have had at that time?
50, 60,000.
Wow, that's a big number, isn't it? So you've explained what you've done. So you've put more staff on, looked at more ways. You're looking at what Australians are doing in relation to how late they apply for the passport. How many? What's the backlog looking like now?
It varies, goes up and down, but it's about 70, 80,000.
Okay. So that's a big drop then, isn't it? From 430, and so at the current date. So since June last year when it was at the peak, or sorry, September last year when it was at its peak, you've got it down from 430,000 to
between 70 and 80 on, and it has been lower than that on a few days, but it's about that.
So at its peak then, when there were 430,000 in the backlog, how long would an Australian have to wait for a passport?
Longer than we would have liked, Senator. I don't have the exact number of days for September. The average wait for the second half of 2022 for just an ordinary passport was 23 days. The average wait for a renewal, which is generally our quickest, was 13 days, but that's the average over there. It was longer. And the average wait for a child's passport was 33 days. Business days, these are.
33 business days. Yeah. Okay, so that's, she does the math, 6 weeks, 7 weeks.
Yeah, and that's an average. So clearly there were some people, regrettably, who were having to wait longer. So children's passports do take longer. They're more complex. There's more information that has to be verified.
So the complaints must have been massive there.
Call centre volume in September was 193,000 calls. We're now down at 75,000 calls for January this year, but those calls are also being answered within a couple of minutes, whereas previously, regrettably again, people would have had to wait too long.
And what's the average wait now for a...
7 business days for ordinary passports. An adult renewal is 4 days, and children's passports 8 days. That was the figure for January. I think it's also important to note that in January this year, it was our record. It was a record January for issuance of passports. Issued in excess of 250,000 passports just for January alone.
Wow, that's a lot of passports, isn't it?
I mean, last year was a very difficult year, obviously, for our customers and for our staff, many of whom had to work weekends and late nights to make sure people got flights and so on. But it too was a record year of 2.6 million or so passports against a pre-pandemic level of 2.1.
So you had a record low year the year before?
2 years.
2 years of a record low year, but anyone who's watching it closely, like say the minister, should have seen that it was there was going to be a backlog and things were going to happen, that people would want to travel eventually. That's a shrug. What's that? For the purposes of the handshake.
Yes.
It was yes.
No, I mean, you're right, Senator. I mean, we had a plan. The plan wasn't enough, and we were found wanting last year, and we regret that very much.
Can I just say something about this, if I may, before you... I know I think there are some more government senators, so I don't want to take up time, but
One, just to acknowledge that there are a lot of Australians who were very frustrated because obviously we were the backlog and the failure to sufficiently prepare for the backlog and the unprecedented demand at the levels that it was meant that people, had to wait. So just to acknowledge that, but I also do want to acknowledge Mr. McLaughlin and all of those who have worked on this across the department. I think there's, and the work of Tim Watts, the Assistant Minister, there's been a really focused, a huge effort to not just do the work, but to revise systems in the way that Mr. McLaughlin outlined, so that this matter was dealt with. So I'm really grateful to a lot of people who worked very hard, and just want to acknowledge that this was a pretty big problem. I gave the Assistant Minister and said, could you please fix this with Mr. McLaughlin and others. So it was a lot of work by a lot of people.
I want to say, I'm only a relatively new senator, a very new senator, but we had a lot of complaints too, and the speed with which you turned it around is remarkable. To return it around from so many days waiting from 430,000 to a number closer to pre-COVID is pretty good. And bearing in mind the change in patterns of travel, which I'm very familiar with. And so I think that it is fantastic, and I do want to say congratulations, but I guess there are lots of learnings, as we say, in all of this, and it was certainly, we in our office and others don't get passport complaints at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator White. Senator Birmingham, you have the call for the next 6-7 minutes before we go to dinner, and then we will be releasing the department and then coming back after dinner to trade.
Chair, I might split it if I can with Senator Fawcett. I have one corporate issue that hopefully I can clear up quickly just at the end. Senator Fawcett has some questions on Myanmar, which I'm happy to give priority to. Short topic.
Secretary, we've obviously just passed the second anniversary since the coup in Myanmar. As we discussed in a private meeting again once before, but I think it's good to get onto the public record, given the concern by the diaspora in Australia and the public, the fact that the Special Advisory Council assessed that the junta only controls, in full control, about 17% of Myanmar, and then other areas under NUG and lots of disputed areas. What is the government doing to ensure that we get aid effectively to the people who are outside the reach of those areas where multilateral bodies work with the regime, which is where perhaps the majority of people who are in desperate need are?
Thanks, Senator. Such a difficult situation. I'll defer to Ms Moody.
And I'm happy to get some of this on notice, conscious of the time, and Senator Birmingham, but I think if you could just give a short summary and then perhaps some more on notice that the public can read would be useful.
Thank you, Senator. Robert Moody, First Assistant Secretary, Southeast Asia Regional and Mainland Division. We cannot verify the accuracy of specific statistics regarding the regime's territorial control in Myanmar, given the nature of the dynamic civil conflict. But what we do is fund a range of trusted humanitarian and development partners in Myanmar, including the UN, NGOs and the Red Cross movement. And we do acknowledge that our partners face severe access and operating environment constraints, but they are still able to deliver assistance, often working with local organisations in hard-to-reach areas. We know that our development and humanitarian programs are delivering assistance across Myanmar and not just to regime-controlled areas. It is quite difficult to accurately ascertain the amount of territory controlled by the regime compared to other actors. Much of the country is now contested. There are multiple armed actors present in different areas. However, we can say that the regime doesn't currently have total administrative control over a large part of Myanmar due to active resistance in many areas. So what this means is that we rely on our partners to have established systems and networks in place which seek to mitigate the various obstacles, risks and challenges, ensure accountability and get the aid to where it's most needed. So I think that basically says we make best endeavours working with a range of trusted partners in a very complex environment.
So thank you for that, as in for the work you are doing as well as the answer. But could I ask you to take on notice perhaps two other issues? One, can you tell the committee if you are working towards any new partners, any new networks that can demonstrate the capacity to get more and effective aid onto the ground in a way that meets all of our due diligence requirements? And secondly, given the Brookings Institute, for example, has their assessment just recently out is that this is going to go on for a protracted period, and we will see more and more people seeking refuge in border countries such as Thailand or perhaps Mizoram State in India. Can you tell the committee what we are doing with ASEAN members to make sure that we find ways to give these people some support and certainty, given that many of them in those refugee camps face a pretty uncertain future in terms of even their ability to stay in those transitory situations?
Thank you, Senator. I'll take both of those on notice. I might just add, though, that further to discussions that we've had in private sessions, we have been in touch with a different range of actors in Australia, and there's an ongoing dialogue with the department about the questions you raised at that session.
Thank you.
And I'd also just add to that ensuring unhindered humanitarian access to those who need it in Myanmar, and including those on either side of the border, on the Bangladeshi border and the Thai border as well, is also a focus of discussions for ASEAN, and we're working very closely with ASEAN, including through the ASEAN Humanitarian Centre.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just before Ms Chan and Ms Moody, you leave, can I just seek a status update in terms of departmental assistance for the NUG office operating in Canberra and engagement with them?
Thank you, Senator. We do maintain engagement with the NUG office here in Canberra. This is done at political councillor level, so director level at this stage, but we have a commitment to engage with the NUG as part of our broad-ranging engagement with a range of actors in the Myanmar situation.
Thank you. And any engagement at secretary or ministerial level with representatives of the NUG?
Senator, the Minister has made clear her intention to engage with the NUG. To date, there has not been an occasion where we've had an appropriate opportunity to do that, but the intent has certainly been stated.
Prior to the election, not as Minister.
Thank you.
Just one follow-up, if I could, on that. I think your initial question was contact and support. Is there any support for the NUG to help them maintain a structured presence here in Australia?
At this point, Senator, no, not in that regard. I will say, however, that we look at all actors in the situation and assess then their ability to support the humanitarian situation, but we have no assistance going directly to the NUG's operations here at this stage.
Could you take on notice then whether that's something you could consider, given the precarious nature of those who represent the free people of Myanmar, as opposed to the regime who control the resources of Myanmar?
I'll take that on notice. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. So a quick corporate question, if I can, or two, which we can clarify quickly. Assistant Minister Ayres attended the World Economic Forum meeting in Davos last month. Something that I fully understand, having done so myself with a range of different trade.
Haven't you been? I was
No,
just going to say you went, didn't you?
I did just say that,
I
Minister,
didn't know.
yes. Yes. No, there are a number of trade plurilaterals and others that seem to all have to occur there for some reason. He did an interview in relation to...
Who's he? So this is the...
Assistant
Senator
Minister Ayres.
Ayres, sorry.
Yep. In relation to that trip, in which he said, no, I paid $0, or the government paid $0 on my behalf. The journalist sought to clarify taxpayers paid $0. Senator Ayres said, that's right, the Australian government paid $0. Can I just seek clarity as to whether Senator Ayres was talking about something other than the travel costs and accommodation and so on associated with his travel, or whether, in fact, somebody other than the Australian government was funding his travel to Davos?
Senator Paul Griffiths, First Assistant Secretary, Executive Division. I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, to follow up on that. I don't have any details on that trip.
Somebody
Might have just arrived. Sure. I mean, I'm not seeking to ask how much it cost or any of those sorts of details. It just would seem very peculiar if the Assistant Minister for Trade had travelled to the World Economic Forum at expense other than the Australian government's.
Senator David Woods, Chief Economist. So the short answer would be to say that the Minister paid no fees for admission to the World Economic Forum itself. There were fees associated with the participation of the head of post at Geneva WTO. That was 100 Swiss francs. But in terms of actual admission to the WEF itself, there were no fees charged. So the only costs incurred, of course, would be those of the travel costs with the Minister's or Assistant Minister's participation, which, of course, is paid through by the government.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. That clarifies it, that there were costs incurred by government, as I would have expected. But
I don't know what the previous questions were, so I assume, but well, if we have anything further we can add, we will on notice.
Thank you.
Senator, sorry, I can confirm that he went by commercial airlines to Davos, so they would have been paid in the normal way.
As I would have expected. Thanks, Ms Walsh.
Is that it, Senator Birmingham?
I could keep going, but
you won't. Good on you. Thank you very much
will
for being so cooperative.
I know Ms Adams will be delighted to know we will place some questions on notice.
Oh, no, I'm not about that.
I think the rest of the room are delighted that we're going to be breaking up now. So can I just say thank you very much to the department on the non-trade programs that appeared before the committee today. You are now released, and when we do come back from dinner, so we'll suspend now for an hour. When we do come back from dinner, we will have the department on the trade programs with Senator Farrell, and then the other agencies that are relevant to that portfolio.
Thank you,
Good
Chair.
evening, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks,
Thank
Committee.
you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the second round of Senate estimates here in Canberra. But we've lovely got the Senator for South Australia and the Minister for Trade and Tourism this evening, Senator the Honourable Don Farrell, who I welcome before Senate estimates on the trade program for this evening. Also accompanying the Minister is the Associate Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Do either of you wish to make an opening statement this evening?
Thank you for that introduction, Senator, Chair. Yes, I have one, and I also think Mr Yeend has one.
Well, please proceed, Minister.
Thank you. And I'd like to start by acknowledging the recent passing of one of Australia's most distinguished diplomats, Richard Walcott AC. Richard's contribution to advancing Australia's interests overseas and strengthening ties with our neighbours in the Indo-Pacific will long be remembered. The Albanese government is strengthening Australia's economic recovery by diversifying trade and investment ties and backing the recovery of Australia's visitor economy. In the past 8 months, we have successfully delivered on key election commitments on trade or made significant strides towards that delivery. Our record of achievement in such a short time include leading negotiations to secure an unprecedented package of trade outcomes at the 12th World Trade Organisation Ministerial Conference in June 2022, finalising all domestic processes to implement the trade deals with the United Kingdom and India, the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, otherwise known as ECTA, came into force on the 29th of December last year. As a result, Australian exporters benefited from 2 tariff cuts in quick succession on entry into force and on the 1st of January 2023. The United Kingdom is finalising its domestic processes, and we expect the free trade agreement will enter into force in the next few months. In September 2022, Australia joined other partners to launch the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, otherwise known as IPEF negotiations, and Australia hosted the first negotiating round in Brisbane in December last year. Trade negotiations with the European Union are back on track after stalling under the previous government. Last year, I completed ministerial visits on key overseas markets: Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, United States, New Zealand and Europe. And the government has delivered its election commitment to review the Export Market Development Grants program. We welcome the continued recovery of the visitor economy, and we are working closely with Australia's tourism and travel sector to ensure that recovery continues, setting us up for future growth. We're rolling out, as we speak, the $48 million Supporting Australian Tourism and Travel Budget measures, which include measures to attract and upskill workers, bring back international visitors, enhance the quality tourism framework to support small and medium businesses, and more. As part of that package, we're providing a total of $10 million in grants to 111 projects at caravan parks across Australia. We're supporting them to deliver new and upgraded facilities and continuing to provide important accommodation options, particularly in regional Australia, for families and budget-conscious travellers. And with the Tourism Australia, we've launched the Come and Say G'day campaign, which has attracted more than 190 million views across the short movie, trailer and television ads. Looking ahead, our goal is to build on this start by taking further steps to stabilise relations with China, our largest trading partner, and removing the current trade impediments. Concluding an ambitious and comprehensive trade deal with the European Union by mid-year, expanding and deepening our trade deal with India by negotiating a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement, and supporting the Prime Minister by leading business delegations to India in March. Concluding negotiations on the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, supporting the accession of the United Kingdom to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, strengthening ties with our Southeast Asian neighbours, including by visiting Vietnam and the Philippines, and working with Minister Wong to implement the Southeast Asia Economic Strategy to 2040. Building international partnerships on green trade and investment to help Australia become a renewable energy superpower, continuing to simplify our cross-border trade system through regulatory and digital reforms, defending and reforming the World Trade Organisation, growing Australia's export industries by providing practical help to companies to access international markets and financing Australian exports and interests, including overseas infrastructure development. Continuing our support for the ongoing recovery of Australia's visitor economy, including by attracting international students back to our shores. The Albanese government is committed to supporting Australian businesses to pursue opportunities in new markets, attract investments to support the transition to a decarbonised economy and the continued recovery of our critical tourism and travel industries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you've been very busy indeed. And Associate Secretary, do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
Yes, I do, Chair. Just a short statement. Tim Yeend, Associate Secretary for Trade and Investment. So thank you to the committee for the invitation to appear today. I thought it useful to start with a short statement updating you on recent developments. On the 14th of November last year, the Minister gave an important keynote address setting out the 4 key principles underpinning the government's trade and investment agenda. These are focused on the need to deepen and diversify our trading relationships, especially in the Indo-Pacific, to defend and reform the multilateral trading system so that it delivers for Australia and the region, to diversify what we trade as well as who we trade with, and to share the benefits of trade widely among the community. It's been a busy few months implementing this agenda, and it will be a busy year ahead, as we've just heard from the Minister. Just to mention a few highlights of recent activity, and of course we'd be happy to provide more detail in response to questions. Just last week we hosted the 14th round of free trade agreement negotiations with the EU here in Canberra. Momentum in these negotiations is strong, but there is still a significant amount of work to do. Then, as we heard from the Minister at the end of last year, our first free trade agreement with India, the ECTA agreement, entered into force, representing a key step forward in our diversification agenda. And Parliament passed the necessary legislation to enable the entry into force of the free trade agreement with the United Kingdom. In December, we hosted the first round of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework in Brisbane, where we saw strong participation and engagement from the 13 other IPEF members, including India, Indonesia, Fiji and the US. We are also broadening our stakeholder engagement with the Australian community on the trade policy agenda. Finally, as you know, there have been important steps forward in stabilising the relationship with China, including the Ministers' meeting last week with Commerce Minister Wang, in an effort to resolve the trade blockages that have affected a range of our exports. So thank you, Chair, and happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much for that as well too. And I should have asked if you'd be happy to table that statement, and Minister, you'd be happy to table yours?
Certainly.
Excellent. And we'll get that circulated to other committee members. I'll hand over the call now to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Associate Secretary. Thank you for your private briefings or chats on a few things. So just touching on some of those free trade things at the moment. UK, obviously we've passed everything. We weren't able to get, I think it passed the lower house, House of Commons in the UK, not through the Lords yet. Is that the understanding?
Yes, look, I was actually in London the day that the House of Commons passed the legislation to implement both ours and the New Zealand free trade agreements. We met with the key members of the House of Lords who had the carriage of the legislation in the House of Lords. They've done they're up to the second reading, and I met with the British High Commissioner last week to get an update as to where they were in the House of Lords. My understanding is that the legislation will come back on the 14th of March, and we're keeping our fingers crossed that on that date or thereabouts, the United Kingdom will complete its part of their legal processes to implement our free trade agreement, and then the agreement comes into force shortly after that.
Okay. Thank you in your speech for the update on China. In the recent online meeting with the recent meeting with Minister Wang, did he raise concerns about any Australian government policy or regulatory practices?
Look, he, I should say it was a warm meeting between myself and Minister Wang. I think it's important to say that, of course, he'd never met with an Australian Trade Minister because he took over after the relationship soured, and of course this was the first time that either of us had a chance to meet one another. Yes, he raised. Obviously, we raised our concerns, as you would expect, including issues of human rights and detained Australians in China. Likewise, he raised some of his concerns about those matters that have been of concern to the Chinese government.
Would you be able to elucidate what some of those might be at the moment? Significant areas?
Look, I don't know
We could ask Ms Lawson to provide a little bit more information.
Senator, was your question whether regulatory issues were raised by the Australian side or the Chinese side?
Chinese side.
Chinese side, yeah.
Chinese side. So, Ellie Lawson, Acting Deputy Secretary, Geostrategic Group. The Chinese side did raise a range of issues on their side, whether or not they were regulatory in nature.
Or government policy, happy for that too, yeah.
Pardon me?
Current government policy or regulatory would be fine.
So the Chinese side did raise some views about some frameworks, but that's probably as far as I would want to go in a confidential discussion between governments. Thank you.
Would you rule out that foreign investment rules and regulations was raised?
Senator, the Chinese government has raised investment publicly on a wide range of occasions, so you would expect that they would raise investment in that meeting.
Okay. Were any specific changes requested at this meeting?
Senator, again, I don't want to go into the details of that discussion.
Right here. No, I don't want to know what they were, but were there specific requests made?
I can say
Senator,
that
I think the witness made it clear that she'll take it on notice.
I don't think that was just Chair. I think she said she didn't want to
I think
discuss it.
I'm not taking it on notice.
Or you can't, sorry. You can't answer. But
So
it's been a long week, but,
Yeah.
but I think the witness has made it clear that she can't answer
I think
that
it
particular
would be
matter.
inappropriate to go into specifics of a discussion between two governments.
Okay, fair enough. Were any of the requested changes that might have been made agreed as items for discussions in further face-to-face meetings?
Sorry, could you repeat
Were
that?
any potential changes, if they had some, you said we can speculate there were they agreed as items of discussion at future face-to-face meetings?
Senator, as we approach the stabilisation of the relationship with China, we have been very clear throughout, publicly and with the Chinese government, that we don't intend to make changes to regulations or legislation that has been made in the national interest. But we are always open to dialogue. And as you can see, there have been a range of ministerial and leader-level dialogues that have taken place.
Thank you very much for that. Can we move on to EU FTA if we can? Straight through it. Now, Mr. Yen, I think you noticed in your statement we went through the 14th round. Is that recently? And
Yes, that
there was a
last week.
number of staff from both parties in Australia. What sort of manpower was brought out, and how many did we have talking with the EU recently?
Sure. I mean, this is an important negotiation covering a range of issues. So, yes, there were a number of EU negotiators here. I might, for the specific details, I can let our lead negotiator perhaps give you a little bit more information.
Ms Burrows?
And I think we should note that Alison's been doing a terrific job on behalf of Australia in these negotiations.
Well, I'm sure I might withhold judgment for 7 questions and then I may join.
Alison Burrows, Chief Negotiator, EU FTA. We had up to 170 people in the rooms last week. It's that many because the EU brought a large team. We had all the chapter negotiators, and then we had a number of support staff and staff from other agencies involved as well. So we had both sides brought large teams.
Okay. Has Australia, have we received the EU's market access offer for agriculture yet?
We've received 2 goods offers, but neither of them is the final market access offer on goods and on agriculture. And the EU has not made an offer to us at this stage, which includes what they call the sensitive agricultural products, that is beef, sheep meat, dairy, sugar and rice. They say that they will only be in a position to make that offer at the very end of the negotiations.
Thank you very much for that. I note the EU's summary of the round 13 negotiations on geographic identifiers states that discussions on text advanced significantly with few outstanding issues remaining. Are we concerned by any of those issues remaining, and is there a significant difference between them?
out of the remaining issues, they are the ones that are the most difficult ones and the ones where we have the most interest to protect. For example, they would include all the issues about enforcement of GIs and also issues about how long, for example, in the EU's eyes, in the EU's request, someone would have had to have been using a particular GI to qualify under the FTA. We don't share an opinion on those issues at this stage, and so there are a smaller number of issues, but they're very difficult. When the EU made that report of the last round, that remark is not about the actual protection of the terms or the geographical indications, because we haven't agreed to any of them, and we won't agree until the very end if the overall deal is good enough.
Okay, thank you very much. Has Australia and the EU negotiators agreed on a definition of sustainability and sustainable development with the EU?
We have a whole chapter on trade and sustainable development, and it includes things like trade and labour, trade and environment, trade and climate, trade and gender. That chapter is fairly well advanced, and both sides want to make it a very ambitious chapter. For our side, we want to make it the most ambitious such chapter in a free trade agreement. But there are still some elements of it that we are negotiating on. There are obligations that they propose to us that our system, our Commonwealth system, it doesn't really work for us, and we are still reviewing all the issues that they have raised with us in that chapter.
So no definition is agreed yet?
I would have to take on notice whether we've agreed on a definition of sustainable development in the free trade agreement. I think not, because not all the definitions are finalised, but we both know what we're talking about in this trade and sustainable development chapter.
Okay.
It's clear what the subheadings are as well as what the overall approach is.
So that goes back to, I think, in November estimates, I think you said that Australia shares a lot of the objectives that the EU has on sustainability. Is that how we're seeing it still at this stage?
We certainly do, in terms of trying to make sure that trade has positive environmental and climate benefits, and we try to avoid any particular concerns about those issues. There are some things where we have a slightly different approach. We haven't, for example, signed all the same international agreements on the environment, so we have to review the extent to which we can recommit to them.
Okay. At the November estimates, again, on close to this, you said you're still working on a definition for sustainable food systems, specifically sustainable. Has that been finalised, or?
That chapter, which is now Sustainable Agri-Food Systems, has made a lot of progress and is close to the end. Most of the issues that are covered in that reflect on the very high standards on agricultural and food production that both the EU and Australia has, and we have made sure that we're not taking on regulatory commitments that would not work in our particular environment. We've also made sure that our high standards and our world-class system of traceability are going to be reflected in that chapter.
Okay. And what requirements, if any, are the European negotiators seeking on Australian land use practices, and have they been agreed, part or in full?
We have some text that has been agreed on sustainable forestry, and we are still working around it. They have not asked us to take on a particular commitment about land management in this free trade agreement. Indeed, when the head of the Trade Committee of the European Parliament came out and met the Trade Minister last year, he said that the sorts of regulations and policies that they're undertaking on deforestation and land clearing, that they were not targeted at Australia.
Okay, is that issue around land practices part of any EU offer or negotiating text so far?
The EU says to us often that it wants this to be a very ambitious agreement on trade and sustainable development, but it's not. There is no example that I can think of where they have attached conditionality on land management to anything to do with goods market access or indeed to the chapter.
Okay. Can you tell me what has been agreed on sustainable forestry?
I will look it up.
Thank you, Matt.
And
For you, Mr. Chair, this is the longest single question block I have.
No, it's not. I'm not pulling you up.
No.
Right out of my mouth. Right out of my mouth. Well, now that you're here.
Senator, sorry for the delay.
okay.
So we've already agreed to text in the free trade agreement on sustainable forest management. In line with existing government policy on these issues, we've agreed provisions that recognise the importance of sustainable forest management, encourage sustainable trade in forest products, and combat trade in products derived from illegally logged products.
Okay, thank you very much. What requirements are the Europeans seeking on Australian animal welfare practices? Have they been agreed in full or in part? And is that part of any offer or negotiating text of the EU?
The text on animal welfare is very well advanced. It doesn't impose new conditionality on the sorts of goods market access that we are seeking. Basically, it establishes that we both have high standards of protecting animals and that we would not like our trade to take away from those high standards.
Right, so they haven't requested any, we haven't given or they've not been agreed any specific animal welfare conditions other than what exists at the
There
moment?
is nothing in it which would require, in the provisions that we have provisionally agreed, that will require regulatory change in Australia.
Okay. Is it nothing like it must be grain-fed, ruling out feedlots, nothing like that so far?
In terms of what we call, what the EU calls conditionality on market access. So, Senator, you might recall that the EU, in their agreement with New Zealand, asked for all the beef that New Zealand supplies to be grass-fed. We are not yet at the stage of the negotiations where we have discussed that in detail with the EU. We hear some noise about it. There's media reports in Brussels, but that is certainly not something that we've agreed. And the EU has not put an offer to us on beef. So this remains hypothetical at this stage.
Has there been any specific exclusions or use of fertilisers, glyphosate or anything like that?
No.
No. In the context of market access negotiation, have the Europeans requested any conditionality on the use of any farm chemicals for the export of any Australian product?
In the free trade agreement, they have not. The EU has an entire regulatory system about the use of chemicals, and when Australian producers export to the EU, there are rules about, the use of chemicals and what they can export to the EU, but we are not creating new rules actually in the free trade agreement that would diminish access in that way.
Thank you very much. And same form as the previous question, is there any requirements the EU seeking for on-farm water use practices in Australia in any text or offer?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Can you come back to me on
Certainly.
notice on that? Sorry, I learnt last night. Will you come back to me on notice on that?
Yes, I will.
What requirements, again, in the same format of questions as any part of the trade agreement negotiations on emissions, including methane from farming? What has been agreed in part or in full, and is this any part of an issue?
In terms of market access, there has been no conditionality with regard to methane that's been attached to our exports. I will, however, it's not that I'm foreshadowing that this will happen later, but we are not yet at that end game of market access offers. We are talking in the text, though, in a standard way about our shared policy on greenhouse gases, but in a way that will be very familiar to you from Australia's international obligations and Australian policies.
So not yet, general conditionality as it applies.
What I'm really saying when I say not yet is not that I'm anticipating it, it's just that I don't have the final offer. I can't say everything that may happen. I just don't want to be categorical of saying this will never ever happen when I haven't seen the final offer.
Thank you, Ms Burrows. Minister, in your discussions with the EU counterparts, have you been asked to agree sustainability conditions for market access to Australian agricultural commodities?
Sorry, what was that question?
In your discussions with the EU, have you been asked to agree to sustainability conditions for access to markets for agricultural commodities?
No.
No. Thank you very much. And I note the European summary of round 13 negotiations on trade and sustainable development. It stated, and I quote, the EU negotiators explained to Australian negotiators the proposed updates for negotiating text following the EU review of its trade and sustainability development policy of June 2022. What did the EU negotiators tell us in that?
So, Senator, the negotiation has been going since 2018, and we've had text on the table on trade and sustainable development for some years. However, after this internal review of trade and sustainable development in each of the EU's trade agreements, the EU put some additional proposals to us last year. So, in terms of the new ones, is that the main new one that they made to us was about applying dispute settlement to the entire chapter, and indeed they wanted to apply to the whole agreement. They also asked us about there's a new proposal about cooperation on deforestation, it's true about deforestation, but just to go backwards, so the additional proposal is about cooperation of commitments on environmental services, deforestation, gender equality, food security and labour. So these are things that we are working through. On some of these issues, our positions are very similar. You know, we are like-minded in many international organisations. So these are not difficult, but we must review them extremely carefully before we agree to them. As you'll understand, we received them at quite a late stage of the negotiations. Moreover, just before the round, the EU proposed making the Paris Agreement an essential element of the trade agreement. We only received it just the working day before the round started, so we're still considering their request and how it would operate in practice. What it means essentially is that failure to comply with the obligations of the Paris Agreement could be seen as a breach of the Free Trade Agreement. We've just received this, we are still working our way through it.
Okay, thanks very much. Do you think the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter will be similar to the Sustainable Food System chapter, and that it'll be focused on how Australia and the EU, you said non-prescriptive, but it'll work on how we can cooperate in international organisations rather than be prescriptive?
The Sustainable Food Systems chapters, I do think it's very much one of cooperation and dialogue and restating our high standards. In terms of trade and sustainable development, where we both have ratified international agreements and have international commitments, it's just that question of how best to express that in a bilateral free trade agreement. On many of these issues we have shared objectives, shared commitment, so what's the best way to bring that into a bilateral free trade agreement?
Okay, thanks very much. Minister Farrell, at the November estimates you said you didn't support necessarily the new NZ deal, and I think you stated at the time you think we have more to offer, was your phrase. I agree. You said this straight after questions about the issue of sanctions. Do you have a view on the EU proposal on the application of dispute settlement we've gone through before? Do you have a view on that and potential sanctions for breaching the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter, as your negotiators have just described?
Could you repeat?
Yep, sure.
Just didn't quite get the gist there, sorry.
For the New Zealand thing, you didn't think you supported, thought we could do better.
Yes.
Part of the New Zealand was...
I still maintain that.
Yep. The application of the dispute settlement and potential sanctions for breaching the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter. That's in the New Zealand one. As your negotiators have described, they're looking to include some sort of breaches. Is that just about cooperation? Have we seen a text in that chapter, or is it fundamentally different than the New Zealand agreement so far?
Firstly, I'd say, I think as Ms Burrows has made clear, these is still under negotiation, but I mean, dispute settlement provisions are a normal part of any FTA agreement, but it is, quite a process of discussion and negotiation to finalise those provisions. But the EU is is wanting to make sure that all of the provisions that it's advocating in these areas are covered by dispute settlement provisions. But this is quite a detailed process of discussion, and no final decisions have been made on the detail of how the provisions might apply in those areas.
Mr. Yin, dispute settlement and included sanctions are different things. Are there specified sanctions in either the Indian or the UK free trade agreement?
So in terms of dispute settlement in the Trade and Sustainable Development chapter, essentially, like the EU calls it sanctions-based enforcement of the chapter. We're more likely to call it dispute settlement in those. We have agreed to dispute settlement across these provisions in some previous free trade agreements. I'm not the person who works on UK and India, so I won't deal with those ones. What we're really looking at now is just what's the balance here between what we're agreeing. When Australia enters into a free trade agreement, we intend to comply with it. We are going to implement it faithfully. So there's the question of what more dispute settlement brings to it, but we are reviewing very carefully the operation of disputes, or rather the potential operation of dispute settlement here, because we haven't agreed to it.
Okay, thanks very much. And hopefully last question. In the November estimate hearing, Ms Burrows, you noted that the EU has, and I quote, has asked us to do some things which we have never done before in a free trade agreement, including having disciplines on pricing mechanisms. It's page 92. What specifically have the EU asked for, and is this commodity specific?
So the EU has asked us, in their words, to remove a dual pricing mechanism in terms of energy and raw materials. What they are talking about is the difference between our export and our domestic pricing. We have spent some years now explaining to them Australian gas policy and how sensitive it is. Just as one example, their request has been a blanket one to cover all of energy. When you think about how that would work with Australian energy policy, there's a huge gap between our positions. We'll continue working on it, but there will be some things that we can't do in this free trade agreement, even if the EU requests us to do it.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Are we talking to resources companies and energy companies about these gaps of trying a workable way forward, or are we just keeping it in trade at the moment?
We've talked to all interested stakeholders, but the idea that gas pricing, for example, would be, totally controlled by free trade agreement obligations, I think you'd agree, is a curious one.
Thank you, Ms Burrows, and I agree Ms Farrell, very comprehensive. I ran out of space.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator Brockman, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the committee members for their indulgence. I have to get back to another committee in 10 minutes, so you'll only have me for that long. Minister.
What a pity. Yes.
Have you had any communication, and I'm not asking about specific identifications, but some communication, informal or formal, from major trading partners or Australia's trading partners concerning the impacts of domestic policy on trade?
I have a lot of sort of discussions with our trading partners. From time to time, they will raise issues regarding our domestic policies. I'm just a bit unclear as you're talking about ministers from other countries where we have
I'm talking
trading.
about your counterparts. I'm talking about representatives from other countries in this country. I'm talking about other ministers of government, prime ministers.
Yes, I don't frequently talk with other prime ministers, I have to say.
Oh, really?
But, I'm way down here. And
I'm sure you may have bumped into another trade minister.
No, I've had plenty of discussions with other trade ministers, and from time to time, they will raise domestic issues.
Again, without identifying the particular countries involved, would you care to name one or two issues that have been raised with you where domestic policy has impacted upon our international trade relationships?
Well, I wouldn't say any of the times that people have raised domestic issues, it's impacted on our relations with them. I think, there was a change of government. We changed a range of our policy positions. For instance, when I was in Europe, I would say in discussions with the French, with the EU itself and the Germans, for instance, they were interested in our change of policy in respect to climate change and how we were approaching the issue of decarbonisation. I suppose, come to think of it, that did impact on our discussions with those countries because they were happier with the position that the new government had adopted by comparison with the position that the former government.
Has the issue of sovereign risk been raised with you, Minister? And I'll particularly ask in relation to the changes to arrangements around the gas industry that were legislated at the end of last year?
Nobody has ever raised the issue of sovereign risk with me. No foreign.
Has the issue of gas policy been raised?
Beg your pardon?
Has the issue of the change to your gas policy at the end of the last financial year been raised with you? And its impact on international relationships?
It's that tail of the question that I don't believe anybody has indicated to me that any change. Well, no, that's not right. The Europeans certainly indicated that they were far more comfortable negotiating a free.
I'm not asking about climate policy, Minister.
No. But I'm trying to put your suggestion seems to be: have they raised some domestic policy of ours that's impacted on our relationship with those countries? And the answer to that is no. No country has ever done that to me, or there's never been a discussion like that with any other country. But countries do raise from time to time. I'm trying to put in perspective that these countries do raise our domestic policies, but at no stage has any of these discussions, whether they're happy with perhaps a decision we've made or unhappy with the decision that we've made domestically, at no stage has that ever impacted on my relationships with them, or as far as I can tell, their relationships with Australia.
Has the issue of Australia's reliability as a gas supplier been raised with you?
Look, some countries have raised the issue of our domestic changes in respect of, for instance, the cap on gas, but never in the context of criticism, as far as I can tell, as far as I can recall. But often they do want to know what it is that we've done why we're doing it, and those sorts of discussions. But there's never been, in any discussion I've had with any other foreign minister, for instance, any concerns about the impact that those decisions might have. There certainly have been discussions, but they're really by way of explanation. You know, what is Australia doing, and what are our plans in particular areas?
I'm happy to move on, Minister. This one's for the department. DAF Secretary Andrew Metcalfe visited the Middle East in January of this year. Did DFAT have any role in assisting, preparing the way, briefing notes for that visit?
I might ask Mr. Innes-Brown to answer that question. Thanks.
Thanks, Senator. Mark Innes-Brown, First Assistant Secretary, Middle East, Africa and Afghanistan Division. Our embassies in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia helped organise his visit, Senator.
Sorry, your embassies in Kuwait and
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. And what advice did you provide to the department on the timing and content of Mr. Metcalfe's visit? Anything?
Well, there was obviously liaison about the timing of his visit, the proposed visit, and at his department's request, meetings were organised, and DFAT supported the visit. We thought it was an important thing to do.
So were briefings prepared for Mr. Metcalfe?
He would have got, on arrival, I'm almost certain he was briefed by our missions around the issues that he was going to take up and what the domestic situation is on those matters.
Would that have included the change to domestic policy on the live export trade?
That was as I understand it, Senator, I think the key purpose of his visit was to explain to these important trading partners the proposed changes and explain the details and how that was being developed here in Australia.
You said DFAT had a role in organising the meetings. On notice, can you give us some information on what meetings were organised and what meetings were sought?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Was the ambassador present at any of Mr. Metcalfe's meetings?
I believe so, Senator. I think he was accompanied, if I'm not mistaken. I'll check to be.
Is that both visits?
Both destinations, yes. I believe so, yeah. It was obviously an important visit.
Can we get details of that? Which ones?
To confirm if they were present every meeting, yeah, sure, Senator.
That would be good. Thank you very much. Did you provide any advice to DAF regarding concerns from Middle Eastern trading partners about the impact of the decision to end the live export trade?
Well, I think it's something that our posts have provided advice on. They've sent down reports. It's something that's been taken up here in Canberra, the views on this. And so I think it's their positions are well known on this. And these were matters that were discussed further during the Secretary Metcalfe's visit. It was an opportunity for him to engage directly with those governments and a range of stakeholders in those countries about the change and to communicate what was being proposed, Senator.
So does DFAT have a policy position on the fact that this change is effectively subject to the outcome of the next election because the government has committed not to do anything this term of government? Does that change your advice in any way or moderate your advice, or is that fact communicated clearly?
Well, I don't think it was a decision of the government, Senator, and
But it's a
I'm
decision
not
of the
an
government
expert
not
on
to do
this
anything
issue, but
this
I
term.
believe it was something that the government said they were going to do in opposition, and you know, DFAT's job is to, on all government policies, is to help implement it. So,
with due respect, it's a decision not to do anything this term until after the next election, when the Australian people get a say in who actually gets to decide what happens in this country. Does that impact your advice?
No, our advice that we've provided, or information we've provided, is around what the impact of, or what the views of those governments are. So that's the sort of information that we've provided, Senator, not about the particular timing of the measure.
And what are the views of our trading partners in the Middle East, in short?
Well, there were a variety of views. I mean, in Kuwait, the government has raised with us the impact of that proposed measure, because they the export of live sheep has been a significant component of their meat intake, I suppose, meat supply. However, during Secretary Metcalfe's visit, I think there were probably a range of views. I think over time, I mean, it's not an issue that's just been discussed today. It's been discussed via our embassy. It's been discussed here in Canberra with their diplomatic representatives. And I think there were probably a range of, as I understand it, there were a range of views expressed, and probably the main concern was expressed by the Al-Mawashi Group, which is the one that the Kuwaiti trading company or company that's involved in importing live animals.
Have government ministers or officials communicated to you that this has the potential to damage our trading relationship?
Well, it's obviously going to have an impact on it, because it's a component. This is a component of our trade, but it doesn't mean that. I mean, as I understand it, during Mr. Metcalfe's discussions, there were traversing other aspects of meat supply, including supplying chilled meat and so forth. It's not simply about the live trade, but there are other options as well. So. So that was sort of a feature of his discussions, as I understand it.
So has there been communication from officials or ministers concerning damage to our trading relationship with the Middle East based on this domestic policy change?
Just to be clear about the questions, you're asking whether other countries have approached us or we have approached them.
I'm asking whether other countries have provided information to that effect to the department. Their job is to listen, presumably, Minister.
And they're very good listeners.
I think I just answered that to the previous question. I mean, obviously, there's an impact on the trade in the short term. I mean, because
have you communicated that to the minister?
Well,
because the minister indicated that he hadn't really heard anything.
I haven't done it personally, but certainly. I know the Department of Agriculture is aware of the composition of trade with that country, Kuwait. Hence, Secretary Metcalfe's visit. I mean, it's obviously there is an impact, and we want to a key part of the visit is to consult and to explain the proposed government measure and to have an ongoing discussion about it. And that's what Mr. Metcalfe's visit was about.
And Senator, my understanding is that undertaking and the visit and his explanation of where things are up to has been appreciated by those that he was speaking to as well.
Thank you for that. I've got to go, so I will just finish up with Minister, would you accept that the decision to close down the live export trade has the potential to have broader trade reputational issues in destination markets?
What I would accept, Senator, is that the incoming Albanese government took a decision that we would go to the last election with a clear policy on the phasing out of the live sheep trade, as you've correctly said, not in this term, but in the next term. We took that policy decision. It was very clear, and of course we were elected the government.
Minister, I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing any of that. I'm asking about our trade relationships and whether our trading partners are telling you this has the potential to damage trade relationships.
Well, no, none of our trading partners have told me that, Senator.
I'm happy to leave it there, Chair. Thank you for your indulgence.
I'll now hand over to Senator Green.
Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions about the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Hi, thank you. I understand that negotiations for the framework were launched last year, and it's been highlighted by a number of people that the IPEF will not be a traditional free trade agreement, in the sense that it won't include market access for goods and services. I'm just wondering, in the absence of market access, what outcomes will the IPEF deliver to improve trading conditions between the partners involved?
Thank you very much, Senator. Helen Stylianou, First Assistant Secretary of the Trade Resilience and Indo-Pacific Economic Cooperation Division, competing with my colleagues for the longest titles possible.
It's a good one.
So in the absence of market access, you're quite right. What this framework, to ask the question, the framework will offer an opportunity to enhance standards across the region, particularly in the context of environmental standards and labour standards, in an effort to attract investment to the region. So investment is essentially the big carrot in this negotiation. And what we will do is to negotiate standards and to create cooperation arrangements which will facilitate and attract private sector investment. As well as for those developing countries, it will provide an opportunity for technical assistance and capacity building to reach the standards and to be able to attract the investment.
And in terms of those standards, will there be labour standards as part of the framework? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, Senator, labour standards and environmental standards as well. And there'll be also cooperation arrangements in order to encourage resilience in supply chains, for example. That's one of the objectives of the agreement, to create arrangements which will make supply chains more resilient, try to anticipate vulnerabilities in critical supply chains, for example.
Okay. I understand that this is a US-led initiative, but I'm just wondering what Australia has contributed to the negotiations.
Thank you, Senator. That's a good question. Well, we hosted the first round of negotiations, which was obviously demonstrating our support for and interest in the initiative. It was we had more than 300 delegates come to Brisbane for those negotiations, which looked at all 4 pillars. And it really got negotiations off to a very constructive start. Mm-hmm. We've also made significant proposals across the agreement. For example, in the supply chains pillar, we have made a proposal for a crisis response mechanism, which will be one of the key deliverable outcomes from the agreement.
Okay. And in terms of timeline now, I mean, you said they've just sort of kicked off, and I know these things take a little while, and especially with that many delegates involved. What's the timeline for the completion of the negotiations at this stage?
There is no fixed or specific timeline, Senator. As you mentioned, it's really early days in the negotiation. What I can say is there is a very ambitious negotiating schedule. We've already had the second round of negotiations, just concluded this last weekend, and we're anticipating at least another 6 rounds of negotiations this year, including a ministerial meeting in May, and then further ministerial level engagement around November.
Okay. In terms of, because it's operating a little bit differently from a regular free trade agreement, will it require Commonwealth legislation and the usual scrutiny from Joint Standing Committee?
We would expect to put it, we expect it to be a treaty level agreement, so we would expect it to put it through a treaty process, yes.
Okay. That's all I've got on that topic, Chair. There's other things I can ask about, but I know you've got others waiting, so.
Yeah, I think...
You can come back to me.
If that's
want.
okay.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Senator Green. Senator Cadell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. If I can just go back to Mr Metcalfe's visit for a second. It's just 2 questions just on that, following on from your advice to Senator Brockman. Given the government has committed, as Senator Brockman said, to phasing out live export trade, but not in this term of government, why did DFAT officials actually participate in the meetings for something that preempts any position of legislation, any election? And at that process, were these parties told that this may not occur should there be a change of government in 2025?
Senator, this is an issue that is sort of being handled by the Department of Agriculture, but I mean, I think that Mr Metcalfe's visit was to take the opportunity to explain the situation with the timing of the government's intentions to take this forward, to provide maximum transparency to them. And as I said earlier, I think that this was appreciated by the interlocutors that he spoke to.
No, that's fine. I just want to get some advice on how it's going. And has your department, has DFAT received any correspondence from Department of Ag, Forestry and Fisheries from a Minister of Middle East or sheep export destination or countries around their concerns? Has DFAT passed any direct correspondence on to you about their concerns?
Senator, I might take that on notice. I'm not sure we've had it from a minister, but I think I can recall having received a note from the Kuwait Embassy at some point.
Right, I think you mentioned another corporation specifically had some problems with it, a Kuwaiti buying agency or something like that, corporation, is that correct? We heard any correspondence off them?
Yes, we probably have, I think, yeah.
Okay,
But
would you be willing to table it?
I don't have it here, but yeah, I'll look into it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all on that. Sorry, I just want to tidy that little piece up. Thanks. My next bunch of questions are on the organics industry, if I may. No one's coming forward, so I'll just ask General. Minister, are you aware of the... I've gone too far. Wait a second. I have left a folder out, so I'll come back to that if I may. Sorry about that. Are you aware of the multi-recognition agreement for organic side letter in the Australia-India cooperation agreement?
I can't say that I...
Sorry, was that for the Minister or for the Associate Secretary?
We've got our negotiator of the... Just Miss Lisson, who is our lead negotiator of the ECTA agreement and the ongoing negotiations, may be able to help, Senator.
Thank you. So my belief is there's an organics side letter on the Australia-India Economic Cooperation Agreement. Has that been negotiated?
Frances Lisson, Chief Negotiator for the Australia-India Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement, as well as Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement. Yes, there was a side letter to ECTA which referred to negotiating an organics MOU with, it had a timeline, and I can get the precise details, but around about 12 months following signature of the agreement, which was in April. So there is a lot of work going on between the Department of Agriculture and the Indian Agriculture Department towards getting that up and running.
Is there still confidence that will be done in that roughly 12-month window? Not holding to you that was a timetable, but roughly 12 months?
I think people are expecting and hoping that will be the case.
Are we sending Australian officials over to India? How is the process happening to facilitate that?
I think you'd have to ask the Department of Agriculture.
Okay. Would they be the ones?
I should say, Senator, of course, the Prime Minister, myself and the Resources Minister will be travelling to India shortly, and one imagines some of these things will be the subject of discussions while we're over there.
Understood. Are you aware that Australia's largest organic dairy producers recently had to withdraw from exporting to South Korea due to the cost of becoming recertified to the Korean standard? Are all our organic people having problems getting this after not having our international organic system recognised? They have to be individually reinvested in each country they export to.
Senator, that is a question that's best directed to the Department of Agriculture, I think.
On all of this? Okay. So I won't ask the next one, Minister, about wine having the same problem, because I'm sure you're aware of that. So all the organic discussions, whether there is a code in Australia, how it affects free trade agreements other than this Indian one, there's nothing in other trade agreements where we are doing this, no other side letters, no other organic side processes going on?
Senator, I would need to take that on notice, if that's okay. I don't think so, but I would need to take it on notice just to provide you with accurate information.
Okay. In these trade agreements we have done recently and in the past, are there different access agreements for organic and non-organic products listed in them?
I would also just need to take that on notice as well, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think some people have time constraints as they popped in, so I'm happy to hand back if they want to go elsewhere for a little bit.
Well, I'm not aware of that, but that's good to know. Senator Chan, I'll just check with the Deputy Chair who's coordinating on behalf of the opposition. Canavan?
Senator, yeah.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. The question is for yourself. You're probably not aware, I don't think you'd be watching Sky News right now, but in the past hour, the Japanese ambassador, Mr. Shingo Yamagami, appeared on Sky News. He was asked by presenter Andrew Bolt that how worried is Japan in reference to your government's decisions around gas and also the Queensland government's decision around royalties on coal. The ambassador said, "Well, Andrew, you know, as a Japanese ambassador to Australia, I wish I could say no worries, mate. But the reality is there is a growing concern, especially on the part of Japanese businesses. So the Japanese government has been conveying those concerns to Australia's friends and colleagues at every level." My question is, has the Japanese ambassador, the Japanese government and/or Japanese businesses expressed concerns to you about the government's actions in terms of gas?
Well, I was with the Japanese ambassador to celebrate the birthday of the Emperor earlier this week, and he certainly didn't raise those issues with me. We have had discussions from time to time, both with him and other businesses, about decisions that the Australian government has made or is going to make. And in those discussions, I've explained to the best of my ability the the decisions, as I understand them, to have been made, and why we've made them.
Well, with all respect there, and knowing the impeccable manners of Japanese people, I doubt he would have raised concerns with you at a function celebrating the Emperor's birthday. But my question wasn't restricted to that particular meeting. Have those concerns been expressed at any point to you as the Trade Minister?
Look, I think it's fair to say they have had, discussions with us about decisions that we're making. I recently went to Japan, and again, issues were raised about decisions that we were making, but simply by way of wanting to understand what we were doing and why we were doing it.
And maybe, it would be, given the Japanese ambassador has expressed these concerns publicly now, it might be useful for yourself to use this opportunity to explain why the decisions wouldn't or won't have a deleterious effect on the way Japanese businesses see investment in Australia, particularly given the changes the government has announced involve the potential forcing of companies to supply gas on terms and conditions written by the government. They're quite remarkable interventions. It would be strange if businesses weren't concerned. So in your view, why shouldn't Japanese businesses be concerned about their investments in Australia under an Albanese government?
Well, because I don't think they have anything to be concerned about.
Well, they obviously do, but so what are the reasons to reassure them, Minister?
Well, I don't think they do have good reasons to be concerned about it. We will honour all of our international obligations. If there are contracts in place between Australia and other countries, we will honour those agreements. We don't intend to breach any of our international obligations, and that should be very reassuring for any foreign government. We are a strong and stable democracy. If we make undertakings to other countries, then we comply with those undertakings.
It's quite remarkable for an ambassador to express concerns in this way. Again, certainly from my experience, even more remarkable for a Japanese ambassador to take these steps to publicly criticise the government. Do you take any responsibility for the deterioration of the relationship to this extent? I cannot remember a time where a Japanese ambassador, certainly in my lifetime, has openly criticised the Australian government this way.
Senator, I completely reject your categorisation of our relationship with Japan. I had recently an excellent visit to Japan. We were very, very positively received wherever we went. The Japanese ambassador accompanied his officials throughout that visit, and I would have come back from Japan believing that our relationship with Japan has never been stronger. And why do I say that, Senator? Well, within days of becoming Prime Minister, Prime Minister Albanese travelled to Japan to make it very clear to the Japanese government that the government in Australia might have changed, but Australia's reputation as a safe and reliable supplier of products to Japan has not changed, and we will continue to honour all of our obligations. There's been now a number of meetings between the Australian Prime Minister and the Japanese Prime Minister And of course, at one point, the Japanese Prime Minister actually came down to Perth for discussions with the Prime Minister. You know, we have defence relationships with the Japanese. We are in a number of agreements with the Japanese. One of them is the CPTPP. We've had very, very good discussions with the Japanese government about a range of issues that affect that particular agreement. So I have a very good personal relationship with the ambassador. Have gone to his residence on a number of occasions, both to meet him and his delightful wife, and all of the, you know, from time to time, Japanese businesses who operate in Australia. The relations, I don't think, have ever been stronger, to be honest with you. They're always polite. And certainly, I don't have any concerns about the relationship between us and the people of Japan or the government of Japan.
Minister, just going back to something you said earlier, you mentioned that that Japanese businesses can be confident that their contracts won't be broken, that the government would respect contracts. I'm sure you're aware that last week the Resources Minister, Madeleine King, announced reforms to the Australian Domestic Security Gas Mechanism. Those reforms were reported in the Financial Review on the 10th of February under a headline, Labor Floats Curbing LNG Exports in Sweeping Proposal. The Australian Financial Review reported that the policy, which comes amid increasing acrimony between the energy sector and the government and rising concerns from Asian trading partners about the security of exports from Australia, would have the same effect as breaking valuable long-term LNG sales contracts. The evidence you just gave earlier seems completely inconsistent with the changes announced last week. These changes would allow the government to divert gas resources beyond just what the uncontracted gas. So how can Japanese businesses be confident that your government won't will honour those contracts when you've just introduced a policy which would allow you to do the exact opposite?
Look, I think there's a misreading of what the government has done there, Senator Canavan. We took some decisions around what appeared to be a dramatic increase in domestic energy prices, not just as it related to consumer pricing, but of course as it related to manufacturing. And it was expected, as it has happened in other parts of the world. The forecast was that those energy prices were going to lift to unacceptable levels. So the government did take some actions to cap domestic energy prices, and I'm aware that the opposition didn't support that cap, but we're committed to remaining as a reliable trade and investment partner, and that's especially with the situation with energy exports to countries like Japan. And I don't believe any of the decisions that the Australian government has made so far, or is likely to make into the future, is going to affect our reliability as an excellent trading and investment partner.
Well, just to help with this re-establishing the trust in the relationship, which is clearly broken. Despite
accept that.
Perceptions matter. I mean, it doesn't matter really what you think about.
I don't accept
ultimately,
that proposition.
Well, it's a relationship, Minister. So in a relationship, the views of both parties matter. So it is not definitive what your views are about your actions. It's actually also very important what the Japanese think of your decisions. And ultimately for the relationship, and they clearly and publicly think you have damaged the relationship. But to help,
Senator Canavan, Senator Canavan,
I haven't asked a question.
The Prime Minister, I'm answering it anyway.
You can
the
comment
Prime
in
Minister,
the answer, but I haven't asked
the
a question.
Prime Minister of Australia has met more often with the Japanese Prime Minister than any other.
Cares?
Well, it's an indication.
The matter is what they think of us, not how many times you talk to them.
It's an indication of the strength of the relationship.
It's probably a sense of what the crisis in the relationship, because you have to talk to him so often. And you're not being successful with those discussions, clearly, because the Japanese ambassador has gone on Sky News to absolutely...
Senators, please.
Well, sorry, Chair, if I could take a point of order.
Excuse me, Senator Canavan, I'm the Chair, and I'm asking both you and Minister to come to order. Now, can we just go back to our program? Do you have any questions, Senator Canavan?
Yes, well, I just should note for the record that I hadn't actually asked a question yet, and there was an interjection, but I'm happy to return to that.
Please get to your questions, because I do need to move the call around. The coalition has had close to an hour.
The relationship is clearly broken, and so in the spirit of seeking to repair the damage you have done to the relationship, can you answer yes or no? Does the government, after the changes to the ADGSM, have the power to break gas contracts between Australia and Japan?
I'll answer the question this way. I believe our relationship with Japan is as strong as it's ever been. The discussions I've been having with both the ambassador and officials of the Japanese government have been cordial and respectful. And as a government, we will honour all of the undertakings that we have made to all of our foreign governments, and will continue to do so.
Well, you haven't answered my question.
I haven't answered the question the way you would like me to answer your question.
No. That's not correct.
But I have answered the question.
That's not correct. I'll give you one more opportunity, though. You haven't answered my question. My question is, do you have the power? You answered, we will honour. We will honour. That's a promise, not a restriction or a restraint. My question is, does the government now have the power to break contracts for gas between Australia and Japan? Yes or no?
Well, the way in which I've answered your question, Senator, is we will honour all of our contractual arrangements with all of the countries that we have contractual arrangements with, and will continue to do so.
Well, it's very disappointing, doubly disappointing, that you cannot give clear answers in response to the concerns of Japanese.
Senator, I could not be clearer. I couldn't be clearer.
Well, that's obviously a matter of judgment.
We are not going to break any contractual arrangements.
That's a matter
how
opinion.
Clearer could I be?
Well, you haven't answered the question. Very clearly, you haven't answered the question. My question is, do you have the power to break them or not? Not whether you will or not, because you obviously can't be trusted. As you've already broken election promises in this matter.
I completely reject
that, Senator Canavan.
Well, the Japanese don't think you can be trusted.
I completely reject that suggestion.
And you can't give a simple answer to a very clear question.
You're the government that secretly had the Prime Minister pick up 5 ministries. Talk about trust.
Right, well, okay, the fact that you cannot answer simple questions to the Japanese ambassador and instead have to resort to political rhetoric.
Senator Canavan.
Senator
Canavan.
Japanese
order, please. Order. Now, I do need to move the call around. Senator Cox has been waiting patiently.
I've just got one more question.
Well, I will be moving the call to Senator Cox. Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, in 2021, a report was prepared by I2I Global finding that there was a huge untapped...
Sorry, I just missed that. Who you were describing?
I2I Global.
They're I2I Global.
Okay. Yeah. They're an Indigenous entrepreneurial group, but they are one of your stakeholders. And they provided a report in 2021 about untapped export potential with regards to First Nations businesses. Can I ask why government have not considered Indigenous inclusion chapters to be a priority in their free trade agreements?
Yes, I think...
Thanks for the question, Senator. I can ask Mr. Kelram to answer the question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Excuse me. Ravi Kevaram, First Assistant Secretary, Free Trade Agreement and Stakeholder Engagement Division. And I'm sorry, my voice lasted all through the day when I didn't have to say anything. Thank you, Senator. Just wanted to take one step back before coming back to your question, and that is that the government is very focused on ensuring that the benefits of Australia's free trade agreements are very clearly more broadly distributed, including with respect to Indigenous Australians. So there are three parts really. One is in terms of figuring out the best ways that we can have provisions in agreements that promote Indigenous business opportunities. That is done on a case-by-case basis with respect to every FTA. The second is with respect to preserving policy space with respect to government policy on Indigenous business issues. So, for example, government procurement chapters in FTAs carve out space to enable the provision of Indigenous procurement policies. And then the third thing that the government has made very clear it's looking for us to do is to marry up existing obligations or obligations in new agreements with Indigenous business and commercial actors to make sure that the benefits can be more obviously brought back. In terms of your question about inclusion chapter specifically, that of course is for every FTA and every negotiation, but regardless of whether there is a chapter or something that's called that, there are provisions, particularly in in more recent FTAs, which make sure that we are promoting as much as possible Indigenous business interests.
I think, I have raised this during the deliberations of the JSCOT committee around the wording that you're referring to is so minute and so substantial. It just blows me away that there's so much resistance to having an Indigenous inclusion chapter, yet New Zealand have an inclusion chapter in the last UK free trade agreement, and we still have the Australian government ruling to not negotiate that when they know this is international best practice. And I'm not even sure why there's resistance in relation to this, because earlier today I was in here asking Minister Wong about a DFAT ambassador and First Nations ambassador that we're now going to have to oversee foreign policy. It seems like we're doing this for window dressing and we're not actually wanting to deliver, because there's substantial amount of potential that could be tapped into for the First Nations business economy in this country, but we're not willing to put any structural change to make that happen. And I'm not actually sure why, because I've asked this question many, many times and I haven't had a substantial answer to that.
Senator, if I could just say a few words, just to build on what Mr. Kelram said. This is a priority area for the government, and First Nations interests in free trade agreements is something that we are seeking to advance in some of our current negotiations. For instance, we are leading with New Zealand the discussion of an Indigenous chapter in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework negotiations. There are provisions in the UK Free Trade Agreement that specifically are targeted and aimed at providing opportunities for First Nations businesses and other stakeholders. And the government has been very clear in the way it is seeking to extend its stakeholder engagement with various interest groups that certainly includes First Nations people, businesses, and so I think that there's a very strong commitment from the government to.
Do you agree, Mr. Yeen, that during the J. Scott negotiations and the hearings with DFAT officials in relation to the negotiation, that I asked the question, who are the stakeholders that the department had engaged with in First Nations business? And they named two that they tried to contact to have a conversation about the UK Free Trade Agreement and its negotiations, but they in fact opened the door to other big businesses to provide them with opportunities and are not prepared to make structural change in a free trade agreement, but in fact just want to do this ad hoc, we're trying to find opportunities. I don't believe that that's adequate or sufficient for First Nations businesses in 2023 for us to still be waiting to have a seat at the table in a global economy and opportunities in export and trade. Do you agree, Minister?
If I could just say something first before, Minister. We are under very clear instruction from the government, from this government, about the importance of ensuring that there is appropriate engagement and inclusion of all stakeholders in these negotiations. And you would know from the very clear focus that the government has on First Nations issues, including economic engagement and business interests, that this government is very providing very extensive opportunity and will provide in negotiations such as those that are taking place at the moment. The UK negotiation preceded the arrival of this government, where that focus has been delivered very clearly to us in the department, that as something that we need to ensure in the conduct of these negotiations, to ensure those opportunities are there for all stakeholders.
Okay. The inclusion chapters are currently on the cards for the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. Is this the only inclusion chapter that's currently being considered? Or will the government consider amending trade agreements in the future to insert inclusion chapters when they're up for review?
I could ask Ms Stiliano to tell you what's happening in the IPEF negotiations and answer the question.
That'd be great.
Thank you, Senator. As Mr Yeen has said, we are actually leading with New Zealand work on an inclusivity chapter to address Indigenous issues and to make sure that Indigenous people can benefit from trade agreements. Inclusivity isn't limited only to Indigenous, but that's one of the primary focuses that we have there. And what we're trying to do is to build on some work that we've done in the context of APEC, where we developed under New Zealand's host year the IPETCA, which is a framework designed to offer opportunities to Indigenous business networks, entrepreneurs across the region, MSMEs, Indigenous women and Indigenous youth, access to trade opportunities that arise from trade negotiations. I2I Global has a representative, as does First Australians Capital, on the Interim Partnership Council that's been established under that framework. Again, we're playing a leadership role there. There are only 4 members to that framework at the moment: Australia, New Zealand, Taiwan and Canada. So we are actually at the forefront of trying to ensure that our trade agreements and trade negotiations are inclusive.
Great, thank you. Can I just move quickly to protection of First Nations traditional knowledges? As part of the UK Free Trade Agreement, there's a commitment to work together at the World Intellectual Property Organisation at the UN to progress a multilateral solution to protect First Nations traditional knowledge. Is there any update on how this work is progressing?
Senator, thanks for the question. I mean, this work in WIPO is an important priority for the government. Those negotiations are being led by, I believe, the Intellectual Property Office Australia, and that would be, I mean, we would take the question on notice, or it would be best to direct that to them.
Okay. I've just been over to the Economics Committee and talking with IP Australia in relation to the protections and standalone pieces of legislation to protect Indigenous knowledges, and note that the US and Panama have similar pieces of legislation. Has the government investigated these frameworks, and what can Australia draw from them to inform their own standalone legislation, and is there a timeline for an exposure draft?
Look, Senator, again, I think this is a better question to ask IPA Australia, but this area of work in WIPO is extremely important, and in other international organisations. Certainly issues like genetic resources, traditional knowledge and traditional cultural expressions, for example. These are all extremely important issues on which we are seeking to advance these discussions in WIPO and other organisations. But for more specific information, I think if I could take it on notice, and we can provide you with additional information.
Yep, that's fine, thank you. I can put the others on notice if you're
Thank you very much, Senator Cock. That's very nice of you. Thank you very much. Senator White has a few questions, and then I'll hand back to the coalition senators. Senator White.
Thanks. There's a lot of media coverage about the need to reform the World Trade Organisation. What is wrong with the World Trade Organisation? In 100 words or less?
Senator, that's a big question, but it's an important question, because for Australia the rules-based trading system is a fundamental part of our economic interest to ensure that that we have the ability to trade fairly and openly in a rules-based system. And I think recent developments or recent instances over the last few years, particularly with our trade issues with China, where we've been able to use the WTO dispute settlement system to defend our interests, is a good example of why the WTO is so important. But there are problems in the organisation. I mean, 164 members. It's hard to reach consensus across issues. I think that Australia has been playing a leading role in finding ways to advance issues, perhaps in a way where you don't necessarily need to have the agreement of all members. We're leading an initiative on digital trade in this regard, and involved in a number of other negotiations along these lines, which including a services negotiation on domestic regulation, which has recently was concluded, I think 12 months or so ago, and shows that if we try to be creative in advancing negotiations in different formats, that we might be able to secure agreement on some of these key areas that it has been difficult to get agreement on. But also we are very keen to have discussion around issues that the WTO is increasingly interested in, around issues like sustainability, environment, and have been involved in discussions in the same sort of way, working in small coalitions, like-minded groups, to try and advance these issues in the discussion. And this is part of the way we want to reform the organisation, to take a more pragmatic, quite often a step-by-step approach to deliver results. And we saw at the most recent ministerial that there was quite considerable success with this approach, including a very important agreement that was reached on fisheries subsidies, which of course very important for sustainability, and particularly sustainability of the oceans.
So I'm interested in those reforms. Are there any other reforms that that are either going to come forward or that people are discussing which haven't been put forward that that you think are going to be important from Australia's point of view?
I think one area that I haven't mentioned is the discussion around the dispute settlement system. You may be aware that the US has raised some concerns with the dispute settlement system, and this is an area where we are willing to engage with the US and other partners, looking at ways to improve the system, to ensure that that it runs more efficiently and in a more timely manner. I mean, there's often concerns about the length of time, for instance, that the system can take, but that's just another very important area of work in the WTO that we're following and tracking closely.
So that's been a protracted problem, hasn't it, the dispute settlement process for a long time, and I think that, my recollection, there has been other attempts to reform it. Do you think this time around it's going to be successful, and what do you think are the drivers for that?
Well, I think that one of the key drivers is of the very strong interest of all members to advance these discussions. I mean, the US has a key role to play, and they have been participating actively in discussions in Geneva. I think that we work very closely with them and other key users of the dispute settlement system. Very importantly, the ministerial meeting that I referred to last year has set a deadline for this work for next year. And so that will provide some focus as well as momentum to advance these discussions and hopefully find a solution.
So that's very ambitious to have it by 2024. Do you think that's realistic?
I think, I mean, it's hard to speculate. I mean, all I could say is that this was a major outcome of the most recent ministerial. It is indeed it's a complex area where there are different views, but I think certainly from an Australian perspective, we will be doing everything that we can to try and make sure that we meet that deadline.
So, can you expand a bit more on the role that Australia is playing in these discussions? I mean, you've talked about our engagement, but how do you feel we're placed, particularly the new government, in this situation?
Well, I mean, I think that the Australia is seen as one of the central players in this discussion, and in fact all other issues at the WTO, key issues. I mean, we've played a long-standing leading role on agriculture in the Cairns Group, but on this particular set of issues around dispute settlement, we have very good relations and dialogue with all of the key players and users of the dispute settlement system. And also we have worked with some like-minded partners to in fact put in place an interim arrangement that can be used by the parties that are subject to that arrangement until we have an overall solution. So and Australia played a central role in putting that arrangement into place.
So do you think these reforms will directly benefit those in our economy who are trading?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think as I said at the outset, and the example of this is the disputes that, as examples, the disputes that we are currently conducting on wine and barley, where if we follow the procedures to the dispute in the way the dispute settlement system is intended to work, you are then able to ensure that at the end of that process, once the findings are known, that whoever has been found to be in breachables is required to bring themselves into conformity, is the language they use, with those rules. So, for a country like Australia, the use of that system to defend and prosecute our trade interests is absolutely central.
So our exporters will benefit from this work and from improving this forum. Is that your kind of, that's your end game, as I understand?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator White. Senator Fawcett, you have the call.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mr. End, last estimates, some questions around a free trade agreement with Israel. And I think because of the election at the time, the feedback that the department gave was that the Israeli interlocutors had said, I think the quote was their dance card was full. But the minister subsequently made some comments that perhaps with the election passed, they may come back to us with something more like a trade and investment framework rather than a free trade agreement. So I'm just interested to know, has there been any update as we've now rolled into 2023?
Sure. Senator, I might ask Ms Lissom to answer the question.
Senator, I'm very sorry. Could you repeat the question?
I'll give you the short version.
Yes.
Since the start of this year, have there been any discussions with Israeli officials or minister-to-minister discussions around a free trade agreement or a trade and investment framework?
Yes, thank you, Senator. There have been discussions at officials level, which we had between officials on the 19th of January this year. We discussed whether to have an FTA and how we were progressing with our consideration of that. There was an exchange where both reflected on the very busy FTA agendas that each already had with other countries. But we're going to continue to engage with officials to determine the next steps on engaging with Israel.
Do you have a time frame for that continued engagement?
No, I don't have a time frame for that.
Who leads the negotiations at the officials level?
The chief negotiator is Richard Emerson. Oh, sorry, we don't have negotiations at the moment, so we're just discussing at officials level. So the official who's looking into this on the FTA side is Richard Emerson Elliott, the Assistant Secretary.
Right. Given the media reports today about an Israeli company that apparently has, the accusation is it's been involved in meddling in elections, particularly in Africa. There's been a number of companies around the world, including in places like the UK, that have been shut down for such activities. And given that one of the comments by the department is that cyber-type areas are likely to be part of any agreement, would we be requiring or expecting the Israeli government to take action against a company that had, if it was proven that they had meddled in foreign elections, that action would be taken against that kind of behaviour?
I'd have to know a bit more about that, but certainly at this stage there's no discussion about if we had an agreement, what it would cover, whether it would cover cyber. But those sort of issues are ones that we consider along with others in terms of deciding whether or not to have negotiations with Israel.
So, in your experience though, Israel is characterised by abiding by the rules of international norms and the rule of law?
That's a pretty general question.
Well, for example,
Senator,
the high-level military
agreements
group that examined the Goldstone report found that Israel's applications of rules of armed conflict was on a par, if in fact not more thorough, than equivalent Western nations, including Australia. So as we expand that approach to other areas of compliance with international law, I'm just asking, is it your expectation that they would be on a par with us or other nations in terms of adhering to international norms and law?
Well, as I said, Senator, it's a very broad-ranging question, and I'm not sure that I can extrapolate from the Goldstone report to every aspect of Israel's behaviour. I think there was some evidence here earlier today about some practices which are not consistent with international law. and so forth. So I'm not sure these are matters that are best captured in this particular segment of the estimates, but I haven't actually seen the report that the media report you mentioned about the Israeli company who's allegedly been involved in activities in Africa, so I'd have to have a look at that as well.
Sure, that's fine. I'll look forward to some updates on the FTA or the framework if you agree to go forward with that. Thank you. Thanks, Stuart.
You're most welcome, Senator Fawcett. Thank you. Senator Cadell, you have the call.
Thank you. Trying to squeeze a lot of questions in quickly, so I'll summarise these 14 questions, hopefully into one. Mr Farrell. Question on Notice 202 notes that in estimates in November, you agreed to provide on notice a charter letter to Minister Ayres, and that has not come through, and you've given the reasons why you can't. Knowing you personally as both a man of your word and some power within government, the summary of the questions is who rolled you and how they do it?
I haven't been rolled. That's a bit of a harsh term. These are matters which the government makes decisions about, and of course I accept the greater wisdom of my superiors in this regard.
May I ask? It had to go to Cabinet, I understand, and not come here. Can I ask what date it went to Cabinet?
Look, I'd have to take that on notice,
okay,
Senator.
And so what date it was sent to and what date it was submitted, can you come back on that? And given that won't be public now, can we ensure that both your and Minister Ayres' responsibilities and breakdown are consistent with the language used in the division of the Charter, are updated on the DFAT website to give some scope as to who does what primarily?
Sure. But look, can I assure you both that myself and Senator Ayres are working very hard and very diligently in Australia's interests, and I think it's fair to say we've managed to get some runs on the board.
Fair enough. Can I talk to the Middle East trade, including trade arrangements with the UAE and the GCC?
Yeah, I'll ask Miss Lisson to come back.
She's way ahead of you.
To the floor, or to the table.
Thank you. May I ask how many formal visits has either the Minister or the Assistant Minister made to the UAE or the GCC?
I might need to call on my colleague from the geographical area to answer that question.
So sorry, Senator, the question...
How many formal visits, if any, have the Minister or the Assistant Minister made to either both the UAE and the GCC?
Since the...
Since the change of government?
I think the answer, we haven't had a formal visit during that period.
Has there been any opportunities where either the Minister or the Assistant Minister has transited through the UAE or a GCC country?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I think the answer might be yes, but I don't have the details of their travel program at my fingertips.
That's fine. If the answer is yes, can you have a list of those times where they did transit through those countries?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Minister Farrell, at the November estimates, you said the Middle East was in the trade diversification plan. What specific activities have taken place in regard to the Middle East with developing that plan?
Well, a range of discussions have taken place. I've had some discussions with the UAE officials, both virtually and also face to face. I've had some discussions with the Jordanian officials. I think we may have had a chat with. Look, I won't. Yeah, I won't.
Won't go.
I'll look. undertake to go back and have a look at all of those and give you a summary of where we have had discussions with the Middle East.
Have we met with the UAE Ambassador to Australia, His Excellency?
Have we?
Met with His Excellency the UAE Ambassador to Australia?
Yes, I have met with him.
Do we know? Can you tell me when?
I certainly met with him on their National Day, and I think I've had a further discussion with him. But I'll get the exact details rather than trust my memory on these things.
Has there been any one-on-one meetings other than meeting on National Day?
I believe I have had one meeting with the UAE, but look, just to be certain, I'll get to those details.
Thanks. Has an agreement been reached?
Senator, also, the Minister has spoken to his counterpart on the phone, I understand as well. But we can give you a list of the various contacts that have been made.
Thank you. Has an agreement been reached with the UAE government to pursue a comprehensive economic partnership?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. During the November estimates, Ms Lesson said there are a number of factors to take into account when we consider going forward, in response to a question from Senator Fawcett on the scope of a trade agreement with the UAE. What are these factors?
Thank you, Senator. The discussions on the possible scope of the agreement are still going ahead. So some of the factors are how much of our interests do we think will be covered? And we're taking a lot of advice from stakeholders. We've sought submissions from all stakeholders, and we've received a number of those. We're also, of course, taking into account the sort of commitments that the UAE is interested in pursuing as well. So we're getting information on that so that we can make an informed decision.
Are we currently developing Australia's objectives for any negotiations?
We're looking into what our objectives would be, but of course the scope is still something we're still working on.
When they're finalised, when they be released?
We'd be looking at, and I think it's in line with the JSCOT recommendations, that we would be looking at publishing the sort of negotiating objectives.
Okay. And has an agreement been reached with the GCC to pursue a trade agreement?
I think we did sort of start with the GCC a while ago, back in 2007, and that has, I guess, been paused would be the right word to say. There have been some indications of them being interested. And so we're also looking into what our objectives or interests would be in taking up again the negotiations with the GCC.
When you say pause, since November last estimates, has any action taken place, any discussions taken place?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I, now go to the Economic Partnership Agreement? Thank you. Oh, so great. Are we negotiating market access in the Australia-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement?
So we're working on the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Partnership Agreement, which is going to build on the existing agreement, Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement, ECTA. And we have, in fact, agreed with India when we concluded the ECTA that this CECA agreement would look specifically at goods and services market access.
Okay. Are there other different tracks that are being negotiated? The investment track you're talking about, I think, has progressed. Are there other tracks other than goods and services or specific lines?
Yeah, the also agreed in ECTA was that we would also go forward with negotiations in digital trade and government procurement. It also used the word inter alia, which meant that each side could suggest other issues to take forward. So at the moment we're having exploratory talks on the additional issues we'd each like to see in the agreement. So that covers quite a broad range of topics that will be having talks with India next week in Delhi.
Yeah, I think, Minister, you mentioned you're going there in a couple of months, or?
No, a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks,
so, yeah, I think, is that public yet? Am I allowed to?
I think
Yeah, 8th of March, I think.
Take a decent cricket pitch curated with you. On the investment track, what are we specifically looking at on the investment track of these negotiations?
On the investment track, we're keen to have a sort of general protections for investors in particularly Australian investors into India. We're also keen, of course, to attract investment from India into Australia. So we'd be looking at that as a key issue. We haven't got agreement yet from India to include negotiations on investment in CECA. So that's something we'll also be talking to India about.
Okay. And when will you be releasing the negotiation objectives of the Comprehensive Economic Cooperation Agreement?
When we just get a bit more sense of the scope and the sort of chapters that we'll be having in the agreement, then we'll be able to put together a proper document.
And are we intending to attend the G20 Trade Ministers meeting this year? Minister?
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully you wanted, but is there a plan to try and make it happen?
There is.
Thank you. Has the business delegation for travel to India with you been finalised?
Largely, I think it has, Senator. That is in the hands of the Prime Minister at the moment, but I think it's largely been settled, yes.
Okay, and what selection criteria did you use to put that list forward?
Well, I didn't particularly have a selection criteria, but we wanted to ensure that the people we took to and are taking to India are representative of significant Australian business interests.
Did you nominate any specific organisations or businesses?
I didn't, no.
Okay.
Not personally.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Are you done? I'm done. Jeez. Well,
I could ask 5 more questions on the letter
Deputy
question.
Chair, do you want to? Okay. Well, on that very encouraging news from Senator Cadell, I do propose that the committee now have its tea break for 15 minutes. And we'll come back in 15. We'll suspend the broadcasting. Thank you.
Sorry, Senator, are we continuing with DFAT?
Okay, well, we'll just come back from the tea break. Minister, I think you wanted to update the committee on something?
Yes, just a couple of questions. Senator Cadell's question, I can confirm that I've met with the UAE ambassador on 2 occasions, as I had thought. On the National Day here in the Great Hall, and then a meeting 2 weeks ago on the 30th of January. I've also had a report sent to me of the broadcast that Senator Canavan had referred to, and I'd have to say, based on this report, I don't think Senator Canavan's characterisation of the relationship with Japan is accurate. So this is what's currently up on the Sky News website, and it's an account of the discussion between the ambassador and Mr. Bolt, and the headline is, Japan and Australia share a solid bedrock of mutual trust. The Japanese ambassador to Australia, Shingo Yamagami, says Japan and Australia share a solid bedrock of mutual trust. At every stage of coal and gas industry development, Japan has been involved, Mr. Yamagami told Sky News host Andrew Bolt. Through this, we have nurtured mutual trust between our two countries, and we'd like to keep it that way. I'd submit, Chair, that my characterisation of our relationship with Japan was much more accurate than that being presented by Senator Canavan. I'm not disputing that some of the words that Senator Canavan may have attributed to the ambassador were incorrect, but I do say that the sentiment of that discussion is much closer to what I reported about my own relationship with the ambassador, but more particularly the government's relationship with the Japanese government.
Well, thank you for that, Minister, and thanks for placing that on the public record. We've now released the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade relating to the trade program. We now move to the Australian Trade and Investment Commission, and we have the Executive Officer who's here tonight with his officers, so welcome. Would you like to make an opening statement, or do you have an opening statement?
Yes, Chair, a brief one.
In light of the time, or given the time, are you able to just table that for the benefit
Sure.
of senators, and we'll circulate that and get
It's
straight
just
to questions?
1 minute, but I can certainly table it if you prefer.
If you could,
Sure.
I'd appreciate that. Okay, Senator Cadell, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The call, I should say.
Minister, I noted we had a EMDG operational review released today. When did you receive that?
I would have to check. Does anybody happen to know?
Senator, I can answer that question.
Okay, there we go.
Samantha.
Oh, this lady is always very efficient and very accurate, and it's always a pleasure to have her up at the front table.
Too kind, Minister. Thank you. Samantha Palmer, General Manager of the Visitor Economy and Client Programs Division at Austrade. The Minister, when he released the terms of reference for the operational review, asked Austrade to complete that review within 3 months. We did that and provided it to him in November.
Was there any reason, Minister, that the report wasn't released immediately upon you getting it?
I don't know.
So, Minister, if you don't mind me
Sure.
saying,
Yeah, no.
it's normal practice for government to be given time to consider the contents of any reviews of the nature that the public service provide and have sufficient time to respond.
Okay, so we've now had that time, so it's been released, so we've had time to consider and potentially respond. What actions have been taken or requested in responding to the report's recommendations?
So, Senator, I'm very happy to say that quite a number of the pieces of feedback that we had in the operational review were consistent with the feedback Austrade received after we reviewed our round 1 activity. And so for the communication and some of the client experience findings, we'd actually commenced implementing those for round 2. So, for instance, improving the quality and explanations of the program to reduce the confusion that some people had, particularly with new concepts.
I'm going to come to that, yeah.
For instance. And then for the next round, round 3, we proposed to the Minister some changes for the guidelines so that the feedback that we have received from EMDG's operational review could be incorporated. The Minister approved those changes, and for instance, we clarified the strategic shift definition in the guidelines and made that much clearer and simpler for people.
Ms Palmer, you'll have an advantage here because I've been here although I haven't been able to go through the report. So if any of these questions I ask are in the report, I'll just prefer some of that. Is any of the reason we haven't taken this time, are there any submissions to the ERC for budget funding contained in the report, or any recommendations to go and put proposals forward to ERC?
There's no findings with respect to budget. The budget appropriation for EMDG is set at $157.9 million.
Okay. Now, in the operational review, what I have read, it notes that the grants amounts were too low and likely to decrease for applicants in future rounds, and that, and I quote, "The situation needs to be managed in future to ensure meaningful grants amounts are available to meet exporter needs." What are we doing to address that?
So what we're doing, Senator, is commencing consultation very soon on changes that the Minister can consider for round 4. So there are a number of options which we will put through that consultation process to EMDG stakeholders and businesses. We'll obtain that feedback on those options and provide it to the Minister. Those options will look at different mechanisms to better balance the level of demand with the available appropriation in order to have some impact on the grant amounts.
Okay. You mentioned some complexity there, and I'm getting that especially from smaller businesses. So some question around there. Do you do a breakdown of EMD grants by business size, either by turnover or headcount or full-time equivalents?
Yes, we are doing that work in respect of providing data for the purpose of the consultation. I haven't brought that with me in terms of the business size and the other items you specified, but I'm happy to advise that I can take that on notice if that's all right.
Thank you very much. Do you, in that same data, do you have a success rate for small first-time exporters in accessing EMD grants from application?
Do you mean success rate in terms of being successful on application,
yes, on
or
application.
success post export?
No, on application.
Well, there weren't very many applicants who actually weren't successful in getting an application between first round and issuing grant agreements.
Yep.
We haven't broken that down by size of business, but I'm sure we would have that data and be able to do that.
Again, thank you, ma'am. Is the fact that grants are provided only after an eligible expense has been incurred, and is that a barrier to small businesses that may not have the capital to take the punt that they'll get it?
So I'll take your questions in two parts because it's a little bit different from round to round.
Yep.
In round 1, we paid Tier 1 applicants and representative bodies up front when we issued the grant agreement. We did that because that was the first year of the program, and the government set aside an amount of appropriation for us to expend in that first year, and so we did that. So for some businesses, Tier 1s are the smallest in general because they're new to export.
Yep.
They got their grant amounts at the time of signing.
At the time, okay.
Yeah, so that's the process. That was the process for round 1. For round 2, we are currently completing our assessment and issuing of grant agreements. We've almost done that, and we're currently looking at our IT system and our appropriation to see whether we actually might pay some of the applicants on the acceptance of the grant agreement this time as well in managing the appropriation. For round 1, we opened milestone reports for everyone else, so tiers 2 and 3. They had a number of months to put that in to September, and we've been assessing those and paying those.
Okay, that's great. Did the review seek any independent assessment on whether the application and reporting process is proportionate to the size of the grants issued? So the specific concern I have is a number of smaller business didn't feel it was commercially viable to go through the process of preparing the application for the size of the grants.
We haven't your question was, did we use external advice? And no, we haven't had an external separate assessment of the application process. But what I can say, Senator, is that the streamlined EMDG 2.0, so the reformed program, is far, far simpler. We, in testing, found that it took about 45 minutes for an applicant to complete the process of application, provided they had an existing plan to market, a marketing plan, and it only has to be 1 or 2 pages, and had all their other documentation like their ABN and business registration details available. If they had all that ready, it took only about 45 minutes. Now, having said that, Senator, we asked people in the operational review about what amount of grant they thought was worthwhile, and quite a number, I think 14% of Tier 1 applicants, so they tend to be the smaller businesses, said any amount of grant would be worthwhile to them.
14%?
Yeah.
What about the other 86?
So they actually, we had in the survey, Senator, we had bands of up to 5,000, 5,000 to 10,000, etc. So I haven't got the specific amount, but one option was any amount of grant would be worthwhile.
Would you be willing to table what that result was from?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. Now, on the review, was that completed in-house?
Yes, it was. It was the election commitment was for a rapid internal review.
Okay.
And we had, sorry, if you don't mind me adding, we employed an external facilitator, an independent facilitator, Mr. John Angley, to host the facilitate the consultation meetings with stakeholders and assist us. So we had the benefit of his own perspective in hosting those meetings and having those conversations.
I'm aware of that name, and I'll troll through my head while I'm trying to think of the next question about how I know that name. But I'm like, how was that selected? How many people were considered for that role?
So because it was an internal review, we wanted to identify someone who had worked closely or understood the export business. Mr. Angley had worked in Austrade before and was available. I think we considered 2 or 3 people. If your next question is how much did it cost for us to hire him, it was $18,000.
Just looking with the camera behind me, but that's fine. Yeah.
She's always one step ahead.
So you said he was previous experience with Austrade and had qualifications in...
He'd previously worked in export, in the export part of the business in Austrade, yes.
Yeah, okay. And was it an interview process or a tender process, or what was the appointment process?
We just got quotes from, we identified who was available and we got a quote from him. It was a very, obviously it was a small amount of work. We weren't expecting a huge number of consultation meetings.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to come back to, if I ever remember how I know that person, but that's fine. I would go to now the Australia-India Economic Coalition and the trade agreement with Australia, if I may. Okay. So we covered it a little bit last time. Can I ask the starting question, how many full-time equivalents have been placed with the Austrade India market team since the trade agreement was ratified?
So, Senator, before I hand over to Mr. Boyer, just a bit of context. India obviously is the 5th largest economy and a key partner and diversification market for Australia. So we have a large team in India, onshore and offshore, to support particularly exporters and for them to take the opportunity of ECTA and other free trade agreements and diversify and grow. And we've got some key activities in terms of driving education and literacy between Australian companies and Indian companies. It's called the AIBX, Australia-India Business Exchange.
Okay.
Senator Daniel Boyer, Deputy Chief Executive
Ms.
Officer of Austrade. I will stand corrected. We currently have 60 staff across India, across a range of locations, and I'll stand corrected, but I believe it's about 20 that have been put through as part of this, the arrangements, the increased push towards diversification into the Indian market.
Is that headcount or FTEs? Or?
Headcount.
Okay. Do we have that in FTEs or...?
I can take it on notice in FTEs. I'll correct myself if I'm wrong as well.
So that's 60 in India or 60 across Australia and India working on it?
No, India.
How many here are working on it?
I'd need to take that on notice, sorry, Senator.
Understood.
Mr. Meek has the number.
How many businesses have sought advice from Austrade on the cooperation pact?
So I've got data around the outcomes that we've seen over the first 6 months of the financial year, Senator, and Mr. Meek may have some data around the number of clients that we've spoken to broadly, but we've certainly seen a significant uptick in activity. For example, when we took the most recent version of the Australia-India Business Exchange we had 99 business delegates representing 79 companies across agri-food, critical minerals, infrastructure, digital health and education. But in terms of the total number, Mr. Meek, do you have anything?
So, Jay Meek, General Manager Trade. No, I don't have a specific number, Senator, but there has been a significant increase in the number of businesses that we're working with. Austrade more broadly works with about 4,000 businesses annually and about 90-odd thousand users digitally. And so we're seeing quite a flow through the digital and the actual applied services with that on India.
Are any of these people that we contacted that we were going as part of the delegation, have you recommended any go part of the delegation to India in 2 weeks' time?
Sorry.
Australia was part of the process. We worked with the rest of government, with PMNC and DFAT on identifying those businesses, and then, of course, Prime Minister's office and Foreign Minister's office and Minister Farrell's office have been working together to finalise the delegation.
Right.
If I may add, Minister Farrell was supposed to go to India back in September last year to lead the delegation of businesses, which was the first delegation since the end of COVID. We had, as Mr. Boyer said, about 100 businesses, 100 delegates representing about 80 businesses. Unfortunately, because of the Queen's death, Minister Farrell couldn't go. I joined the delegation. It was a very big success and an opportunity for Australian businesses and Australian exporters across 5 different sectors to go to 4 or 5 different cities and engage with opportunities. The feedback we got was that not only was that an opportunity to travel and engage and realise how much India had changed and also be briefed by government agencies on the opportunity, but also to drive commercial leads and to be able to, after the delegation finished, get commercial outcomes. And in that context, and this is a role of Austrade, in that context, we organised the delegation, we executed the mission, and then we follow up with each business to make sure that the leads they have translate as much as possible into commercial activities.
Right. Totally not in the question pack, but just for interest sake, are these things ever timed? Like we've got a cricket tour going there, it's Goodwill, we see Warner surrounded by guards and to keep the crowds back. Is this linked to Australian profile in India at a time, or it's just happenstance this time, this trip?
You're talking about the past trip? Or
the next trip in 2 weeks' time. Is it Australia's on a peak over there at the moment? Are we riding on the back of that by planning, or is it just good luck?
No, I think there's a lot of engagement at all levels of government to strengthen the relationship with India. As far as Australia is concerned, and I can't comment on behalf of the rest of the Commonwealth agencies, but as far as Australia is concerned, there's a lot of interest from Australian exporters to diversify. And India is a huge diversification market. It's complex, so that's why we've been working on education and literacy. And also it's a good opportunity to engage more with Indian businesses. On the other side, lots of Indian businesses have invested in Australia in specific sectors, particularly tech, and there's a strong willingness to re-engage with Australia as the world reopens and continue investing.
Getting back on track, what of these businesses that are the increased demand for this, is there a trend, is there a feel of what businesses are really after? What sort of assistances are they asking for? Is there a trend, or is it all over the shop?
Sure. So Senator, thanks for the question. The core trend is typically give us market advice and how to enter and actually introduce us to customers. So the team in India is extensively working around the ECTA agreement and looking at existing customers that have previously bought Australian products and services, and also now targeting new customers in that space. I had the privilege to be in India just before Christmas this year and worked through and meeting with some of those buyers to get a sense of where they're at. And meeting with, for example, the seafood and the wine buyers, there's definitely an interest in increasing the volume of product coming through. On the Australian business side, it does sit in primarily the agri-food side is where there's a lot of interest. Education continues to be an area of growth where we will continue to see Indian students come through in that space.
And I'd add tech to that
as well.
Okay. There's a significant exchange around technology too.
And are there KPIs set on an increase, percentage increase, dollar increase we're seeking to get out of this, or is there any?
Yeah, so we set targets. You'd be aware, Senator, that in our PBS we have external targets in terms of the number of commercial outcomes that we oversee for exporters. Internally, we set regional targets, and so South Asia, which is predominantly India, but also, of course, picks up Sri Lanka and Bangladesh as well. But predominantly India, we've set targets both for dollar value and of export outcomes and the number of export outcomes as well. I can pass on to you that from between 2021, and I think this illustrates the increased interest in the market for exporters, between 2021 and 21-22, we saw the number of trade outcomes that Austrade helped facilitate go from 44 to 75. and the value of those trade outcomes go from 64 million to 242 million. So almost fourfold increase from year to year.
And if I can just add, Senator, what makes us very credible with business and with government is our strong sectoral expertise. So the team Mr. Boyer was talking about in India is made of very strong specialists, specialised in sectoral activity, mostly coming from business backgrounds and very connected to the businesses we're trying to help on the Indian side and on the Australian side, and very focused on driving commercial outcomes, creating jobs and revenue.
Okay, that's great. I would like to go on simplified trade system now, if I may.
Sure.
And specifically the answer to question on notice 245 from November's. Got that?
And before Mr. Brugeot starts, I just want to give 2 seconds of context. The Simplified Trade System Task Force, Implementation Task Force was created in 2021. This is a whole-of-government initiative. It is hosted at Austrade, and we work very closely together. And the objective is to help exporters and importers by making access to information easier, making the rules simpler, modernise outdated IT systems, increase digitisation, and making the flow of goods easier, cheaper, and quicker.
Good, Ad. Now, in QIN, I got the answer, I read it, but I wasn't crystal on the response. Is Austrade the lead agency for this, or is it just administering, putting administrative services? Who is the lead agency for Simplified Trade System?
So Senator Randall Brugeot here, head of the Simplified Trade System Implementation Task Force. Austrade provide corporate support for the STS Implementation Task Force. I report to Minister Farrell.
You do?
And we represent all of government in terms of simplifying trade.
So who is the lead agency?
So the Simplified Trade Implementation Task Force is the lead for cross-border trade transformation. Now, Austrade have a clear interest in the program as well, with things like the Trade Information Service, which is an important part of the program. But aside from specific programs for which they have an interest in providing corporate support, the Austrade role is to provide support for the task force. The task force leads the program.
Minister, is that task force reporting to you? It is. Okay, thank you very much. In the fourth question on the QIN, regarding the work program for the STS, said that the task force is currently taking forward programs related to regular reform, border alignment, data sharing. Can you give me the budget for those programs?
Yes, I can, Senator. I'll just bring up the statistics. So we have a range of programs for which we're responsible. We have a total funding pool. I'll just bring up the figure. That has been allocated to the task force and all of the STS agenda of $390.6 million since its inception of the STS agenda in 2021. For the specific programs, the regulatory reform is part of the STS task force funding pool, which has a total of $36 million since the task force was created on the 1st of July 2021. Cross-border alignment has a total of $5.5 million allocated. And Senator, I think you're asking about data sharing by default, $5.6 million.
Okay, thank you very much. Any budget overruns? Are we confident we're on track, on time, on budget?
For the STS task force budget, we are tracking slightly above our budget, currently tracking 8% over our annual budget. That has been corrected and brought back from a bigger overspend in September of last year. So we're tracking pretty close to our budget and are managing it very carefully.
Thank you for that fulsome answer. That was good. Are there risks on time? Are we running on time on this, or?
So, Senator, for all of the things for which we've been given authority and funding, our plan is to deliver those items.
Okay. Is is there a contingency, any effect on government if we don't complete this on time, all the items?
The key advice that we're providing to government will sit in the MyEFO process at the end of this calendar year. That will be the point at which government will make decisions as to the scope and extent of the trade transformation. That will be the point at which government will decide its future investment. As far as the investment to this point, I would say it's low risk in terms of planning for the STS task force. There are a range of programs which are running across government, however, that need to contribute to this in terms of broader cross-border trade reform initiatives.
Thank you. Mr Chair, I note that I've been going for 25 minutes and this is a very long section, so if you wanted to share the call,
Well, I understand that you're the only senator that has very long questions, so but I will place on the record that I understand. I think Senator Cox has one, and Senator Colbeck has one
Might
as
be a
well.
good time for a break, yeah.
Would you be happy if I rotate the call to the other two senators before I come back to you? All right, Senator Cox, you have the call.
Thank you, Senator Cadell, for sharing. Just curious about how Austrade is building capacity for First Nations businesses so they can be ready for export.
Sure. Senator, for Mr Boyer answers, I just want to give a bit of context. We've got a broad range of engagements with First Nations businesses and people. First, as an organisation, we, of course, value inclusion and diversity. We've got 3 trade commissioners overseas with a First Nations background. We also have just confirmed a Reconciliation Action Plan, a RAP, which has been endorsed by Reconciliation Australia and that we will be launching soon. We're very committed to creating opportunities for First Nations businesses, and we have implemented an MOU with Supply Nation in 2022 to cooperate in a range of areas to support First Nations businesses and exporters. Also on the tourism side, because Austrade is responsible for tourism policy, the tourism strategy Thrive 2030, which we have worked on, has a clear focus on increasing the participation and success of First Nations businesses across the visitor economy. So it's just to give you a broad sense of our commitment to supporting First Nations businesses and people.
Thank you, Mr Simonet. Senator, thanks for the question. The CEO has stolen most of my talking points. So the only thing I'd add to that is under the Reconciliation Action Plan, we have a target with the number of Indigenous exporters that we work with, which I think this year from memory is 25. Correct. And moving up to 35 next year. We're well on track to achieving that. From my perspective, personal perspective, I think I'd like to see it being a lot higher. I think the work that we've done with Supply Nation has been a really good eye-opener, I think, for an organisation that was not effectively engaging with First Nations people 3 or 4 years ago. I think we've made good strides, but I think we've got quite a long way to go.
Great. And is that specifically for market access? Just for clarity?
Less so about market access. It's often working with, and Mr Meek might be able to add some more colour here, but often it's about providing advice, early stage advice, because Indigenous exporters are perhaps not as ready to get straight into market as some of our other export clients. But we've worked pretty successfully, and we've got a few really good case studies. The swimwear company, who Mr Meek will remind me of the name of at some stage, I'm sure.
Galley Swimwear.
Really, really impressive company, and a great, example of some of the work that we've been able to do with Indigenous exporters.
Okay, great. Has there been any up-to-date development on a First Nations export strategy in relation to Austrade?
Well, so we've got the Reconciliation Action Plan that Mr Simonet talked about at the beginning, which touches on targets around export, but not a specific document around a First Nations export plan.
Is there any reason why you preferred to go with a RAP versus a strategy?
It's an interesting question. I think the RAP is a consistent whole of government process that agencies go through in terms of responding to First Nations issues and is a bit more complete than, say, just an export strategy. It picks up staffing targets, for example, amongst other things. Overseas staffing targets, as Mr Simonet mentioned, we've got 3 First Nations people representing the country as trade commissioners overseas. It picks up our tourism program, for example, and work that we've done in export market development program as well. So it's a bit broader, I guess, than just a First Nations export strategy.
Also, unfortunately, though, they can be done away with very quickly, RAPs, in their glossy format and bandied around at morning teas, and not within the structure of government to provide a very strategic direction that is about structural change. So I'm not a big fan of the RAPs, I have to confess. So,
noted, Senator.
But
Senator, when we talked about the RAP, we were very conscious of that risk, and we've decided as a team to work together to make sure that there's ownership of each of the initiatives that have been identified in the RAP, and a personal commitment within our teams to make it happen. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, I was just going to say, just to add to what you just said, Mr Simonet, that I think the way we would see it, because I think that Philippa King, Deputy CEO on policy program side, and some of the work that on my side of the organisation does pull together the various bits and pieces or other activity. I think that for example, the EMDG program that Ms Palmer was talking about before, where we do look quite carefully at the number of Indigenous and track quite carefully the number of Indigenous businesses that are coming into the EMDG program, and how we can work to continue to increase that number, because it is an important program, including for businesses that are really at the entry point of exporting. For example, the Thrive 2030 tourism program is a really important one for us, because it has as one of the core 7 policy priorities is really about building that capability, and also making sure that Indigenous tourism is really cemented very, very strongly in our Tourism 2030 strategy going forward, because it's just so fundamental to everything that we are everything that our visitor economy is. And also I should mention the Nation brand, which Austrade is responsible for and delivered over the last few years, and was launched recently, and the government has entrenched that in the government branding guidelines, which has a unique Indigenous logo that we are now sort of using to really advance the cause of exporters overseas. That very much speaks to, the sort of image that we want to project globally. So there's a whole sort of range. There are a number of strands of activity, and it all comes together. The RAP is really just one of the building blocks in many ways, and they all need to come together as a strategy, which, you are right, hasn't been developed yet. And we also are working with DFAT because they have responsibility. I think they were talking about it today, for the Indigenous diplomacy strategy that they're starting to think about and formulate as well. And we need to be in lockstep with them, because the trade and investment part of that needs to form, we need to be sort of shoulder to shoulder with them on that. So to answer your question, the RAP in our mind is one of the elements of it, but it does not constitute the strategy. That strategy will come from all the various elements that need to be brought together.
Ms King, what's the logo? Is it an emblem or is it a symbol? What exactly is it?
It's a kangaroo, but it's constituted. It was designed by a Sydney company called Ballaringi, and it's 3 boomerangs that constitute. I need to sort of show you, but it's the kangaroo symbol, but it's very cleverly designed of 3 boomerangs that are sort of put together on top of one another, and they're 3 different types of boomerangs. So one of the boomerangs, as described by and Jess Hamilton is here, and she'll know it. She's the head of our comms and marketing, was responsible and was working closely with the design company. And the way they describe it is one of the boomerangs was symbolic of the hunting, and one of them is responsible was for making music, and it was just a really beautiful sort of illustration of the things that are brought together to demonstrate what constitutes the Australian image and how we project that globally. So Jess, did you want to add to?
Thank you, Philippa. Jessica Hamilton, General Manager of Communication and Marketing for Austrade. You're correct in your representation of the symbol that Ballaringi designed for Australia's nation brand. I would like to note that the nation brand's more than just the logo. It's also the narrative and the story that we tell about our capability, both in terms of what it is today and as we aspire as we move forward, and for it to be an authentic representation and a representation of our history, but also to be future forward, and for that brand to represent the future of this country, but to acknowledge its past as well. So there was extensive consultation done across industry with Indigenous Australians and the public in order to create that brand. And it's been widely used over the last 12 months. It was used by the Australian government at COP26 or 27?
Yeah.
The number.
Most recently,
and we've used it for agribusiness purposes. It's being used by industry to promote Australian businesses and oranges,
and in trade
salmon,
shows,
trade shows.
Trade missions internationally.
Yeah, it's being used for a variety of purposes across fashion, by industry and by government.
And the way Ballaringi describes it is they were particularly proud of it because it's essentially our most recognisable symbol in a style that reflects a contemporary and authentic Indigenous Australian narrative. So for them, the best way we can describe it is how they describe it.
Yeah.
So
great, thank you for that. Thank you, Chair.
Very nice to hear that. Thank you. Senator Colbeck, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of questions on international education. Obviously knocked around a bit by COVID, but looking at the strategy, we were looking to get to sort of 720,000 students by 2025. So what's the recovery looking like? Where are we at? And it's mentioned in your opening statement, Mr. Simonetti. So can we get a sense of where it's at and how the recovery is going?
Thanks, Senator. Garth is going to probably give us some details. Just want to give quickly a bit of context. We are responsible for the promotion of international education in Australia. We work with the Department of Education. International education was Australia's fourth largest export sector before COVID. And COVID obviously has very significantly impacted the industry. One of the roles of Australia is to promote international education and attract international students to Australia. And now that the borders have reopened and that the world is reopening after 3 years of COVID, we obviously welcome the return to Australia of international students.
Garth Taylor, Head Tourism Research Australia. Tourism Research Australia provides the official statistics for the visitor economy. International students are a very important part of the visitor economy, so we track those statistics very closely. But we don't provide the statistics. We take the statistics from the Department of Home Affairs and the Department of Education. Education's been before its own estimates committee today, and Home Affairs also had put a couple of things on the Hansard record as well. So happy to go through those statements. But if you're looking at specific numbers, Senator, we tend to track the time that we closed the international border in March 2020 and the number of international visa holders in Australia studying at the time. So at the time there were 564,000 international students in Australia in March 2020. That dipped as far as 290,000 in December 2021. So it went from 564 down to 290,000 in December 21, and since then has grown back to, as of 30th of January 2023, grown back to 464,000. So it remains 18% below where it was pre-COVID or where it was when we closed the international border, but has had strong growth over the last 14 months.
Well, that's a good result since the borders have reopened. What about the proportion of visits that go with it? So I think it was 2.5 visits per student per annum was the sort of average that it was running prior to COVID. Is that still tracking in the same way as we...
That is, I think what you're referring to, Senator, if I'm not wrong, is the loved ones, siblings, parents, grandparents who visit the students in Australia, visiting friends and relatives. Certainly when the international border opened in February 2022 to international visitors outside of students were allowed in a couple of months before that, but when the international border opened to others, the very first cohort that returned to Australia were those visiting friends and relatives. From India and Singapore in particular, those numbers rapidly escalated in that first 3 months. It still remains the case that as of the full year 2022 data available, released just today, Senator, from the Department of Education, that visiting friends and relatives is the strongest cohort of all visitors back to Australia, and it's at 47% of the 3.69 million who visited Australia as short-term visitors in 2022. So at 47%. It was tracking at something of the order of 32% long-term, so at 47% is significantly higher than it was. We do forecast that moderating over time, and holiday makers and other leisure travellers increasing over time. Tourism Australia will probably speak to that as well. But for now, it has remained a really strong return to Australia from those visiting friends and relatives. And also another cohort that's been reasonably strong and somewhat surprising to Tourism Research Australia when we look at our forecasts was the business visitors have returned in 2022 as well.
Okay.
They were at about 8% pre-COVID, and they've gotten back to about 8% as well.
8% of?
Of the total number of visitors to Australia on short-term visitor arrivals, pre-COVID, around 8%. Long-term average over 10 years, around 8% were here for business purposes. And now it's gotten back to 8%. Of course, it's a smaller number because there's not as many international visitors.
Number. So what's the total?
But the proportion remains the same. Of international visitors to Australia, 3.69 million in 2022.
It does go, doesn't it, Senator, to sort of emphasise the importance too of the international students as the cohort of the spend, the international spend. It's about 68%. International students is about 68% of the international spend in the visitor economy overall. So it's significant. And then the visiting friends and relatives on top of that, it means that in terms of the proportion of that sector of the economy, international students is it's critical.
And Senator, in terms of the role of Austrade, obviously our role is to promote international education. We've got teams onshore and offshore promoting international education, particularly through digital programs, and we've got teams at post promoting international education. The objective for us is to drive diversification as well.
But it's not, there's the two elements to it. There's the promotional aspect of it, but there's also the developing international education as an export sector. So it's, you know...
Where there's huge potential.
Exactly.
Some important markets locally, Indonesia, for example.
Absolutely, very important diversification market as well, yeah.
India and some of the countries we've already talked about. Have we sort of updated where our projections might go to? Where are we thinking it might run to now? It was, as you said, fourth largest export prior to COVID.
Are you talking international students,
International
Senator?
Students, yeah, it was over 20 billion a year. I think it was worth international education to the economy.
It was.
But where are we projecting it to now? Do we have any update on where we think it might go? I mean, obviously what we're looking at by 2025 will be difficult given COVID, but...
So Tourism Research Australia once a year produces long-range forecasts. Yep. Those forecasts, the most recent ones were from 2022 to 2027. We released them in December 2022. We have four main components from the international forecasts. Education is one of them. Our forecast has international education numbers returning by 2026, but spend, as Ms King said, spend returning by late 2024 from international students.
Right, thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Senator White, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, I did have a follow-up question. So have you done any qualitative research in relation to those students? So who's coming back, why they went?
these start to touch on policy questions that might typically go to the Department of Education, and they were asked a couple of questions related to who's coming back and particularly related to different cohorts like Indian and Chinese students. The summary answer from what we understood from the Department of Education was that they see a broad range of international communities returning with their international students. No particular peaks or variances according to their analysis against pre-COVID times. So they're expecting students to return in the general ratios and proportions that they were at pre-COVID.
So I understand, but I understood that Austrade was trying to attract people,
Yes.
right? So
We
I
do-
understand
we-
the education,
yeah.
but if you're out there in a fairly a significant market where there's competition, I'm interested in what we're doing to attract them, but to attract students here, and part of that will be what attracts them and what distracts them. So
We do measure that, Senator. We do sort of test the sentiment a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we do measure it we can test it from the social media. So our International Education Centre of Excellence, they do look at that quite carefully, and they do sort of understand what the students are wanting to do and what they're looking at and what the parents are looking at, and also what the agents are saying as well about where their preferential markets are, etc. I don't have that information to hand, but we'd be quite happy to pull some together for you and get that to you.
Because the projections that Dr. Taylor's given must be not just projections on the modelling.
Yeah.
It's the modelling based on what else is happening out there in the world.
Yeah. And against competitors, how you're measuring up against
and how
competitors.
people were treated during COVID, one might say.
Yeah.
Right?
That's right.
And I think that would be quite, on notice. If you have got some qualitative and what your model is about the projection and the return to 2026 and the barriers to return that might have come from the COVID or the pandemic period.
Yep.
And I understand it's a policy matter, but I would be interested in what your qualitative research is telling you.
We're happy to get you what we can on that, Senator.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and in the interest of time, my STS questions I'll put on notice because there are a lot of them and none of them appear to bring down the government tonight, so I'm happy to put them on notice. And then...
What was that?
I'd like to just a quick question on sheep...
It's the intellectual part.
Yeah, that's right. On some meetings in the UAE, we've heard earlier tonight that Mr Metcalf, the Secretary for the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, attended some meetings in Kuwait and Saudi Arabia. Did Austrade officials attend any of those meetings?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator, unless Mr Meek's going to correct me.
Yeah, I can provide a bit more information, Senator. So Austrade played no role in that visit program. It was facilitated by the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry, and obviously DFAT. On that program, the only event we played a role was one in Saudi Arabia with the MLA, with importers more broadly beyond just live sheep.
Promoting trade, not ending it.
Providing
that's
trade.
Good. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the end of that question line. On 13, we're going to Caravan Park Grant Program, if we can. This is the last block of questions I have for this.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Given we've entered the last hour.
Yes, I'm trying. Thank you. How many applications were received in the program?
We had 336, Senator.
And how many were successful?
111 are being offered an opportunity to enter into a grant agreement. We
Okay.
have a reserve list of 26, Senator, in case any of those 111 can't proceed with their project. That means that we can then offer the project money to the next meritorious on the list.
And has there been feedback to that 26 that are on a reserve list, or has there been unsuccessful applicants get feedback on their applications where they're deficient?
So we advised the applicants, all of them, ineligible, unsuccessful, on reserve list and successful last week, and some have requested specific feedback, which we will provide.
So it'll be provided on request?
Yes.
Does the letter say when they're advised of their status that they can request more information?
I think there's a contact. I'm just trying to remember. I saw it before it went out. I'm sure there's contact information on there available, but I can check that, and if not, correct the record.
And were all the successful applicants recommended for funding by the Grants Hub?
No, the Grants Hub didn't have any role in the operation of this project.
Great. Have the local members of all the successful applicants been notified?
Not by Austrade.
Not by Austrade. Has any local member been notified by Austrade?
That might be a question for the Minister's office.
Minister, how are you?
I don't know the answer. Yes, they have.
All local members have been notified.
Every local member who
How good is
had
that?
a successful application has been notified.
Including those on the smaller side.
Including those on the what?
Smaller side, our side. That's fine.
Yeah, we don't do what the former government did and give all the money to your own mates. We make sure
swings and roundabouts.
And look, can I say this, Senator, that the vast bulk of this money has gone into rural and regional Australia, where from time to time you purport to represent.
Not that many caravan parks in Prahran, I would say, sir. But and have all the local members been given contact details of successful?
They've got the name of the caravan park.
Okay. And if you're mentioning so many regional ones, is there a breakdown between regional and city and electorates that is available?
I haven't seen one of those. I've seen a breakdown by state, but we can certainly provide one for you. And I'm sure what I said before will be borne out by those statistics.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the Prahran Caravan Park on that list. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's all right. That sounds like you may have missed out. Or yeah. Anyway, look, thank you very much. I think that does bring to a close Austrade. So thank you very much for being very patient today. Now, as we shuffle around, we will now bring forward and call on Export Finance Australia. So we'll suspend very briefly. All right. Well, good evening, Export Finance Australia. And Mr. Hopkins, welcome. And to your team. Do you have an opening statement for this evening?
I do, Chair.
And in the interest of time, do you mind just tabling that for us? We'll get that circulated to all the committee members. I'll hand over the call to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for delaying you with any questions.
You can blame him.
At the November estimates, you said that EFA does not consider Scope 3 emissions. Is that still the case?
I might ask my Chief Credit Officer to respond, Senator.
That's correct, Senator. Under our policy and procedure, we...
Thank you very much. At November estimates, it was said that EFA had updated our policy and procedures for changes to the legislation. The government's climate change legislation, is the updated policy and procedures documentation available publicly?
Yes, Senator. It's on our website.
Great. At the November estimates, you also said in a question from Senator Pocock about EFA support for fossil fuel. Barbara Pocock, I take both. Sorry. I think that the market is phasing out those projects in any event in regards to fossil fuel projects. Is that still your opinion or the formal position of the EFA?
Senator, it was just an observation in terms of our engagement with the market.
Yep.
We are seeing much more renewable projects than we are fossil fuel projects at the moment.
Okay, so non-official, it's an observation, not
It's an observation, Senator.
Just clarifying. Has the government requested policy advice from EFA regarding whether, in its view, EFA should continue to fund fossil fuel projects?
Senator, we're not a policy agency.
Right. It's going easy, this will be over in seconds. Since November, how many projects have you assessed and rejected on the grounds of not being able to meet the environment and social benchmarks of the EFA?
Senator, we say no to projects for a number of different reasons, but I'm not aware of any projects that we've specifically said no to because of those reasons that you stated.
Great. I refer to an answer given on question on notice, 254, if you've got it. I'll give you some time. Got there. maybe?
I don't have your reference,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
do have my the
Okay.
responses that we've given.
Did the government seek any advice from EFA before announcing its decision on investor state dispute settlement clauses on November 2022?
Not aware of any.
Can you check and come back
Well,
on?
can we take that on notice, please?
Yep, happy to do that. I refer you to question 256. You tabled a table titled Ministerial Directions issued to EFA from 1 July 2022 to 30 November 22. Got that there?
I have.
Direct you to row 2 of the table and the reference to a ministerial direction issued on 5 July 2022. What was that direction?
Senator, that related to the Digicel Pacific transaction?
Yep. It related to it. What was the direction?
It approved the provision of insurance coverage for that transaction.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Does the government's decision not to include the ISDS provisions in FTAs and to renegotiate them into existing ones increase the risk profile of projects and EFA finance to them?
Senator, that's probably really, look, Senator, when we assess transactions, that may or may not be an element that is considered, but I think broadly that wouldn't be come into our something that we would consider.
Yep. Right, I refer you to question on notice 258. Of the consultants listed on the 1 January 2022 to 31 December 2022 entity contracts list, which of these are providing advice on either an ongoing, on environmental and social requirements, including risk?
Could we take that on notice,
Yep.
Senator, so
Very
we can go
happy for
through
that.
in detail?
We can be finished in 30 seconds of this, right? Which ones are being used to assess also the capabilities of companies on environmental and social risk? Yep.
We'll take that on notice too. Thank you.
And I refer to your answer on question 261. Given the passage of the government's climate change legislation, would EFA have been required to consider flight emissions as part of the environmental and social risks of the Fiji air transport decision?
No.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm finished, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't believe any other senators have questions, so thank you for being very patient today. While we call on the next witness, being the Tourism Australia, you are free to go. We'll just suspend very briefly. Okay, well, I now welcome the Managing Director of Tourism Australia. Welcome, and thank you for also being very patient this evening, to you and your officers. Do you have an opening statement?
I do, yes.
Okay, and would you mind tabling that in the interest of time? Just tabling
Sure,
that, and
no
we'll
problem.
circulate that to committee members. I'll open up questions. Senator Colbeck, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go to international aviation capacity and where we're at in opening up and returning numbers of international passengers. the recovery of international aviation capacity is behind most of our competitors' international markets. What airlines have you been talking to, or perhaps even the Minister been talking to discuss the need to increase capacity?
So you were asking about the return of aviation, where we're at. What was the second part of that question?
Who you've been talking to, international airlines you've been talking to, or the Minister can take this as well,
Yeah.
to discuss the need to increase capacity?
Yep, sure. So in terms of where we're at today, we are at 74% of total aviation capacity return. So if you look at that by market, there's been some real success stories. So India is at 271% of seats pre-COVID. South Korea is at 111, and both of those markets have secured new routes that they didn't have pre-COVID. Indonesia is at 100%. Going down the line, it sort of starts to taper. And at the bottom of that list, we've got, of our key markets, Japan is at 65% and China is at 23% as we stand today. But China is gearing up quite quickly, and they, by the end of June, are going to be at 36%. And by the end of the financial year, or the calendar year, sorry, are going to be at 80% of capacity. So we are seeing capacity coming back. In terms of what we're doing, Tourism Australia's job is to create demand in those markets. The carriers are commercial entities and they respond to demand, and in a lot of cases are looking to gear up, and they themselves want to come back. So when I was in Japan, for example, I was talking to ANA and they would like to put on more capacity, but they've got restrictions around the number of pilots that they have available at the moment because they're flying extra pilots to divert over the Ukraine at the moment. So there are some structural issues like that. Just speaking to United in the US, we work very closely with them, and they are, again, looking at Australia as a must-win market and putting extra capacity on as well. And we've just been working with Qantas as well on our latest Come and Say G'day campaign. So we went out with them in 10 markets, so we're in partnership with them around the globe in 10 markets at the moment. So we have a lot of conversations with our carriers from a marketing point of view, and are looking to, I guess, create the commercial case for them to rebuild their capacity as and when they can.
So Qantas seems to be at something I think about 54% of their capacity at the moment?
Qantas is at, it says 78%.
International?
Yeah.
Capacity? Okay.
Yeah.
What about airlines who are looking to increase their capacity? I think Qatar, for example, have sought to double their 28 weekly flights. What's being done to facilitate those sorts of things?
So Qatar, I think, limited by some capacity constraints with the Air Services Agreement. That falls outside of my area of expertise. So it's more of a policy issue, I think, for them.
So Minister, what work's being done in relation to those air service agreements that would support airlines like Qatar, who I think they were one of the few international airlines that continued to fly through COVID?
They did, and they deserve significant credit for keeping that service going. And not only were they bringing passengers, but often they were the one company that kept trade going, airline trade, so that people could move their products. Look, there's a whole range of problems sort of in this area. Just to give you one example, in talking with Qantas recently, as you know, a lot of planes have been decommissioned during the period of COVID. Boeing insist that if in recommissioning an aeroplane, that there's 6 months' work done on that plane to get it back to a condition where they are prepared to approve the plane flying. So, and there are huge back orders on brand new aeroplanes. It's not simply a case of companies wanting to sort of increase their flights. There are actually practical problems. The issue of pilots has been mentioned. There's a worldwide shortage of pilots. So to some extent, even with the best will in the world, there are problems getting things back up to where we would like to see them. The issue that specifically you've raised, which is greater access by companies like Qatar, that is a matter for the infrastructure minister, and I think that's obviously a question that she will need to respond to. But of course, we're happy to talk with all of these companies. I've met with a number of companies myself to try and see if we can increase capacity into Australia, including regional areas like South Australia and Tasmania. And there's been some good results. If we look at, I think it's Air New Zealand. Air New Zealand are now flying San Francisco, Auckland, Hobart. Am I right about that? And that's significantly increased international tourism into Hobart.
So are you satisfied with the rate of return?
No. Oh, we'd love to see us not only getting back to where we were pre-COVID, but...
so why aren't you strong-arming the infrastructure minister a bit harder to get capacity for organisations like Qatar, who you support so much? And I agree, they deserve great credit for maintaining the service that they did during COVID.
Yeah, look, there's a range of considerations to be taken into account. I'm very confident that Minister King will take in the tourism aspects in her consideration, and that we will do our level best as a government to get international tourism back to where we'd like to see it, which is higher than pre-COVID levels.
So how many times have you met with Minister King to discuss the capacity increases through air service agreements?
Oh, look, our officers are in sort of regular contact on a range of issues, and we continue to press the case with industry to try and get those visitor numbers back to where we'd like to see them.
What work's being done to deal with the pilot and aircrew capacity? What work are you doing there?
Well, when we came to office 9 months ago, there was something like 1 million visa applications in arrears. We have dramatically decreased that number of visa applications, including working visa applications for categories like pilots, by employing another 150 people to deal with these issues. We haven't completely removed the backlog, but we've gone significantly towards ending it. Obviously, a problem in an area like pilots is that they are in high demand. We're not the only country with shortages of pilots, and so we're competing on in an international field for those pilots. We are reviewing our rules and regulations regarding visa applicants and migrants, and I'd be hopeful that in that process we resolve some of these difficult issues with labour shortages and start getting additional labour into categories like airline pilots.
Are pilots on the priority list?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I'll find out for you, Senator.
So you'll take that on notice. So what's our projection for where we'll be in comparison to pre-COVID by the end of the year?
I think end of the year, I think we've only got projections up until June 2023, which the document I've got says 85%. Do you have any?
Correct. Yes. That's correct. Yeah.
I don't know that. Can we get projections further than that?
We can. We just don't have that at the moment. The data that I'm presenting to you is airline schedules, so they get loaded about 12 months out. So they should be in the system now. So I can get those numbers for you. But look, I think we're going to see a lot of increase, particularly now that two-way restrictions between China and Australia have changed. We think we're going to see a lot of capacity coming back between our two countries.
So you're expecting us to get to about 85, you're saying?
80% by the end of the year for
No,
China.
mid-year. Sorry.
And then, mid-year we're looking at about 85% capacity.
85% capacity.
For all of Australia, yeah.
But what proportion of pre-pandemic levels are you looking are you projecting to get to?
By mid-year, 85%.
85% by mid-year?
By June 23.
Okay.
That's 85% of pre-COVID levels.
Yes.
Yep.
What
sort of resources are you putting into marketing to achieve that? I mean, we talked at the last estimates about the new program that you launched August last year, I think it was, or late last year. What resources are you putting into that?
So we work in the 15 markets that represented 80% of the inbound traffic prior to COVID. We're still in those 15 markets. Our activity has kept going throughout the pandemic, but we're now ramping up and doing our brand campaign, our awareness campaign, which is really increasing the consideration for Australia as a leisure and business events destination. But we've also launched around 190 partnerships over the last 6 months that are now doing the hard work in terms of converting that demand into people coming to Australia. So we've got a whole range of things. We have our Australian Tourism Exchange, which is one of our 45 events where we connect industry and our partners offshore and make sure that they're reconnected. And we have our Aussie Specialist Training Program that makes sure that the frontline agents offshore really understand what they're selling when they're selling Australia. We have a whole range of things that we do, and we're back to really a full service of activity to rebuild tourism into Australia.
So, could you give me some examples of the people that the partnerships that you're working on, who you're working with, and how you might leverage some of their skills, networks, databases to really push the growth in numbers that you're projecting?
Yeah, so our partners are wide-ranging, and they are traditional travel agents, if you'd like, and consortia of travel agents. We also work with online travel agents. We work with airlines, all of the people who really sell Australia, and part of our activity is really tapping into their networks. A lot of them have really big loyalty programs that we tap into, but we jointly market. So we extend our marketing dollars and we put in $1, they put in $1. We've got a really stringent partnership criteria program that we use, and it's really around do we have the same audience in mind? Are they going to sell quality experiences of Australia? And so it's a really established and successful program that really works. But in addition to that, we also work in partnership with media agencies. And those media agencies are around telling the depth and the breadth of the Australian story. So we have quite a few of those that we've rolled out around the world. One that we have in China, for example, is Ctrip, which is the largest online travel agent in China. And we have a partnership with them that we work with all of the states on that does tell the story as well as selling Australian holidays. We've also got the LA Times. We're all working on a partnership with the LA Times in California. We've got the Daily Telegraph and their suite of print and digital assets that we work with as well. So we have a range of partnerships that we work on to not just us telling the story, but having third party telling the story of Australia.
What about local providers here in Australia who might have networks that could partner with you to push their messages out? What work are you doing in that space?
When you say local providers, who do you mean?
Well, providers of tourism product, maybe accommodation, those sorts of things that have scale and capacity to be supported with a partnership process in marketing product, well, at any range, point in the range, but high end, for example.
Yeah.
And they would be a reasonable group to target because you're getting a good return. What work you're doing in that sort of space?
We have a whole team that just focuses on our industry and getting them up to speed to be export ready, and then taking them into market. So not only do we do the Australian Tourism Exchange, we also have Australian marketplaces in each of our markets every 2 years. So we have a lot of opportunities where we connect Australian industry with our trade partners offshore. In terms of partnerships, part of our partnership criteria is around, do they have a significant audience that we can talk to sell to, I guess, get them to come to Australia. So that tends to be people who are based in market for our partnership marketing.
Okay, I'm just trying to, with the example I have in mind, who I don't want to identify, that are very keen to create partnerships. So I just think that there's perhaps a capacity to go back and have another look in the local system as to what you might be able to do, who I believe clearly have the product and the capacity that you've talked about, and perhaps even with some of the funding that was committed by the government at the election, to really start to use their networks and structures as well as part of your overall marketing. Yep. to build what's going on. There is some concern out there in relation to what's happening.
Senator, if you wanted to tell us privately the name of that company,
I'll test that.
Okay.
I'll test that.
We'd be very happy to follow up, I'm sure.
Absolutely, and what I was going to say is we are always happy to meet with new potential partners and talk to them about how we can work together to build Australian tourism. We have a very stringent and well, I guess, utilised set of partner criteria that we go through to make sure that all of the work that we do is incredibly equitable and is the best and highest use of our funds. So, really happy to always speak to new partners, and so happy to be referred to whoever you're talking about.
Senator, you've got more questions, I take it, on this particular issue?
I do.
Okay. I'm mindful there are a few other senators have other questions as well too.
Okay. Well, look, I'll just play on with this
Not that
line.
I'm trying to rush you, but I'm also mindful that we are getting close to 11 o'clock.
You are trying to rush me, but I understand that. The proportion of visitors that are coming that are actually holiday makers is a bit of a concern to the sector at the moment. A lot of people are short stay at the moment. What's your KPI for the percentage of inbound international visitors being actual holiday makers as opposed to, say, visiting friends and family, which, as we heard before, a pretty significant proportion of the people coming in at the moment?
Yeah, so at the moment, about half of the international visitors are visiting friends and relatives, and that's a pattern that we have seen play out. So when a market opens, there is a rush of people who haven't seen each other for a long time. There's a rush of students, there's a rush of business people, and then the leisure business comes after that. So all of the activity that we're doing at the moment is about building up that leisure so that it is back to the proportions that that hit our KPIs. So we have, in our corporate KPIs, we have a target for overall leisure, overall expenditure to Australia, but then we also have a specific leisure number that we're trying to reach as well. So knowing that that's our key focus.
What is that KPI?
It's a number, so we only focus on a number because it's about yield for us. So I will get that number for you shortly.
Okay, thanks. What about youth tourism and backpackers, which is plays out into the economy in a whole range of different ways? What work are you doing in that space?
Yep, so the youth market is an incredibly important market for us. They're high-yielding travellers, and they come to Australia, they spend a long time here, and they also disperse around Australia, so they are a key market for us. And specifically also working holiday makers. And we have done a range of campaigns over the last 12 months to focus on working holiday makers and attract them back to Australia. They have the dual, benefit that they work here, but they also spend their money here. So we have had campaigns going out, which I will have come up just in a second. Okay, yeah. So we've done a range of working holiday maker programs. We went out in November when when working holidays were able to come back in November 21 with Work and Stay the Aussie Way. And the markets we went out in were the UK, Germany, France, and also South Korea. Yeah.
Okay, so they would have been our key markets previously?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Just want a couple of questions on Thrive 2030. Why did the Thrive Implementation Advisory Group of November not take place, and when is the next one due?
Is that a question for me?
Well, it may be the one that I should go to the Minister, but because I think the Austrade's the Secretariat, so I see a piece of paper coming for the Minister, which is hopefully useful.
Look, that is a question I think that probably should have been directed to Austrade, because it's a project that is in their bailiwick. So I'm happy to pass that along to them and get an answer for you.
So you don't know why the one in November didn't happen, and you don't know when the next one's going to be?
Off the top of my head, does anybody know that? The new one hasn't yet been scheduled, but we expect it to be pretty soon, Senator.
Can I ask what impact the $35 million cut to funding to Tourism Australia has had on your marketing capacity as we ramp up our efforts back into the market?
So when that $45 million was pledged, it was never a certainty. So we had two plans, and the first plan was with the additional funds, and the second plan was without it. So it wasn't that we lost it. We just had one plan to activate versus the other. We had a few things that we were going to, that we weren't able to do when, that we decided not to do. Thank you. I knew this might come up. So what we had to do was, the differences between the two plans, if you'd like, was we adjusted the levels of campaign investment across our 15 markets. We wound down our investment on the National Experience Content Initiative. So that was where we went and we filmed assets with 1,500 operators around Australia. That program was coming to a natural end anyway, and we just had a plan to boost it a little bit. And then we also decided not to proceed with a program of regional tourism missions overseas. But all of our other B2B events were unaffected.
So could you, on notice or table that document, I don't mind, but so I can understand
Sure.
what you would have done but didn't do as far as marketing is concerned.
Sure.
Senator Cadell went through the caravan parks program before, Minister. I think that's one of the programs that was part of the 48 million that was committed
Correct.
by the government at the election.
Yeah, it was 10 million as part of a $48 million commitment to the last election in the tourism sector.
So can I get you to give me some advice on where you're at with the rest of those projects? So I think you had 10 million for marketing strategies to attract workers, 10 for tourism businesses to get back into the international market, 10 for expanding the hub, which is a hospitality portal run by the Tour Accommodation Association, and the Quality Tourism Framework, which was 8 million. Where are you at with each of those?
Well, so the
caravan parks we know about.
Yeah, the caravan parks, there were 111 successful applicants, and they're sharing $10 million. And we notified those applicants on the 16th of February. We're doing, in the marketing space, the strategies to attract workers. The Department of Social Services is doing a pilot for disability workers, and that's open for application. We've developed and we're rolling out the bonus pensioner measure, industry PR kit, and there are social media campaigns in support of that which is in development. And Austrade is continuing to engage with the states and territories to investigate opportunities and avoid duplication of their career of choice program. In respect of the accommodation provider price parity, we've undertaken consultation with the industry stakeholders, and policy development is underway.
What does that mean? Accommodation industry price parity.
So, perhaps could explain it a little bit better than me, but essentially there was an depending on, so let's say you might advertise on a particular booking agency which might have a price, and that booking agency would have a condition that didn't allow you to sell your accommodation at a lower price. We're looking or consulting about whether or not we should remove that restriction. Do you want to explain a bit more?
Sure. Which one is this?
This is the accommodation provider price parity.
Price parity.
Yeah.
Right.
Issue.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not familiar with it. That falls into Austrade's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, could you provide on notice?
I haven't finished
that list of
going through all the.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
You happy for me to keep going? Yep. The hub The grant guidelines have been released and we expect the formal application from the Accommodation Association of Australia imminently. Tourism wholesalers and exporter marketing, the program is in development with Austrade undertaking targeted consultation and developing guidelines. With the Quality Tourism Framework, the grant guidelines release is imminent. To the TTNQ, which Senator Green has a very, very significant interest and role in. The grant guidelines are to be released imminently. TT North Queensland requested a reprofiling of the funding over 3 years to better enable it to maximise positive outcomes, and we hope to be able to accommodate that request.
Okay. All right, look, I'll stop there for a moment. Can I just ask for the 190 partnerships that you've entered into, if you could give us the details of those on notice, please?
Sure, no problem.
Thanks a lot, Senator Colbeck. Senator Green, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the Say G'day campaign, Come and Say G'day campaign. But just while I'll ask some questions about the broader campaign in a moment and how it's going and what you've seen in terms of reach and response. But while we're on the subject, Minister, that support from the government to TTNQ, you said that you're going to consider reprofiling it over the 3 years. They've requested that because of the...
My understanding is they have requested that reprofiling.
Yeah, and that's because I think the previous allocation would essentially have run out too soon for them to be able to properly use that funding for export.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And one of the things that funding has, and the potential of that funding has allowed or supported, was for the Queensland government to come in and support Virgin Australia to establish a direct route from Cairns to Tokyo. And I was there at the launch, and there was a lot of agreement that the two funding streams together is actually what has managed to pull that direct flight route back into Cairns. They had one for a long time. They're now being re-established post-COVID. It's incredibly important. So I wanted to understand a little bit about how the campaign is going in Japan, and particularly around that new flight route, if you're taking into consideration that there'll be direct flights from Cairns to Tokyo from the 28th of June.
Yep, so I might hand over to Ms Coghill, my CMO, to talk about Japan specifically.
Yeah.
But one of the things I did want to note before I do that is that when we promote in a country, we make sure that we promote all of the destinations that have direct flights and beyond as well. So that as soon as there is a new route there, we would make sure that that is part of the, that people understand that they can access Australia from multiple different destinations. That is a crucial part of all of our campaign activity, particularly when it comes to partnerships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess the key, sorry to stop you from adding, I'll be really quick, but the key for that flight is that the operators have always maintained that we needed a full service airline, and that hasn't been the case for a while, so that's exciting.
Yeah, that's correct. And actually full service airlines resonate particularly well in the Japanese market.
Yeah.
So some of the things that we would do to make sure that that is a success is we'd work with our partners. So we work with a range of agents over there, JTB, HIS, and we make sure that they have itineraries that they're marketing that would have, say, an open jaw, so you could fly into Cairns and out of Sydney or vice versa, so that those routes do get some traction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think you were going to give us some information about how it's going?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And I might actually speak more broadly to
Yeah,
how
that
it's
would be
doing
great.
globally, although I do
I
have...
was meant to ask you that first, but...
No, that's
but
okay.
The Minister started talking about North Queensland and I get very excited.
Yes, understandably. So we look at how our campaign is performing really over sort of 3 phases. First, we look at how our media metrics are performing. So are we reaching our target audience in our key markets? Then we look at perceptions and behaviours. So are we influencing the way they think and they behave, particularly with regards to obviously having a holiday here in Australia. And then ultimately, longer term, the commercial results. Are we starting to see the arrivals and are they spending the money that we want them to spend in the tourism industry here? So from a media perspective, the media metrics, we have already reached 78% of our target audience, our global target audience, at least once, and oftentimes many more times. We had set a target of 80% by end of year, by end of June. So we're tracking well ahead of schedule for that. From a media perspective, we were aiming for between 30 and 50 million in earned media and PR coverage. We are currently at around 40 million. And in social media, we are seeing 90 million organic impressions. And that's on top of the views that we have, which is the short film we created has been viewed over 102 million times across all channels. The advertising has been seen over 500 million times, again, across all channels and across all markets. At that second level, we're now starting to measure, as I said, the perceptions and behavioral change. So we look at our brand measures, and amongst those who have seen the campaign, we are seeing an aggregate of an 11-point increase in experience awareness and an increase in 12 points in consideration, which is people who'd be looking to come to Australia in the next 4 years, and an increase of 13 points in intention for people looking to come in the next 2. And then amongst those people who have seen the campaign, because we want to understand how the advertising itself is working, in Japan in particular, the number I have for you for that market, 55% of respondents said as a result of seeing the campaign, they are more likely to come to Australia. We've also seen an increase in flight search. I don't have a number specifically for Japan, but we are seeing with Google flight search an increase of 19%, we are 19% higher than the same period in 2019 for flights to Australia versus an increase of 17% for rest of world. So we're tracking ahead of the competition and the rest of the regions. And as Pip said, we've started our partnership activity now that's starting to roll out in earnest around the world. And we're starting to get really great results on it, but it's still kind of early days. My understanding from the partnerships team is we are tracking ahead of target, though.
Okay. Yeah. Just in terms of that, I'm interested in the Japan market, given the direct flight connection now. What additional activities do you have planned to continue to build demand?
Yes, so we will continue with additional phases of the brand activity. We will be flighting partnership activity through the course of the year. Ms. Harrison spoke about working with JTB, working with our airline partners there, for example. We have our media hosting programs where we bring journalists and other influential travelers down, and a range of other activity like that. PR continues there, our social media channels.
Where do you take them when they come?
We take them all around the country. We work with our STO partners. We work with our industry operators to help craft itineraries to help them see, all the amazing parts of our country and have wonderful experiences to, again, tell the story of an Australian holiday in their own voice back within their country.
And I would say, just as part of our prioritisation of our markets, that Japan is one that we must win in, and so it does have our full service of marketing there, and we've got a team based in Tokyo, and we will continue to grow that market back and beyond.
And you launched the campaign there.
Ruby kicked off by the Minister in October.
Pip was there as well, and we got a terrific response.
That's good. Just on the National Experience Content Initiative, you said that was sort of winding down, but I was wondering how many tourism businesses were part of the initiative. And particularly, I don't know if you have a breakdown, but I'd like to know how many businesses from the tropical North Queensland and Cairns area were able to sort of benefit from that.
So we did 1,405 photo shoots and video shoots at operator level around the 57 regions of Australia. We actually went to Cairns as our second destination, and we did 50 shoots up in that region, in the Cairns
50
and
like
surrounds.
individual locations or 50
50
different
operators. Experiences, and we worked with Mark Olsen and his team at TTNQ to determine which were the 50 experiences that we should focus on.
Yeah.
So, so it was really successful. And there's some of the first content that we had out because it was the second destination that we went to.
Thank you, Chair. I could ask questions on that, but I know I'm not allowed to.
That's all right.
I
Thank you
will
very
cede the
much.
call.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Senator Colbert, if you could be very quick before we wrap up, and I might see Senator White might also have one very short question as well too. So Senator Colbert.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the recovery. And we talked about getting to 85% by June of this year. Middle East's currently at 83 and Europe at 80. Why are we lagging behind those particular nations? Why? What are we going to do to try and catch up?
Are you talking about the Middle Eastern carriers?
Well, their markets are already up at 83 and at 80%. Europe's at 80%. The Middle East is at 83.
Which figures are you looking? Because they seem to be a bit different.
I think from my notes, they are the December TRA numbers.
So on the figures I've got, currently, say UAE is 62%. We look like going backwards a bit there by the middle of the year for some reason.
It'd be worth checking on notice. Just the interest of time.
Tourism, not aviation.
Qatar.
You're talking about tourism numbers?
Not aviation.
Yep. So, we can come back to you on those numbers. The UAE isn't a priority market from our point of view, so it's not a market that we do a lot of activity in, but we do support it through our rest of world strategy, which is we provide our Aussie specialist program to them. We invite them to our events, but but in terms of absolute numbers for Australia, it's not a massive leisure
But that's not my
market for
question.
us.
I mean, they are ahead of us in where their tourism market has returned to.
Oh, I've got you. Yeah.
What are we doing to pick up our game to catch up? Because we don't want them picking up share that we miss out on.
Yeah.
And I think that report also talked about us getting back to pre-pandemic levels in 2025.
Yeah.
Why is it taking so long?
I guess as a general comment, the Middle East has an incredible focus on tourism, and they're investing heavily, and it speaks to the competitive nature of the global environment. And there is the traditional kind of destinations like Dubai, but also Saudi Arabia is growing as a tourism destination. So look, it's a competitive world out there. They tend to do really well with short haul, and we have seen with the recovery that short haul, so people travelling between 2 and 5 hours, has come back to pre-pandemic levels. There is a little bit of a lag in longer haul, out of region travel, what we call it, and that's anything that's 5 hours and beyond. And that's not just an Australia thing. It is that people are just not travelling as far at the moment, but we are seeing that change month by month. So look, for us, it's a process, it's a rebuild process, and we anticipate that sometime in 2024 we will be back to pre-pandemic levels and beyond. And I would say that it is not a lack of desire for Australia. If we had a lack of demand, that would be a problem. But it just takes time for people to plan and book a long-haul holiday.
An extra $35 million would have helped in marketing in those global markets to help get us back.
Thank you, Senator.
Don't worry, Senator, we'll get there.
Thank you. Thanks for the
But we could
optimism,
get there
Minister.
quicker if you hadn't cut $35 million
No, we'll
out
get
of
there.
tourism Australia's market.
No, we'll get there.
Now, Senator White,
get there.
Senator White, I'll hand over to Senator White.
We haven't
to
closed
take
the
us
borders
home.
either.
So relieved that you are gone, the tourism.
Yeah,
Senator
isn't it-
White.
I've got more than one question, I'm sorry.
Make it one, please.
They're all good questions.
My question in three.
As capacity is increased, has price gone down, or are you seeing price being at a higher level than pre-COVID?
Yeah. Pricing has been certainly one of those issues that we've faced in that there is demand for Australia, but as capacity's been building and there's been huge demand on those seats, that prices have been much higher than they were pre-pandemic. We are seeing that normalise now.
Yep.
So I can get you some data on where that's at right at the moment, but I'll have to provide that to you at a later time.
Yes, and and load factors. So those planes that are coming here, what are their load factors like?
They're high.
They're
Again,
high.
I will provide that to you. I've been on several, and there hasn't been a spare seat. So.
Because there's more than one thing that determines who comes here. And isn't it true that Australia is a spoke at the end of a spoke, and those Middle Eastern airlines are right in hubs, and so they have people going through them? They have airlines going through them, so they're going to different places, and so that changes the nature of traffic. Is that correct?
Yes, although I would say that for a lot of the carriers that we work with, we are an incredibly important strategic partner. We are at the end of
They all say that. How many have got air services
Well-
agreements that come here? It used to be about 43. How many are there now, and how many are coming?
I'm not across the air services details, but I would say they say that, but they also put their money where their mouth is and direct their planes
Yeah,
towards
but as
us as
soon
well.
as the shit hits the fan, they leave.
Except they haven't returned to South Australia,
No.
Senator. And
That's a black market.
I've raised that with Sir Tim Clark a couple of weeks ago, and he's now agreed to reconsider their decision to not to fly into Adelaide.
All the more reason to be friendly to Qatar, who's been very good to South Australia.
All right, on that note, thank you, everyone.
Very, very good
thank
to
you,
South
every
Australia.
senator, and also thank you to Pip and your team for being very patient tonight.
Thank you.
After a very long day waiting in the visitors' room. On that note, being no further questions, the committee's consideration of the 2022-23 supplementary estimates will conclude. The committee has set the 3rd of March of this year as the date by which senators are to submit written questions, and the 31st of March of this year as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. I thank Ministers Wong, Farrell and officers of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade and all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today. Thank you to also Hansard Broadcasting and the Secretariat. The committee now stands adjourned.